Before we start the video, it's a bit of a bummer, but I gotta announce that we're moving channels. I'll leave the deets in the comments section, thanks fam. Our MC this time is Leo. 5,000 years ago, back when he was known as Kai, he bravely defeated the source of all evil. But 5,000 years later, for some mysterious reason, all his legendary feats were wiped clean from the records. Meanwhile, his old teammates are getting hyped up like gods. Now Leo's just lying there helplessly, listening to some weird teacher yapping about ancient legends at the Royal Academy. Inside a classroom, the teacher was excitedly lecturing the students. Listen up, everyone. This is truly the era of heroes. 5,000 years have passed since the Hero Chronicles appeared in this world. Since then, the mortal realm has changed a lot. Just like how the Dylan Royal Academy was chosen to host the Lumen entrance exam. This year, I'm sure some of you will pass this exam and have your names recorded in the Hero Chronicles. It is believed that the future heroes are right here among us. To achieve that, you must. The teacher was hyping them up, but suddenly a loud noise cut him off. The sound annoyed him to no end. Pay attention in class, he snapped, glaring at a white-haired student who was nodding off and dozing away. That noise was just him slamming his face onto the desk from being too sleepy. If you think you know it all, let me ask you this. What rituals were performed 5,000 years ago for someone to be called a hero? In response, young Leo scratched his head, stood up, and said, well, basically, if you make a name for yourself, people will naturally respect you. This is Leo Prof, 15 years old, from the Prof family. Hearing that answer, the teacher felt his blood pressure spiking. He sighed heavily and turned to ask the rest of the class. Does anyone else want to answer? A red-haired student next to Leo raised his hand. In ancient times, there was no way to get acknowledged by the gods. Heroes were chosen through sacred rituals like the blood ritual. As soon as he finished, the teacher heaped on the praise. Excellent as expected of the kingdom's greatest magic prodigy. He paused for a beat, then continued. We have high expectations for this year's Lumen entrance exam. Ignoring all that yap. Our MC Leo was actually awake after getting grilled. He flipped open his book thinking. Back then, meeting the gods was easy. The holy ritual was just to honor the great heroes who fought against the Obibans. The gods gifted the mortal realm a miracle, the Hero Chronicles. But why are they treating me like I'm invisible? He thought, closing the book in boredom. Special note, this is the great hero Kai. Reincarnated but currently totally forgotten by everyone. While Leo was spacing out, the students suddenly went crazy running to the window to look outside. Even Leo got a bit curious. They're here where is it? Look, it's the Stinger family crest. That's insane. It's Celia Stinger. The students screamed like they were seeing an idol. Meanwhile, in the hallway, a young girl with an army of guards was calmly walking forward. Celia feels like she just got hit by a carriage. What the hell is this strength? She screams internally, immediately leaping back to disperse the impact. That decision was clutch, because right after that, the tip of Leo's sword smashes into the ground, shattering the stone floor into a million pieces. Seeing Celia retreat, Leo rushes in, giving her zero chance to counterattack. Facing Leo's overwhelming pressure, Celia knows she can't block it. Leo swings his sword straight at her, but the attack gets blocked by an aura barrier. Wasn't this supposed to be a pure sword fight? Leo asks coldly. I just reacted on instinct, Celia replies weakly. It doesn't matter, I'm still going to win. Leo speaks calmly, and Celia can't hide her shock. What if the difference between having aura and not having it is like heaven and earth? She shouts. Leo just asks if she wants to test that theory. He takes off the bracelet on his wrist and throws it to the ground, looking at the bracelet. Celia realizes immediately it's a magic limiter bracelet. That's insane, she exclaims. Without explaining, Leo gives a faint smile and rushes in, smashing his wooden sword into Celia's aura barrier. With that one strike, the barrier shatters into pieces. What is this power? He's a brute, Celia screams internally. This guy's crazy. Time passes, and the scene shifts to Xena. She's walking with her younger brother Jess when they suddenly spot Leo up ahead. Leo, come over and say hello. They're guests of our family. Leo observes his uncle Jess and bows. I'm Leo. Jess extends his hand. I am Jess Stinger, your uncle, as you might already know. Nice to meet you. He shakes Leo's hand firmly while Xena asks, by the way, have you met Celia? Yet. Leo awkwardly glances at Celia, who is currently lying on a stretcher, being carried out by the knights. My lady, what happened? It all happened so fast, the group says in confusion. Seeing his niece unconscious, Jess rushes over to ask. A knight quickly explains everything in detail. The more he hears, the harder it is to believe. The kid defeated Celia without using aura. That is impressive, he praises. However, Leo doesn't let the victory go to his head, claiming Celia lost because she underestimated him. Jess asks, what was the deal between you two? Leo replies the loser becomes the winner's servant. So Celia Stinger will be my maid for 1 week. Hearing that Jess's expression goes dark. Promises are important, but Celia is a member of the Stinger clan. You cannot make her work like a servant. I want you to cancel that promise. Instead, I will give you a different reward, for example. Leo interrupts. I refuse. This is a promise between me and Celia. As long as she carries the name Stinger, she has to take responsibility. Even if I teach you the clan's aura cultivation technique, Jess makes the offer unaware that the person standing in front of him is a legendary hero who possesses a whole library of skills. Leo chuckles. An aura technique used to cover up your niece's failure. Doesn't seem like something worth learning from you. Being rejected repeatedly, Jess can no longer keep up the friendly act. Leo, did you just declare that you'll have a direct descendant of the Stinger clan act as your maid? And did you imply that my family's aura cultivation technique is worthless? Is that right? Yes, that's right, Leo replies confidently without a hint of fear. Suddenly, Jess laughs cheerfully. Don't you think that statement is a bit hasty? Leo explains, I didn't mean to insult the Stinger clan. If you had offered the aura cultivation technique as a reward for defeating Celia, I would have happily accepted it. But you offered this reward to cover up Celia's mistake. That implies you believe that if Celia hadn't let her guard down, she wouldn't have lost. However, even if Celia had been serious, I still would have won. Leo's confident words amused Jess. He refused because he didn't like my attitude. What an interesting outcome. If only the Stinger clan had a kid like this. He waves his hand, signaling the knights to take Celia to the servants' quarters to fulfill her promise. Jess turns to Leo and says, Leo, between us, just call me Uncle. Yes, Uncle. Leo nods, which satisfies Jess. As Leo walks away, Jess realizes he doesn't need to test the boy's potential anymore and turns to Xena. He goes, Sis, you want me to teach Leo the family's aura cultivation technique? Right, I reckon I can convince Big Bro to let Leo learn Phoenix Breath. Time skip. Next morning, cut to Leo's bedroom. Celia, in a maid outfit, face beet red from shame, gritting her teeth. For 1 week, I will serve as young Master Leo's maid. I am Celia Stinger. In the room, Leo is glued to a book. Hearing her voice, he glances over to size Celia up, nodding. It suits you, the maid outfit. Simple style mixed with your elegance, this combo is just... His voice has a teasing edge. Making Celia shake with rage, I know I'm beautiful, but saying it like that is weird. Ah, no, I didn't mean to offend you. Sorry, I had a friend who always overhyped beauty. Maybe I subconsciously picked it up from them. Leo sighs, recalling his best friend's words. In my past life, when peace comes to the world, I'll dedicate my life to spreading beauty to everyone. That's what that teammate always told him. Celia calms down a bit, saying, a friend who loves beauty like that must be amazing. The problem is they were too sincere. Leo groans internally, remembering a past event. That beauty-loving teammate once asked 2 girls in the party to model for a painting. Strict as she is, Resonant has a vibe more beautiful than anyone. And Luna, for art's sake, could you pose nude for me? I even brought a sketchbook, he said excitedly. But the response was a beatdown from the 2 girls. Back to Celia seeing Leo clutching the book, she gets curious. That book looks like a special training manual. What you reading? Leo looks at the book, replying casually. This I read it a ton when I was a kid. It's Origins of Heroes. Celia is shocked because she knows it's a fairy tale book while Leo is 15. She walks over to check the bookshelf, commenting, seems you really like Origins of Heroes. Even scholars studying the great hero can't compare to you. She marvels at Leo's collection, but he just says he collected them by accident. Celia picks a book, mumbling, but there are especially a lot of books about Kai. Leo's face flashes with nostalgia. Among the feats of the great heroes, the ones with unknown credit, I think they might belong to him. Hearing that Celia shakes her head, he's probably a fraud, trying to steal the hero's credit. That's the general consensus. No, of course I think so too. Leo whispers so low Celia can't hear. What she asks again. Leo's not dumb enough to repeat it, changing the subject. So let's start training after breakfast. Hearing that Celia's eyes light up, probing. Young master, if possible, can I train with you? She smirks internally. I want to uncover the secret of your power. Leo accepts immediately, since he has 0 secrets about his power. It'll be hard to keep up. You sure you want to try? Leo's condescending tone makes Celia scream in anger. I am Celia Stinger. Despite saying that, once training starts, Celia realizes the insane pressure. Not long after, she's soaked in sweat, gasping for air. Seeing her state, Leo casually comments, when stamina hits the limit. Your reflexes slow down, moves get sloppy, then you expose your back like this. Celia looks at Leo suspiciously. Pushing the body to this extent, you call this training? Yep, Leo replies, shaking his head. Kids these days seem too weak after 5,000 years of development. Aura techniques advanced, but physical training got neglected. Aura is power that optimizes physical strength. Strengthening the body improves aura too, but they don't value physical training. After a break, Celia struggles to stand and attacks again. Don't underestimate me, you damn white-haired guy. She rushes at Leo, but at a snail's pace. Leo swings his sword once easily, sending her flying. Celia almost cries, Why can't I win? Leo calmly walks over. Frustrating right here, take this. He hands Celia a bracelet, ordering. When Celia touches it, her arms are crushed to the ground by the weight. It's a gravity enchantment bracelet. From tomorrow, wear it while training. Leo says, smiling mischievously at seeing someone suffer with him. Time passes, cut to a clearing. While Leo and Celia train, Uncle Jis watches silently from behind. He thinks this will be a good experience for Celia. Before entering Lumen, challenging her pride isn't a bad thing. He thinks, then shouts to Leo. Leo, I plan to ask the family head to let you inherit the Phoenix Breath technique. Leo starts having heard of this technique. Phoenix Breath, the origin of all aura techniques in the Stinger family. Heard only those acknowledged by the family can inherit it, he thinks. Celia objects immediately. Father won't agree so easily. Uncle Gis nods, explaining, True, so there's a condition. You must pass the Lumen entrance exam this year. He speaks calmly, but Celia panics for Leo. What? The Lumen entrance exam is a combat test. Uncle, you know it's too dangerous for someone who can't use aura like Leo. Instead of freaking out, Leo was actually hyped, like weirdly excited. Am I really going to fight? Yeah, I've got zero choice, Jess asked. What do you think about it? Leo nodded confidently. Mom and Dad said they'd respect my decision, so yeah, I'm doing this. Leo's answer didn't exactly shock Jess. Just as predicted, the kid was set on taking this year's exam with a whole new drive. Leo dove headfirst into training. Let's take a break, okay, back to it. He went right back to jogging. Who says I can't keep up, Celia shouted. 1 week later, cut to Dylan's school. Today was the big day Lumen Academy entrance exams. Early morning, and the crowd was already packed, waiting for the test. Celia's arrival turned heads immediately. Wait, isn't that Celia Stinger? Seeing the Sword Princess in person, that's sick. Who's the guy with her, though? Whispers of curiosity filled the air. Celia glanced over. Leo, you nervous, young master? Not at all, Leo replied softly, shooting her a teasing look. But you should really fix how you talk. The sudden comment made Celia jump. Right at that moment, a voice called out from behind Lady Celia. Both turned around to see that red-headed guy, Gulliver Jaden. Seeing Leo next to Celia, his jaw dropped. Leo, why are you here when you can't even use Aura? Jaden quickly turned to greet Celia. Lady Celia, it's so good to see you. Have you been well? Celia and Leo looked at Jaden like he was a total clown. Leo's response made things super awkward for Jaden. Not knowing what else to say, he finally introduced himself. I'm Gulliver Jaden. I greeted you when you visited the school last time. Dylan's greatest magic genius. Before Jaden could finish, Celia cut him off. Sorry. But I have zero clue who you are, so bye. She grabbed Leo's hand and bolted. Right then, another voice called out, Celia, long time no see. The voice was so loud the whole hall noticed. The owners of the voices were a young man and woman. Both had distinctive silver hair. The older brother was Avid Lee Wallen, 16 years old, and the younger sister was Chelsea Lee Wallen, 14 years old. Who's that? Leo asked, curious. Seeing their attitude, Celia unconsciously clenched her fist and explained, That's the Lee Wallen siblings. From the heroic noble family of the Rodrin Empire. They're members of the Lee Wallen clan. Looks like they're taking the exam too, so we absolutely cannot lose Leo. The Stinger family losing to the Lee Wallen family. That's unacceptable. She spoke, her eyes burning with intensity. But I'm from the Block family, though, Leo replied, totally confused. Next, the Lee Wallen siblings walked up to greet Celia again. Long time no see, Celia. The swordswoman nodded. Yeah, it has. Been a while, Avid Lee Wallen. Who's the guy next to you? Avid asked, looking at Leo. Celia raised her voice to introduce him. He is a member of the Marquis family of the Delrose Kingdom, Leo Block of the Block family. Hearing that the sister Chelsea lost interest immediately. Just a nobody, she said coldly. Avad had the exact same attitude. After the greetings, they quickly walked off, but not before reminding Celia the top spot is definitely going to be mine. Let's go, Chelsea. Yes, brother, Chelsea replied. Watching their arrogant walk, Celia complained in frustration. Such annoying people. I'm definitely going to crush them. Just as she finished speaking, a loud sound boomed out, grabbing everyone's attention. On the high platform, a young teacher appeared. Looks like everyone's here. Name's Ambi. Ambi Jaron, professor at Lumen Academy. Hearing that name, Celia's face changed. She muttered, Could it be that Ambi, the mage of the evil eye? Leo saw her shocked look and asked curiously, Who's that? Celia was even more surprised that Leo didn't know this professor. You seriously don't know. He's a hero listed in the Hero Chronicles. Her voice was full of admiration, making Leo take the guy more seriously. a man called a hero of this era. The amount of mana in that left eye, definitely the evil eye, Leo thought, observing the energy pouring out of Ambi's left eye. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Professor Ambi started explaining the test. The exams will include PvP and monster hunting. Everyone takes turns doing these 2 parts, but honestly, I think that's a total drag. Saying that he waved his hand, burning the papers he was holding to ash. He pulled a book from his pocket, using his power to open the Hero Chronicles. Ambi's World. Prologue. Forest of Beasts. A massive magic circle appeared beneath everyone's feet, radiating intense energy. Ambi spoke coldly. I won't tolerate delays. I'm grouping everyone together and doing this in one go. Back to Leo, he quickly reviewed his memories of the Hero Chronicles. The Hero Chronicles wasn't just an archive. Its real value lay in storing the trials that past heroes went through, recreating their worlds. If you conquer a hero world, you can inherit the power of those previous heroes. It's basically a hero training system. Back to reality when they reappeared. They were in a gloomy forest. Ambi's voice boomed from the sky. This is the Forest of Beasts. This exam is all about survival. Feel free to team up or take each other out. Do whatever you gotta do to stay alive. If you want to quit, just smash the orb you're holding to warp back. That's it. With that, his voice vanished. While everyone else was panicking, Leo felt something familiar. This place hasn't changed a bit. Before the Beast Queen Silatuna corrupted it, this used to be the Elven Forest. Around him, the weaker students were already losing it. I want to go home, someone screamed. Another guy scoffed. It's just an illusion. Pathetic. But Leo knew better. Wrong. Even if this world is recreated from Professor Ambi's memories, everything here is real. If you get into a life-threatening situation, you'll actually die. Suddenly, a blue arrow of light shot out from the forest straight at Leo. Luckily, he was on guard and dodged it just in time. The shooter was none other than Chelsea Lee Whalen. Seeing him dodge, she stepped out. We've met before, haven't we? It'll be a pleasure to take down someone from the Stinger family, Leo corrected her. I'm from the Bros family, but you were with Celia earlier. Chelsea shouted, instantly casting wind magic to form a massive energy scythe in her hand. Even with his experience, Leo was a bit surprised. That spell didn't exist in the past. But the basics haven't changed. He gripped his sword ready for anything. Seeing how calm he was, Chelsea sighed in annoyance. You're still acting cool with me standing right here. She spun the scythe and threw it like a buzzsaw. But that attack was nothing to Leo. With a simple swing of his sword, he deflected it effortlessly. Chelsea's expression shifted. He's not even scratched. But I don't sense any aura. Is he using a stealth type, she wondered? Leo spoke up. That attack was way too simple. Instead of fighting, why don't we team up? This exam usually gives higher scores to those who survive the longest, especially for a mage. Wouldn't it be useful to have a swordsman protecting you? He smiled persuasively. But to Chelsea, his words went in one ear and out the other. Heh, too bad I'm a battle mage. More importantly, did you just call my attack simple? She sounded pissed, but Leo just casually admitted it. You heard me. For wind magic, that move was way too basic. In terms of power, anyway. Hearing Leo lecture her, Chelsea's eyes widened in rage. You think you can lecture me about magic me? A direct descendant of the Lee Wallen family. Let's see how you handle this simple attack. She swung her staff, firing off wind blades and arrows straight at Leo. But the moment she attacked, she realized Leo was gone. He vanished. I can't sense any mana at all. How? Chelsea was panic-stricken. Suddenly, Leo appeared right in front of her and buried a fist in her gut, dropping her to her knees. Now, shall I politely ask you to team up again? Leo tied Chelsea to a stake and started to fire, a wicked grin on his face. Time flew by, and evening came. Chelsea Lee Wallen groggily woke up only to realize she was tied to a wooden stake. Below her, a fire was roaring. It looked like she was about to be sacrificed. What is this? Chelsea screamed in panic. Seeing she was awake, Leo asked again, So you going to team up with me or not? Chelsea gritted her teeth, furious. Never. I don't need anyone but my brother Windblade. She shouted, trying to cast magic to cut the ropes. But right then, a tiny red magic circle appeared on her wrist. It canceled her spell instantly. That's a magic sealing circle, Leo reminded her softly. But since I'm low on mana, I can't keep it up for long. Chelsea shot back. I can easily break this kind of spell. Leo laughed coldly. You think I'm going to let you focus? The flames licked closer to Chelsea, setting the edge of her dress on fire. Wait, stop, it's hot, she screamed. Leo just kept insisting on the team up. With no other choice, Chelsea caved. Fine, I'll do it. Leo didn't cut her down yet. He made her swear on her family's name. Okay, I swear on the honor of the Lee Wallen family. That I'll cooperate, just stop it. Tears were welling up in her eyes. Leo chuckled to himself. Too easy. Guess she's still just a kid. He yanked the rope, dropping Chelsea. Leo caught her gently. He spoke with a warm tone. Looking forward to working with you, mage of the Lee Wallen family. The scene switched to the outside, where students were fighting for their lives in the forest. Meanwhile, the teachers were watching on screens to grade and evaluate them. The more he watched, the madder Professor Anby got. Trash, all of them. Choosing to fight each other is just stupid. But he praised the ones who quickly grasped the true nature of the test. Those two, Celia Stinger and Diwali Wallen. The Rodran Empire has a bright future indeed. Anby glanced at another screen and saw Leo and Chelsea teaming up to fight a giant buffalo. Wait a minute, isn't that Leo Bros? What he did at the campfire earlier was weird, but convincing Chelsea Lee Wallen to team up, that's a huge plus. He lacks the raw power or brilliance of Celia or Avon, but he's a total wild card, completely unpredictable. He whispered, eyes glued to Leo's screen with interest. Back to Leo. Forced into this team up or not, Chelsea couldn't help but admire his skills. Having a night tag along actually pretty handy. Let me ask you something. What kind of aura are you actually using? I haven't felt a drop of mana from you this whole time, she asked, totally curious. Leo didn't hide a thing. He said it straight. I don't know how to use aura. Chelsea froze, brain lagging. Excuse me, how are you doing this without aura? Leo replied. The essence is what matters. Same goes for wind magic. What do you think the essence of wind magic is? Instead of talking, Chelsea fired up a barrage of wind spells conjuring sharp blades. Shredding a monster that tried a sneak attack. She smirked. Lecturing a Lulin on magic. That's cute. Leo didn't get mad. He just pointed it out. I'll give you props for the power, but your execution all wrong. Leo stepped up with full teacher energy, making Chelsea groan. You are unbelievable. Before she could finish, Leo signaled. Wait, stop. Chelsea saw why. In front of them lay dried-up corpses withered like mummies. These look like mummies. Chelsea frowned. Leo spoke up. I've seen this before. Now I get the clear condition to pass this test, he muttered. But suddenly he sensed danger, no time to think. Leo tackled Chelsea, pulling her aside just in time to dodge an unknown attack. Close call. From the distance, figures approached. Such a pity. I wanted to take down Chelsea Lulin before she got eliminated. The guy next to her, total nobody. That was Jaden, the guy who allied with a bunch of students to eliminate the strong rivals. All right, let's get him, Jaden shouted. The mob rushed in like rabid dogs. Bad move, trying to melee Leo. Bam! He instantly punched a guy in the face, dropping him like a sack of potatoes. Seeing their buddy drop, the rest panicked, afraid to attack blindly. Back me up. Leo called out to Chelsea. Oh, right, got it. Chelsea replied, still shaking from the close call. Jaden's crew snapped out of their shock, screaming. What are you doing? Attack. They rushed in blindly, having no clue Jaden, their leader, had already bailed. I can't go down like this. I'll find an easier target, he told himself, sprinting away. Meanwhile, Celia spotted Jaden nearby and went the opposite direction. That's how Celia and Avon Lulin ran into Leo. Chelsea stood over the students, lying out cold on the ground. Seeing her brother, she lit up. She rushed to hug Avon. Avon patted Chelsea. You safe? Celia asked, amused. How did you two end up together? Leo replied, Oh, I suggested a team up. She was stubborn, so I had to persuade her. He gave a sly grin that made Celia think, there's definitely more to that. What are you planning this time? Celia asked warily. Suddenly, Leo walked over and started helping the knocked-out guys stand up. Chelsea was confused. Why help them? Leo explained, competition is pointless now. We're going to clear this world together. The beast forest is acting strange. You see those corpses? All the moisture in their bodies has been drained dry. That's not the only weird thing. Notice how there are barely any monsters. Hearing that, it clicked for Celia. Now that you mention it, it's like they've been eaten. A high-rank monster must have spawned, scaring the other monsters into hiding. The white-haired youth, Avon Llewellyn, nodded. Makes sense. Hero Avon's first achievement, taking down a high-rank monster. As the words fell, a terrifying killing intent locked onto them. Cold sweat broke out. Looks like it's here, Leo muttered. Meanwhile, back to Jaden. He was using a light spell to navigate. I don't care how I will eliminate you, Leo. He gritted his teeth, then spotted a black shadow blocking his path. Jaden moved his staff closer to look. Realizing it was a corpse, he jumped back in terror. What the hell, he screamed. Suddenly, some slime dripped onto his staff from above. Curious, Jaden looked up. Big mistake. He looked up and nearly died of fright. Right above his head sat a massive spider, staring at him with hungry eyes. Cut to the main hall outside, some students had bailed on the test early due to the danger. Happily flexing, I took down like 15 or 16 of them. The brown-haired guy shared, hyped up. Same here. The guy across from him nodded. Meanwhile, Professor Anby watched them face full of disappointment. Total count so far about 500. All failures. Hearing that, another professor panicked. But Professor Anby, you have to pass at least 100 students like the other zones. Only 50 students are left in the test. Anby didn't budge. If they don't meet my standards, I'm ready to fail every last one of them. Principal Callion put me in charge because he knows exactly how I operate. With that, he locked eyes on the monitor tracking Leo. He thought to himself, true heroes only show up when things get real. Leo, that kid, definitely noticed something was off about this forest. But can he clear this world? He wondered. Back to Leo's squad, they grouped up and pushed forward fast. Damn it, it's pitch black, a long-haired student complained. Suddenly, Celia at the front froze and signaled hold up. Something's ahead. Everyone get ready to throw hands. She channeled mana into her blade tip, making it glow with a soft red aura. They spotted Jaden's body getting gripped tight by something. What the heck, the one behind is the real deal. Avon warned. He was about to blast it with magic, but before he could cast, Leo cut in and shouted at Jaden. Gulliver, wake up. Smash the crystal. Now. Jaden gritted his teeth and crushed the glass stone. His body turned into light, teleporting him out of the world. The giant spider looked bummed out like its dinner just ran away. With Jaden out of the way, Avon went all out. He whispered Windfang countless sharp wind blades slashed forward, drenching the giant spider in blood. But despite the blood, its wounds healed at breakneck speed. Seeing that the whole squad turned pale. Is that seriously not enough? Leo sighed internally, just as I thought. That's the Spider Princess Tarantula. He recognized exactly what that monster was. An axe-wielding student gripped his weapon and rushed in for close combat. Damn you, eat this! But before he could even touch the spider, he got sent flying by one of its legs. Celia didn't have time to worry about him. She braced herself. I'm ending this in one shot. She gathered massive energy at the tip of her blade. Once charged, Celia unleashed a laser-like beam straight through the spider's head. But its vitality was insane. In just seconds, the hole in its forehead healed completely. Celia stood there, stunned by the impossible sight. No way. Seeing Celia's attack fail, Avon stepped up to show some real destruction. The difference between a mage and a knight is night and day. He confidently cast Bombardment, creating a windblade with terrifying power that drilled into the spider's body. But against a spider lord, that damage was nothing. It just made it angrier. Since Avon dealt the most damage, the beast turned its rage on him. Chelsea quickly fired off a magic attack. Saving her brother just in time, Avon only took a light scratch on his arm. You okay, Chelsea asked. Thanks, Chelsea, Avon replied. Seeing Celia and Avon struggle, the axe guy panicked. What is this thing? Leo explained. That's its monstrous regeneration. It's the daughter of Silatuna, Queen of Tartaros, a monster from the Obabin's army that wrecked the fairy forest. Always lurking around Celia. Ignoring the thoughts of these two students, Professor Ireland started announcing the rules. Whoever makes the opponent unable to fight will win. Treat this like a real combat match. As soon as the words ended, suddenly Leo's expression changed completely. He started sensing a stream of evil energy radiating from a building not far away, switching scenes to the location of the mage girl Chloe. To find a way to defeat Leo right now, she's still buried in her studies, but the deeper she researches, the more desperate she feels, to the point she ripped the paper in her hand to shreds and gritted her teeth. No, not this. There's no way I can create this unique magic with just my own ability, thinking that she got furious. She swiped all the books off the table. Chloe told herself, I absolutely cannot lose to Leo in this practical exam. Then, like she finally made a decision for herself, Chloe looked towards that dark magic book from before, the thing Leo was always worried about, and muttered, with this, I can win. This time I will definitely win. Speaking of which, her expression seemed to change a bit too, looking totally unlike her normal self. Back to the training arena area. Because he sensed that source of dark energy, Leo was still standing there, frozen, watching the building. Seeing Leo spacing out like that. After the start signal rang out, how could Halens miss this golden opportunity? Immediately, he gripped his spear tight and rushed in with lightning speed. Too careless, gotcha. While talking, Halens thrust his spear tip straight towards Leo's handsome face. However, with his combat experience, Leo tilted his head to the side to dodge. But Halens' attack wasn't over yet. Right after, he used a skill called Snake Spear, making his spear tip start to transform, turning into a zigzag shape. Looking like the head of a snake, it lunged towards the MC's throat with lightning speed. But this still wasn't enough to trouble Leo. Just saw him slightly extend his hand, and he easily caught that spear tip, making it unable to budge. Not even another millimeter. Leo's arm strength was so massive, it made Halens question his whole existence. He wondered, I don't know where Leo gets such insane strength from next up. Just saw Leo yank the spear hard towards him, causing Halens' whole body to fly along with it. Then, without waiting for Halens to react, Leo focused power into his fist and threw a thunderous punch, hitting the rank 3 guy straight in the face, making him cough up a mouthful of blood and fly back like a cannonball. Done with that, Leo shook his hand and mocked. Who said I was careless? On the other side, that punch just now from Leo. Although it hurt Halen's like hell, he still had enough strength to stand up and fight one more time. Don't get cocky, the battle is just starting now. As Halen spoke, his whole body also started, emitting a weird stream of green energy. Too bad that for Leo, this radiating aura only made him feel a bit of disdain. Just because a guy who can't even use aura has great strength doesn't mean his basic weaknesses are solved. Poison aura, pretty unique. Leo muttered when he saw those streams of green gas rushing towards him. Then he also covered his body in a blazing red aura to protect himself. On the opposite side, that stupid student Halen still hasn't realized the massive gap in power between him and Leo. Since it's so huge, he's still super confident. Unless it's something on the level of Celia's fire aura. Otherwise, it's very hard to push me back, Halens declared arrogantly. That's what he said, but just 1 second later. Leo just tore through the smoke with that blazing red aura pulling up right in his face. He's the one who literally couldn't care less. The MC drops a cold line, his glare sharp enough to crush whatever confidence that guy had left. Up in the stands, the students are vibing, munching on popcorn while enjoying the show. It's like watching a real-life action movie. In the corner, Dylan, who got wrecked by Leo before, is frowning at Leo's performance. Meanwhile, even Celia Stinger is totally confused. She's thinking, Leo, since when did you buff your fire aura? To this level, she wonders, her eyes showing a mix of shock and curiosity. Back to Hallen's POV. Even he's not dumb enough to miss Leo's insane power. Seeing that red aura, Hallen's is like, what the hell? Is that fire on Celia's level? A hybrid user being this strong, he's sweating bullets now. He knows he can't beat Leo without his trump card. No choice, Hallen's goes all out. I was saving this move for Celia, but I didn't think I'd have to use it on you. Leo Brock Hallen's focuses energy in his palm and unleashes his ultimate snake prison. A green snake shoots out, flying at Leo with lightning speed and wrapping him up tight. It opens its mouth and lets out a menacing roar. Even Leo's fire aura can't push it back. Leo thinks, not bad. Back to Hallen's, seeing he's got Leo pinned. He turns to Celia in the stands, looking excited like a simp crushing on her. Celia, I prepared this technique specifically to counter your fire. Celia notices him looking sighs and points forward. Hallen's turns back confused only to see his energy snake evaporating fast. As Leo's fire flares up, the snake vanishes in just 3 seconds like it was never there. Hallen's strongest move completely useless. Leo's move makes his eyes pop out. Out of options, Hallen's grunts, grits his teeth, grabs 2 spears and rushes in for close combat. Leo draws his sword to counter. His strike is so heavy it knocks the spear right out of Hallen's hand in a single clash. Hallen's falls on his butt. Leo points his sword at him and advises, don't let your guard down until the fire is completely out. Professor Ireland announces the winner, Leo Brock in the stands. Chelsea, Leo's #1 fan. Cheers, amazing. That's Leo for you, I knew you could do it. CA praises Leo, you're actually peak. Hallen's accepts his defeat. Even in training, he's this good. No wonder he's on par with Celia. Celia smiles, impressive. The compliment makes Hallen's blush and scratch his cheek. Really, you think it was cool Professor Ireland calls next class 5, Eliana step up. Eliana is hyped. Who's my opponent? Ireland looks over class 10, Chelsea step up. Eliana freezes. What? Why do I have to fight one of the top 3 strongest in the grade? No one answers. Chelsea clasps her hands. Go easy on me, okay? Eliana replies. You too. Ireland nods. Match start. Chelsea channels her mana water swirling around her. Eliana grips her flame-wrapped sword powers up her legs and rushes in to slash straight at Chelsea. Leo looks worried. That's going to hurt. As predicted, Eliana's sword gets blocked and deflected by Chelsea's energy barrier. She gets launched like a ragdoll, instantly knocked out. Chelsea bows to the audience. Ireland announces the winner, Chelsea. Eliana wakes up and waves her hand annoyed. Well, at least I didn't back down against Chelsea, Leo sighs. The matchup was bad from the start, but if she stayed calm, she could have done better. Next up, Class 1's Celia versus Class 1's Duran. Celia says fighting you should be fun. Duran stays silent and stoic. In the stands, Leo grabs some popcorn from Kay and comments, this match is going to be interesting. Celia and Duran draw their weapons, flaring their powerful auras and grabbing everyone's attention. Celia's hyped, let's see who the strongest knight in Class 1 really is. Both clash, fiercely moving at insane speeds. The sound of metal colliding rings out and the wind pressure blasts the stands. The student gasps. Is this really the skill level of top students? CA covers his mouth, asking Leo who wins. Leo tosses popcorn into his mouth, casually saying, looking at it. Celia's gonna lose. Kaw's jaw drops. Bro, you're savage. Leo looks at Celia's calm eyes, thinking she has a secret move to turn the tables. Duran uses his aura to dash, landing a hit that grazes Celia's cheek and draws blood, then spams attacks to push her back. Celia raises her sword, and a massive flame erupts into the sky. The crowd goes wild. She's not playing around. Leo thinks Celia is using her head. In a small training room, it's hard to match Duran's speed. So she turned the room into her stage using a fire dome to limit his movement. The heat blocks his vision. She's gotten even stronger. Inside the field of fire, Duran's vision is blocked, so he hesitates. Celia dashes behind him for a sneak attack. Duran's instincts scream, and he ducks just in time. Wrapping his sword in lightning, he stabs upward. Celia grabs the blade tight, smiling gotcha. She headbutts Duran right in the forehead. Duran goes cross-eyed and collapses. Ireland confirms Duran is out cold and announces the winner is Celia Stinger. The crowd erupts. Celia tells the waking Duran, "You need to work on your stamina." She pulls him up. Duran takes her hand to stand. The sportsmanship has some students tearing up. "That move was sick. I gotta record this." A guy snaps a picture. Leo is happy for Celia. The training paid off. "You were amazing, Ka," shouts Celia. "You're the GOAT." Czen steals Ka's popcorn, calmly saying, "Celia won. Thanks for the commentary." The night department exams are a wrap. Celia Stinger went 4-1. Duran, same record, 4-1. Chelsea went 4-1 too. But Leo Block 5, straight wins, undefeated, 0 losses. Just like that time flowed by like a rushing river. 1 week later, the linguistics theory exam just ended, and man, the tension was thick. Professor Harris, eyes sharp as ever, held the stack of papers. He checked the count and organized them neatly like some kind of meticulous artist. He nodded his deep voice, commanding the nervous room. "You all did a great job. Don't slack off or you'll get expelled. Study hard." Then bam! He slammed the old wooden door shut like thunder, making the whole class jump. Hearts were pounding. The second he left, Eliana, that fiery girl, just lost it. Oh my God. Always with the expulsion threats, expel this, expel that, she whined, her voice shrill and face red as a ripe apple. Clearly, she flunked that test. Meanwhile, over in the corner, 2 guys, eyes glowing like starving cats spotting a fish, snuck over to the class genius Chelsea. "Hey, Chelsea, let me see your answers, heh." Chelsea flashed an arrogant smile, looking at them like a queen. Who should I show first? The 2 guys' eyes bugged out, fighting for her attention. "Me, show me first." Cut to another corner. Our main character, Leo, was sprawled out on his desk. Lazy as a cat in the sun, hair all messy. Suddenly, Nella, the pink-haired girl, turned around, eyes sparkling with curiosity. "How was the test?" Hearing his name, the class rep lifted his head, scratching it sleepily. "I think it wasn't too bad." His chill response made Nella burst into giggles, her laugh ringing like a silver bell. "Ha ha, hey, you know, class rep, you always look like you can handle everything, but then you make a face like that." Leo just looked blankly at her. Like he was still half asleep, he mumbled, "Did I really do that?" seeing that clueless look on his face. Nella found it even funnier. She was so amused, she generously offered Leo a free therapy session. "If you feel pain anywhere, just tell me. I'll heal you with my magic." Right at that moment, out of nowhere, Kay the merchant guy crawled out of some corner, walking over, looking absolutely miserable. "Oh, Nella, my shoulders and back are so stiff, help me." The words barely left his mouth when before Nella could even answer, Chelsea the mage started pounding on Kaw's back like a machine, thump, 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 powerful and precise. The orange-haired guy was in so much pain he spat out his water face, twisted like he was about to cry. Chelsea beamed, asking, "Doesn't hurt anymore, right?" Then she turned to Leo, her voice full of concern. "Leo, how's your summoning practice going? You almost never show up at the training room." Leo stayed calm, a spark of confidence in his eyes. "I've been practicing hard, in places where no one can see." Hearing this, Chelsea believed him 100%. Without a shred of doubt, she nodded excitedly. "That sounds just like you, Leo. So what rank are you aiming for in the summoning test?" Leo flashed a dazzling smile and declared, "First place, obviously." Just like that time flew by in the blink of an eye. Cut to the summoning department's training grounds. The vibe was electric, like a massive festival. Today was the day of the summoning practical exam. Even though it was for summoners, tons of students from other departments flooded in, swarming like bees, packing the stands tight. While everyone was waiting, the voice of the MC Zenbates echoed everywhere, loud and clear like a brass bell. "Hello, everyone. It's that time of year again. The biggest event of the first semester for our freshmen. Welcome to the summoning race. I'm Zenbates, a third-year summoner." Over in a corner of the stands, siblings Celia and Rai were watching closely. Celia couldn't hide her curiosity and turned to ask her brother, "Is this seriously just a test?" Rai smiled gently and explained, "The summoning race is a tradition here. Everyone loves it. Plus, it's a huge highlight for inter-department exchanges, so everyone gets hyped for it." Speaking of our merchant friend CA, as always, whenever there's an event with a crowd, He's out there hustling popcorn and soda, shouting sales pitches, while his pockets jingle with coin. Meanwhile, down on the field, the summoning students had gathered the tension tight as a bowstring. Eliza, the summoner girl, glared sharply at Leo, her voice full of challenge. I heard you showed off in the night department's practical exam, but are you ready for the summoning practical? Leo replied calm as a still lake. Of course I'm ready. Eliza didn't seem to buy it. Her voice turned suspicious, sharp as a knife. You haven't even shown up to a single practice session. You think summoning is a joke, don't you? Her words were like gas on a fire, triggering the other students. They got salty fast, growling like wild animals. Yeah, if you're going to be lazy, just quit. We've never even seen you pull off a decent summoning contract. The complaints started piling up like crashing waves. Finally, Ty stepped up, his voice deep and calm, trying to chill everyone out. Let's not lose our cool, guys. But Ty's words had zero weight, just went in one ear and out the other because the frustration of the students around them hadn't faded one bit. A blonde guy, eyes blazing with rage, stepped up to press him. Ty, stop defending him just because you're classmates. This dude has zero respect for our department. Chengxia frowned, sounding worried. The vibe is way off here. If it's like this before the exam... Before she could finish, a black-haired student with a neat middle part cut in his voice, dripping with sarcasm. It was Sen Liu, also from the East Continent, like Chenxia. You're already crushing it in the night department, so you don't really care about summoning, do you? Hearing that, Chenxia stammered, her eyes darting around nervously. But before she could speak, Warren, the big guy, stepped in, his voice booming like thunder. You guys are too loud. If you're going to bicker and form cliques over this summoning stuff, then take it somewhere else. Seriously, hearing this. Sen Liu snapped like he was on something going full mad dog mode. He raged. What the hell did you just say? Warren shot back his face, cold and full of contempt. I said you're annoying. It's annoying hearing people act like being slightly better at riding a summoned beast is some huge flex. Turning to Sen Liu, he suddenly realized something and pointed right at Warren. Feeling guilty or something? You barely ever show up to practice either. Taming summoned beasts. The big guy smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. That's because it's not worth my time. I'm not an idiot like you, who can't even tame a single griffin. At that point, that moron Sen Liu couldn't hold back his rage anymore. He clenched his fist, eyes bloodshot, and swung straight at Warren, forgetting that Warren was the top ranker of the Southern District. Warren was massive, and Sen Liu only came up to his chest. Luckily, before the punch could land, Leo grabbed Sen Liu's arm with lightning speed. His voice sharp as a blade. If you fight before the exam, you're not getting off with just a warning. You'll be disqualified immediately. Leo's warning was like a bucket of ice water splashed right in Sen Liu's face. But he wasn't grateful. He just snorted in frustration, eyes burning with hate. Meanwhile, Ty stepped up next to Leo, whispering in a voice as low as the night breeze. The vibe in the summoning department this year, it's really toxic. Leo looked surprised. Why, Ty's eyes looked a bit sad as he explained. Summoning is a field where there's usually a huge skill gap between majors and non-majors, but because you and I are top of the class despite not being summoning majors, the actual summoning students really resent us. Plus, you hardly ever show up for practice. Hearing that it all clicked for Leo, why the class had such a hostile attitude towards him, he wasn't really surprised. He just told himself his internal voice firm makes sense. To them, it looks like I'm slacking off, but I'm definitely not planning to fail. Meanwhile, in a corner of the stands, a mysterious figure wrapped in a dark, shadowy cloak was watching Sen Liu closely. He whispered, his voice ice cold, "It's begun." Then he waved his hand, creating a shimmering, eerie portal, then stepped through and vanished like a ghost. Back to Sen Liu for some reason. A fire of rage was burning hotter and hotter inside him with nowhere to vent it. He gritted his teeth, muttering, "Just you wait, you arrogant prick, I'm going to absolutely crush you." His eyes glowed bright red. He didn't look right at all, like some invisible force was controlling him. Time flew by, and the exam was about to start. The voice of the MC Dan Bates boomed out again, ringing clear as a bell. Before we kick this off, let me break down the rules. First-year summoning students can only use summoning magic during this test. Even dual majors are banned from using aura or any other magic. Once the event starts, you gotta tame the griffin right in front of you, cross Summoning Island, and circle back around Silent Lake. Who's going to be the star of the summoning midterm? We're about to find out. As his voice echoed, all the first-year summoning students lined up at the starting mark, faces full of anxiety, eyes locked forward like warriors staring down a life-or-death battle. Trying to keep the panic levels down, Professor Yura boomed like thunder. Rookies, chill out. Just do what we practiced. If you can't handle the heat, see me after class. Hearing this, The class just panicked even harder, hearts pounding out of their chests. They kept telling themselves to relax, but they were shaking like leaves, cold sweat dripping down their faces, ignoring their vibe. Yura shouted, "Exam starts now." Instantly, some guys who definitely plotted this earlier looked at each other, exchanging glances and nodding. Then while the other students sprinted toward the griffins, Senlu's lapdogs, looking shady as hell, started casting magic straight at Leo and Warren. This made the announcer Jean Barthès scream in shock. "Whoa, what is happening?" It's like a coordinated hit. Everyone's targeting class rep, Leo blocking the southern top ranker. Warren was on the other side. Tai already on, a griffin saw Leo getting jumped and looked ready to rush in and help. But Leo, eyes cold as ice, stopped him immediately. "Don't worry about me. Keep going. This is an exam." Hearing that, Tai just stuttered a shaky apology, then quickly steered his griffin away. Powerful wings beat against the wind. Up in the stands, the crowd went absolutely feral. Seeing Senlu's lackeys playing that dirty, they started screaming and cursing in rage. "That's disgusting. You summoning majors are trash. Give it up. Play fair for once." If they had rotten eggs, they would have thrown them by now. Back to Leo getting griefed, like this was actually annoying him a bit. He thought to himself, "I knew they hated me, but I didn't think they'd team up just to block me like this." Meanwhile, the announcer, Jean Barthès, since he's a summoning student too, had to try and cover for his juniors. Sounding a bit awkward, he said, "Haha, even though the boos from Class 5 are loud, this is technically a strategy too." As I speak, Warren just dispelled the attack, aimed at him. Turning to Warren, he had already stabilized his griffin. He shot a sharp look at Leo. "You good? Need some help?" Leo just waved him off, voice steady as steel. "Nah, I got this." Seeing that Warren didn't waste a second, he pulled his griffin up, shooting into the sky like an arrow, leaving a massive shockwave behind. Meanwhile, Leo was still stuck in that mess of magic, swirling around him. His eyes were cold and determined, but Chelsea up in the stands was freaking out. She bit her lip, heart pounding like it was going to jump out of her chest. In another corner of the arena, Professor Yura watched everything with hawk-like eyes, unable to hide the worry deep in her gaze. "The rift between the first years is deeper than I thought. Are they openly teaming up just to take down Leo?" She thought, heart heavy. Leo's specialty isn't spirits, it's summoning. This exam is going to be brutal for that kid. That's what the summoning professor was thinking, totally stressed out. But then her mind was completely blown by the insane scene unfolding in front of her. Leo. Our MC stood tall right in the middle of the chaos eyes burning with unyielding fire. He chanted a spell, his voice deep and full of mana. "Oh, spirits, break my chains and open the path ahead. Grant me the great mercy of nature. Oh, spirits, break my chains and open the path." As soon as the incantation echoed, the space in front of Leo lit up. Boom. 2 blinding lights exploded and 2 tiny spirits appeared. One burning red like hellfire, the other cool green like a forest breeze. Seeing their elegant forms, it was obvious they were fire and wind spirits, insane power hidden in such tiny bodies. Professor Yura, hearing that chant, was totally stunned, like she was in a dream. His spirit language, it's literally perfect. Heart racing, she wondered, how did he do that? How can a first year possibly? At the same time, Leo glanced at Yura, smirking playfully like a kid who just won a bet. Seeing that all of Yura's worry vanished like morning mist, she sighed, smiling helplessly. "I guess I need to relearn summoning. That kid is no joke." Time flew by like wind over the grass. Cut to the rest of the students. They were riding their griffins across a massive, endless green field. One of the idiots in Senlu's group laughed loudly, smirking with pure sarcasm. "Haha, serves him right. And he's supposed to be the freshman representative and the top student in the South. Bro can't even start. He's definitely ending up rank B." Beside him, Senlu nodded, a sly look in his eyes as he chimed in. "How's it feel, Eliza? Pretty satisfying, right?" In response, the icy white-haired Eliza suddenly accelerated. Her griffin shot upward, flying side by side with Senlu. She shot him a glare sharp as a knife. "I don't like this. I can crush Leo, block Warren, or anyone else without resorting to these dirty tricks." Her words left Senlu stunned, a flash of surprise in his eyes. To get it through his thick skull, Eliza said bluntly, her voice ice cold, "What do you think people will think of the summoning class after this stunt?" But Senlu didn't feel a shred of guilt or worry. He laughed loud and arrogant. "Who cares, haha? Those losers are going to face total humiliation." Seeing this, Eliza knew he was a lost cause. She just warned him, voice ice cold, "Next time think before you act." With that, she yanked the reins. Her griffin shot forward like an arrow ripping through the wind, leaving Senlu behind, gritting his teeth in rage. He cursed under his breath, growling, "Arrogant brat, acting all high and mighty just 'cause she's got her family backing her. Whatever, I'm definitely taking first place. Besides Eliza, I'm the best at handling flying beasts. I'm bagging the top rank this time. He deluded himself. His eyes flashed with smugness, but that delusion didn't last more than a few seconds before, from behind, a shout rang out sharp as a blade. "Senliu, look behind you!" Hearing the call, Senliu turned his head, and the sight froze him in his tracks. That edgy girl was standing tall right on the griffin's back, posture steady like a surfer riding the wind. Her face was beaming zero tension, like she was enjoying a joyride instead of a brutal exam. "What the heck is that stance?" Someone's stammered voice full of shock. All of Senliu's confidence vanished into the wind, like sand slipping through fingers. She didn't even need to use spirit power to buff the beast. "This speed is impossible," he screamed, voice cracking with panic. Immediately reverting to his old dirty tricks, he yelled desperately, "Everyone, let's take her down together." In response, an orange-haired girl with excited eyes shouted, "All right, take this." As she spoke, she summoned a wind spirit, preparing to launch an attack. But Chelsea, with a warrior's instinct, had already clocked this group's dirty nature. How could she not be on guard the moment the wind spirit appeared? Chelsea steered her mount into a spectacular arc, looping back around. The lightning-fast move left the orange-haired girl stunned, unable to react. What the she cried out in panic. Without hesitating, Chelsea leaped off her griffin. She unleashed a precise kick, heavy as a sledgehammer, straight at the girl with pigtails. Before the girl could even scream, she was launched off her mount left, dangling in midair. "This is cheating," she screamed in panic, voice cracking. Chelsea, quick as a flash, grabbed the reins of that griffin and shrugged. Voice totally chill. "Well, I didn't even need to use aura." Then she steered the griffin forward, pulling up beside Senliu with a bright smile. "Sup, Senliu?" Responding to that cheerfulness was the sheer annoyance of this idiot. He growled a warning. "Big mistake making enemies of us." Chelsea nodded in agreement, but didn't forget a sharp reminder. "I gotta admit, I'm not great at aerial combat, but I'm not your only opponent. Someone else is pretty pissed about your petty tricks." The words barely landed, and before Senliu could process them, a deafening explosion blasted from behind, like thunder in a clear blue sky. Everyone spun around in shock. It didn't stop there. Countless massive explosions erupted right next to the mounts, sending them into a screaming panic. Watching this, Chelsea wasn't surprised, just smiled. "Looks like Warren's the type who holds a grudge." She glanced over at the big guy. Warren had gone full throttle, catching up to the lead group. When he spotted Senliu ahead, Warren's face twisted with rage, like a volcano about to erupt. "You piece of trash. Take this return gift," he bellowed, voice booming like thunder. He unleashed magic, firing off countless blazing fireballs, aiming straight ahead. The violent explosions left Senliu's group struggling to keep their mounts steady, sweat pouring down like rain. Back at the starting line, Leo, with unyielding determination, had broken free from the blocking magic. The announcer's voice rang out full of hype. Freshman representative Leo, famous across Lumen for his ambition to join the Academy's elite. But today he seems to be trying hard to hog all the spotlight in this competition. Is summoning Leo's fatal weakness? At that, the audience turned their eyes to Leo, anxious to see his next move. After all, Leo had started way behind the others. Cutting to Leo, he immediately spotted something on the griffin's wing. A thorn buried deep, dark red blood oozing out. Looks like a magic trap meant to block the path. Not the only dirty trick, he thought, rage simmering inside. As a hero candidate, stooping to these petty pranks is just embarrassing. He reached for the griffin's reins, but the beast snapped back hard, screeching like the world's ending, wild eyes full of panic. Leo's trying to tame this griffin right now. Van Bates hyped up the commentary. "My advice, don't even try riding a griffin when it's on guard like that." Meanwhile, in the stands, Celia, the swordswoman, muttered with worried eyes, "Oh no." "Why is Leo pushing himself so hard? He must have a reason," Rai, her brother, added thoughtfully. "Let's see what he's got." Back to Leo, the griffin's resistance was giving him a hard time. He channeled power into his grip muscles, flexing, and yanked the reins with insane force. "I know how you feel. But right now you listen to me." Leo roared, eyes cold and sharp as a blade. The griffin felt that overwhelming pressure and trembled, knowing if it kept acting up, it was done for. Just like that, it bowed its head in total submission. Seeing the beast calm down, Leo hopped on its back agile as a stray cat and officially launched. Van Bates screamed, "Oh, Leo's griffin has joined the race. Talk about a rough start, risks everywhere. Looks like last place is inevitable." Ignoring the commentary, Leo checked the wound on the griffin's wing, voice gentle and reassuring. "It probably hurts like hell, but you took it well. You're brave." He took a deep breath, voice deep and commanding. "In the name of the contractor, I order you appear before me." With those words, a fire blazed up next to Leo, bright as the sun. From the flames, the little phoenix Fiora appeared, wings shimmering with fire. Instantly, she cloaked the griffin in brilliant phoenix fire, making the beast roar. As if surged with wild power, watching from the side, Celia saw the whole thing. Stunned. What is that fire? Rai didn't answer, eyes glued to the screen. Is that Dinger's fire? No, that's not it. This isn't Aura's fire, so what the hell is it? Back to Senlu's team. A girl spoke up, worried. Their injuries are bad. We can't hit max speed like this. Someone else stayed calm, but at least we won't be dead last. Chill out. Barely finishing the sentence, they saw a blur shoot past them like a hurricane. It was none other than Leo. Boosted by the phoenix flames, his griffin flew like a living missile, tearing through the air. Now let's kick it up a notch. Leo grinned, eyes gleaming as he spotted the rivals ahead. But right then, a roar echoed from the front, shaking the heavens and earth. A massive dragon appeared, wings blocking out the light. Seeing the majestic form, Leo recognized it instantly. That's Fafnir now. To explain why Fafnir just showed up, we gotta rewind a few minutes back when the arena was boiling like a furnace. Big guy Warren came charging in like a storm, and Eliza, eyes cold as ice, steered her mount straight into an attack, voice full of grit. This is where you end, Warren. I'm not giving up first place. Warren didn't say a word. He just snapped his fingers. A gentle move, but hiding terrifying power. A tiny spark flashed next to Eliza, then boom, a violent explosion out of nowhere, like a sucker punch from the dark. Luckily, Eliza's riding skills were cracked. She handled that beast like an aerial artist. She kept the griffin steady, drifting through the explosion and barely escaping. But that ambush put her on high alert, eyes sharp with caution. A crit using fire and wind spirits. This isn't just about spirit control. She thought, heart-pounding. Never heard Warren was taking magic classes. But no matter how strong the attack, it's useless if it doesn't hit. Thinking fast, she zigzagged her mount agile as lightning, dodging every explosion Warren threw, leaving thunderous blasts in her wake. Seeing this, Warren's face stayed ice cold. Realizing his blasts weren't working, he smirked, eyes flashing dangerously. Let's see you dodge this. He swung his hand, and ice magic exploded, conjuring sharp ice spikes hovering in the air, glittering like silver blades. Then he mixed in wind magic, turning the ice into a deadly rain, launching it at Eliza with terrifying speed. The attack was massive, a literal blizzard shaking the sky. Talented or not, Eliza couldn't dodge in time. But she didn't panic. With a mysterious gesture, she commanded her griffin to open its maw, and it spewed a scorching pillar of fire, bright as lava, blasting straight into the incoming ice. Ice spikes shattered and melted right in midair, turning into a blinding mist. This insane scene had Van Bates, the host, losing his mind with excitement as he screamed, "What a battle, absolutely insane." Warren dropped 3 spirits for that attack, but Eliza clapped back by buffing her summon. And right at that moment, Chelsea exploited that opening to snatch the lead. Hey, thanks for that. The black-haired girl beamed, her voice cool as a silver bell. But Eliza wasn't letting her slide that easily. With eyes burning like fire, she yelled, "Like hell, I'm letting that happen." Chelsea. As she spoke, she threw out 2 energy whips shimmering like starlight, wrapping tight around Chelsea's neck and yanking her back with brute force. At the same time, a small spark of fire appeared right in front of Chelsea, flashing dangerously. Chelsea, with her sharp instincts, immediately knew she was cooked if she stayed. She jumped off her mount fast as the wind, and sure enough, boom, a massive explosion ripped through the air where the spark had been, shaking the whole area. Chelsea didn't even flinch. She grabbed the energy whips with both hands and tore them apart, snapping them like cheap fabric. She landed gracefully back onto her griffin, her eyes sparkling with confidence. That combo from Warren and Eliza, they're actually cracked, she muttered, sweat beading on her forehead, but her smile remained bright. Suddenly, a screeching roar tore through the sky, grabbing every contestant's attention. Following their gaze, they saw Senlu looking absolutely unhinged, who had summoned a massive black dragon out of nowhere. Its wings blocked out the light, its breath reeking of destruction. He glared at everyone, eyes blood red, and screamed, "I'm gonna kill every last one of you. You scumbags." Chelsea rushed forward, yelling a warning. Senlu riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules. But her advice was useless. Senlu had gone completely mental, his sanity swallowed whole. "Shut your mouth. I don't give a damn about the rules. You people who only rely on talent, I'm gonna slaughter all of you." He commanded the black dragon to block the path. Its massive body was like a mountain, making it impossible for the group to move forward. Warren frowned and spoke up. Did he actually form a contract with a black dragon? Eliza observed it and shook her head, her voice cold. That's no black dragon. It looks more like some kind of mutant. At the same time, Leo's griffin shot forward like an arrow. His arrival shocked Senlu, causing his voice to crack. "Leo, how did you catch up to me cutting him off?" Leo looked straight at Senlu. His gaze was cold as a blade. Hey, where did you get that lizard from? Senlu didn't realize the gravity in Leo's tone and bragged arrogantly, Ha ha, jealous. This is my power. I registered the contract with my own summoning magic. You look pretty jealous of my summoned beast, don't you? Hearing that Leo knew this guy was beyond saving, he smirked, his voice mocking. You mistake that thing for a summoned beast? That's hilarious. That is a mutant monster. One of the elite monsters from the Tartaros army we wiped out during the Great Cataclysm era. Where the hell did he get that beast? Leo wondered, filled with suspicion, as his eyes flashed with caution. Before he could think further, Senliu screamed like a maniac attack. Kill them! The black dragon obeyed its master, opening its maw to fire a beam of destruction bright as the sun. Aiming straight at the young group, Leo's squad hurriedly steered their mounts to the side, dodging by a hair's breadth. But Chelsea, bringing up the rear, couldn't react in time. Knowing it was too late to dodge, she used magic to create a shimmering energy shield. But it was too fragile against the black dragon's terrifying power. The shield shattered in less than a second, and Chelsea and her griffin were blasted toward the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Luckily, Leo reacted with godlike speed, swooping in to gently catch Chelsea before she hit the ground. Checking her quickly, he frowned. She lost consciousness from the fall. First, we need to get Chelsea to safety. Thinking fast, Leo turned and shouted to Warren and Eliza, Everyone, land on the ground. Now, both nodded, their eyes determined. The group quickly found a spot to land while Senliu, completely oblivious to the consequences of his actions, kept grinning like a fool, his voice arrogant. So this is what it feels like to look down on everyone. Not too bad, huh? He steered the black dragon down, looking to chase Leo's group. The whole scene was broadcast back to the arena, making the audience go wild. Van Bates sounded hyped. Whoa. The contestants have veered off course and gone outside the broadcast range. Too much is happening at once. Senliu summoned a black dragon and attacked the other leaders. But before he could finish, Professor Yura rushed in, giving the commentator a solid kick and yelling, Hey, you idiot! You think this is the time for commentary? She snatched the mic, her voice serious and loud. Summoning department assistants deploy flying summons to that location immediately. Immediately, the match was paused. At the same time, Professors Seijin and Li Weilin, sensing something was off, he rushed into the room and asked immediately, What's wrong? Yura replied with a grave look. Looks like Selyu signed a contract with a high-level demon beast instead of a regular summon. He won't be able to handle the backlash much longer. Her words made Sephian suspicious. Is Selyu really controlling that high-level demon beast by himself? At the same time, Professor Sephian, usually so lazy, appeared at the door. Voice deep. Is there someone else controlling it? Yura nodded. I'm not sure, but it's very likely. Acting as the head professor, Sephian quickly gave orders. All right, Yura. Take the summoning department assistants to intercept Selyu. If needed, suppress him and destroy the demon beast. The rest of the faculty will spread out to protect the students. Sephian, you come with me. Sephian nodded, his eyes sharp and cold as if he had already guessed their next destination. Back at Leo's location, the group had just landed safely, but Selyu was hot on their heels. Warren warned tensely, It's coming. Immediately, the black dragon's massive figure crashed down in front of them like a living mountain. Its breath reeked of death. On its back, Selyu said coldly, If you were going to run, you should have hidden better. Right. All huddled up in this open space. Leo shook his head slightly. Voice calm but sharp, I wasn't hiding. Besides, that creature you're riding isn't a summon, and it sure isn't a black dragon. The confident words made Selyu scoff, his tone arrogant. Ha ha, coming from the summoning department, if I say it's a black dragon, then it's a black dragon. Why are you acting like you know better than me? Before he could finish, Leo shocked everyone with his next words. Voice deep like thunder, that is a demon beast. I stayed behind to kill that disgusting monster. As he spoke, he slowly walked forward. His eyes flashed with indomitable spirit. For a moment, Leo seemed to return to the battlefield of the past, where blood and fire once dyed the sky red. As for Selyu, maybe he was possessed or losing control. But hearing Leo declare his mount a demon beast, he burst out laughing, a laugh that sounded manic, like a madman in a frenzy. Even Eliza, standing behind, shook her head, looking done with him. Oh God, he's actually lost it. Just as Eliza said, Selyu's eyes were bloodshot, glowing red like hellfire. Madness was written all over him, as if his soul had been swallowed. He screamed, voice raspy, What did you say? Do I look like I take orders from you? Die on his command. The black dragon with burning eyes opened its maw and unleashed a pillar of red fire. Terrifying heat like lava rushed forward with insane speed, tearing through the air. But Warren the big guy reacted instantly. He slammed both hands on the ground, magic exploding, summoning a giant stone golem tall as a mountain blocking the pillar of fire. He roared, voice booming. He's clearly lost his mind. Getting rid of a disgusting thing like that, I'm with you, Leo. On the other side, Celyu saw his attack blocked by Warren's golem. He gritted his teeth, face dripping with sweat, stressed to the max. Meanwhile, Eliza, the arrogant white-haired girl not wanting to be outdone, stepped forward and scoffed, "You guys trying to act cool all by yourselves, count me in. But first we gotta drag that idiot out of the enemy's hands." Warren's eyes sharpened as he warned, "My golem's about to crumble, get ready." Eliza pouted and complained, "You really can't do anything right, can you?" Warren and Leo heard their banter and smiled slightly, recalling the fond arguments with teammates from the old days. Back to the fight. Just as Warren predicted, the stone golem's hands started cracking countless fissures, spreading under the black dragon's terrifying firepower. Seeing this, Celyu's confidence returned. He laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. "Ha ha, just as I expected, my summon is cracked. Where are you hiding now, you little rats?" As soon as he finished, the golem shattered into countless pieces, dust flying everywhere. Celyu's eyes darted around, cunningly looking for his next prey. But Eliza didn't give him the chance. She took the initiative, holding a glittering energy whip, lashing straight at Celyu. A powerful strike the wind, whistling as it tore through space, sharp as a blade. Lucky for Celyu, he dodged by a hair like his ancestors were watching over him. But Eliza's move made him scream in rage. "How dare you attack me, you witch!" He ordered the black dragon to gather firepower, preparing to breathe fire again. But Warren, sharp as ever, didn't let that happen. He snapped his fingers, summoning a flame right above the dragon's head, causing an instant explosion, shaking the air. "Now," Warren muttered. Leo seized the moment, channeling power into his legs, launching like an arrow, straight at Celyu. The trio's coordinated attack gave Celyu no time to react. In the blink of an eye, Leo appeared in front of him, eyes cold as ice. Showing no mercy, he delivered a massive kick right to Celyu's face. But right after, Celyu's body started trembling uncontrollably, twisting strangely like he was possessed. He stared at Leo, eyes looking totally psychotic, voice sounding completely alien, like not even him anymore, trying to drag the kid away from the enemy. Not bad. But that's as far as you go, you little brats. It was obvious right now, Celyu was being puppeted by something else entirely. Down on the ground, Eliza watched the black dragon shoot into the sky with Leo, and Celyu, totally stunned, her voice shaking with worry. "Wait, why is he going alone?" Leo scene cuts to the black dragon's back. Celyu, or whoever was controlling him, smirked, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Scared yet young hero candidate." But Leo didn't even flinch. His eyes were ice cold, using the moment to investigate. "You're the beast mage Tataros, right? Where's your main body? It can't be far from here." That comment made Celyu's eyes widen for a split second, but he hit it fast. "You actually figured out my real identity." Interesting. Actually, that's super interesting. Staying calm in a situation like this, you've seriously got perfect hero material, which means you have to die right here. His voice went cold and he swung his arm, slamming a massive wave of energy straight at Leo. Caught off guard, he couldn't block in time. He got blasted off the black dragon's back, free-falling from hundreds of meters up. If that was a normal person, splat, gone. But Leo, the main character, always finds a way to clutch it up. Fiora. "Time for you to shine." Leo grinned, calling out to the little phoenix, struggling to flap its wings and stay afloat. "I'm an all-rounder, but I haven't peaked in any specific class yet. For Aura, Irin, and Bueno are way ahead of me. For magic, there's Luna. Summoning has Lena's. The path I chose, fusing aura and magic from the palm of Leo's hand. Countless streaks of golden energy shot out, aiming straight for Fiora to buff her up. Surrounded by blazing fire, Fiora's body started growing, transforming into a gigantic phoenix wings shining like the sun. She caught Leo with talons as steady as a mountain. "Now you look more like a real phoenix, huh?" Leo smiled, eyes sparkling. Not far away, the black dragon sensed that phoenix aura and roared in fury, reacting to the opposing energy. The mage Tataros on its back immediately raised his guard. He demanded, "Phoenix contractor, who are you really? If you tell me where you grabbed Vanya, I'll give you an answer," Leo replied softly, but his words only made the mage's killing intent way heavier. "You even know about the monsters from the era of disaster. I can't let you live." He yanked the reins hard, controlling the black dragon to charge energy in its maw. Leo didn't back down one bit, gathering fire at the tip of his sword, ready to clap back. "Fiora," he shouted, unleashing Zinger's secret sword art Phoenix Breath, secret skill flashpoint. In the same instant, both sides unleashed their skills. Two terrifying energy sources collided, causing a deafening explosion that shook the sky. It was a battle of endurance, but Leo was slowly losing ground. Sweat poured down, energy draining fast. Mage Tartaros gloated, "It's over," but suddenly he screamed in panic. "Who's there?" The black dragon's attack stuttered. Leo deduced immediately. His main body's being attacked. His spirit power is dropping. Gotta take this chance. Leo roared, dumping all his energy to create a massive pillar of fire that drilled straight into the black dragon. It shot out countless golden rays and then exploded like a bomb. Brilliant light lit up the sky. No idea if Cello on its back was dead or alive. "Good job, Fiora. Let's head back now." Leo smiled, voice relieved. But things didn't go as planned. Suddenly, Fiora reverted to her tiny hatchling form, leaving Leo dumbfounded. Master and pet free fell downwards, wind screaming in their ears. Meanwhile, Mage Tartaros was focusing on controlling Chelu, when suddenly, a pillar of light slammed down from the sky. The crushing pressure made him groan. "Who are you people?" The one attacking was Professor Sergen, who just arrived. "This is for you, Harris," the lazy teacher said with a cold voice. The mage recognized them and sneered, "Hey, so it's the two pillars of Lumen." But before he could finish, Harris clenched his fist, cranking up the pressure from the light pillar until the mage's bones creaked like they were about to snap. Suddenly, a dark spatial gate opened on the ground. From behind the mage, a cloud of smoke full of fangs and red eyes rose up. "Too bad, but let's take a rain check." The fanged monster crushed the body the mage was controlling, then dived into the spatial gate to escape. Sergen stopped his magic. Shaking his head in regret, he got away. "Looks like they're starting to get active again." Harris nodded, voice deep. "True. Lumen isn't safe anymore." Back to Leo. He was still free falling at terrifying speed. A drop like this, even Leo might not survive. He told Fiora, voice gentle, "Fiora, go back to the summoned beast world." With her tiny wings, Fiora clung to Leo, eyes full of reluctance. But before he could get emotional, Leo's body suddenly stopped midair. His shirt was clamped tight by a giant mouth. Professor Ura's voice rang out coolly. "Haha, you okay, Leo? Thank God we didn't show up too late." Time flew by like the wind. Scene shifts to a nameless cave where the air was heavy and gloomy like the underworld. The mage Tartaros' face, hidden in shadow, was absorbing streams of glowing red energy flowing from the wounds of growling monsters. Facing forward, his breath was cold eyes flashing with cruelty. Suddenly, a stranger in a mysterious black cloak spoke up with a mocking tone. "This isn't easy at all. Can't believe I got blocked by some guy who's just a hero candidate." The teasing remark made Tartaros frown quickly, explaining in a raspy voice, "That is no ordinary hero candidate. He signed a contract with a phoenix and even saw through Fafnir's true nature." This surprised the cloaked figure. Eyes under the hood sparkled with excitement. He licked his lips, voice full of interest. "Oh, doesn't that make things way more interesting?" Then expected time skips forward back to Leo. He walks slowly through the academy's empty hallway. Dim torchlight hits his thoughtful face. As he walked, Leo pondered the past events. The summoning department's midterm practical exam was scrapped. Telliu is dead. This event made the freshman painfully aware of the dungeon's danger. He sighed, eyes looking a bit sad. Everyone is curious about Fafnir's true nature, the thing Telliu made a contract with, but the four of us under Professor Ura's command kept silent when we realized it was a subspecies of the black dragon. Scene shifts to the magic department. Today is the practical exam. The vibe is lively but tense. The classroom door bursts open, drawing all eyes. Chloe walks in, eyes looking tired, dark circles clearly visible. Like she stayed up for nights. This made her classmates worried. "Chloe, did you pull an all-nighter?" "You look wrecked," someone spoke up, voice full of concern. But Chloe didn't care, quietly walking to her seat, face cold as ice. Leo stood aside, watching Chloe, heart heavy but saying nothing. Professor Lee Whalen waited for students to gather, speaking strictly, "Good, everyone is here, pay attention. Today, I trust you have prepared your original spells reflecting your own personality. It would be a pity if only I witnessed these amazing magics, so I invited 3 special guests to join us." The whole class buzzed. Eyes curious, Lee Wallen continued, "They are alumni of the Lumen Magic Department, graduated 3 years ago. Also your seniors. Today, they will be the judges evaluating the exam." Following the intro, 3 figures walked in. First is a black-haired girl with glasses, sharp aura, Rilda Fanny. Next is the green-haired guy, serious face, giving off a cold vibe at El Slack. Finally, the pale blonde girl, cute as sunshine, Shin Yuzu. All 3 said in unison, "Nice to meet you, juniors." In the corner, the cheeky merchant guy whispered to Leo, "Why do I have a feeling they'll grade easily? My gut tells me so." Leo looked thoughtful, mumbling, "Let's see. Will they really grade easily? Hard to tell." The short exchange ended. when Professor Lee Whalen looked at the list, shouting, "Eliana, step up." Hearing her name, Eliana immediately ran to the podium. Eyes burning with passion, she stood tall, voice loud. "Seniors, I am Eliana, first year. It's an honor to meet everyone." Her confidence made the class wide-eyed, but Eliana didn't mind. She started her part. Her palm glowed, a beam of light shot up, exploding like brilliant fireworks, lighting up the room. She explained, voice excited, "My main element is light. If I combine the magic formula with fire attribute, I can create powerful thermal magic." From Eliana's palm, a small flame appeared, blending with the light, forming a fierce fire swirling around her, radiating strong energy. But Shin Yuzu on the opposite side exclaimed innocently, "But doesn't that look like the existing laser magic?" The unintentional remark made Eliana's face stiffen, smile frozen. The three seniors quickly took notes, handing the evaluation to Professor Lee Whalen. The result wasn't looking good. 2 C- and 1 C. Lee Whalen wasn't surprised, saying coldly, "Next person." The students behind trembled, whispering, "They grade that hard, I'm going to drop out." Some time passed, most students got C- or C. The classroom atmosphere was heavy. Only when K presented did the result improve B+. Chelsea, with an excellent performance, got an A. Both excitedly celebrated high-fiving, but the seniors still weren't satisfied, whispering, "Not bad, but still missing something." Professor Lee Whalen said, "Scholarship students this year are not average, but haven't seen anything special yet. Let's see the rest." Adele looked at the list, exhaling, "Aha, this group seems pretty average." Lee Whalen's voice rang out. Avon stepped forward. Avon, with his handsome face, walked up, making the girls in class go crazy. "Oh my God. He's so cool, just looking at his face, I know it's an A." They swooned. Ignoring them, Avon wrote the magic formula on the board, voice deep. "The high-level magic I'm presenting is called Tempest. Its danger level, when complete, is top tier. Scene shifts outdoors for safety." Avon performed the magic in an area protected by a barrier set up by mages. Under watchful eyes, Avon used his mana, body floating in the air. Green light surrounded him. He screamed, and from high above, a violent tornado nosedived down, smashing into the barrier with a massive boom that shook the earth. A curious deer nearby got swept away. Evan panicked, quickly recalled his magic, and rushed to catch the deer, putting on a smile. "Ha ha, you good little guy." Then he kept going with his intro. "This is magic that optimizes the power of wind. It looks simple, but actually, it's an insanely difficult formula-type magic." The three seniors were impressed by the performance, and unanimously gave Evan an A+. Chelsea arrogantly cheered for her brother. "That's my big bro right there." Professor Lee Whalen's eyes sparkled as he shouted, "Next up, Leo." Leo stepped forward, eyes determined, and declared in a deep, resonant voice, "The signature magic I'm presenting is a non-attribute magic formula system." The whole class went buzzing. Curious eyes locked onto him, waiting for a show from the hero candidate. Hearing Leo's declaration, the seniors couldn't help but gasp in shock, shouting, "Say what?" Shins pressed him with a curious look. "I've never heard of that concept before. Explain it." Leo didn't rush to answer, but smiled slightly, and asked a question back in a calm tone. "Everyone knows that basic spells all have a foundational attribute." "Right," Shins replied confidently. "Right away. Obviously, that's a necessary condition for any spell." Leo nodded, a mysterious smile blooming on his lips. "My high-ranking magic system will streamline the entire chanting process." His words hit like a thunderbolt. Even a fool understood what Leo was implying, but that just made it even harder to believe. Whispers erupted across the class, skeptical glares piling on him. Adele Slack, the guy with green hair, shook his head sarcastically. "Is the kid delusional?" Shintz asked again. "To be sure, eyes sharp. You mean you're going to create an entirely new chanting system?" Leo nodded in confirmation. "That's right." No one noticed Professor Lee Whalen standing in the corner, staring at Leo with a face flushed with excitement, eyes sparkling like he'd found a treasure. He muttered urgently, "This kid is definitely going to become a great mage." Meanwhile, Eden still shook his head in skeptical mockery. "How disappointing, Leo. We're not here to listen to fantasies." Before Eden could finish, Professor Lee Whalen couldn't hold back and cut in excitedly. "I want to see it. Write that spell down." Rilda Fethny, the sharp-witted girl, also urged him. "That's right, let us see it." Leo didn't hesitate. He grabbed a piece of chalk and started writing on the board, his strokes strong and confident. As he wrote, Rilda spoke up in a low voice. "Kid, there's only been one mage in history who used a chanting system? Completely different for high-level magic." Leo paused for a beat and replied, "Correct, that was the star poet Luna." Seeing Leo knew that, but still stayed confident, Rilda got slightly annoyed. "Do you plan to stand on the same level as her? Do you seriously believe you can match the star poet?" Leo smiled, his voice gentle but firm. "Of course not. I can't compare to Luna." Shin snorted coldly and corrected with great mage Luna. Kids these days are so rude. The words reminded Leo of his close friend who was now a legend. He replied in a deep voice, "Yes, great mage, Luna is a legendary mage, but you don't need to be a genius like her to create a chanting system," saying that Leo finished the formula on the board and turned back to look at everyone. The group of seniors stared at the formula, eyes wide in shock like they were witnessing a miracle. Eden muttered with a trembling voice, "The kid isn't making it up. Based on this structure, he can use any spell without being limited by attributes." Rilda's eyes lit up as she added, "I can't believe it." Chelsea whispered blankly, "I can't even understand its structure." Decca, the merchant guy, chuckled. "I gave up on that ages ago." In another corner, Chloe looked at the formula, her face shifting slightly, eyes flashing with complexity. The seniors dropped their dismissive look and got serious. Eden asked in a deep voice, "Leo, what is your reason for creating this system?" Leo answered bluntly, "To freely use any type of magic that exists." The answer made Eden interested, thinking to himself, "This kid is straight up crazy. Now I get why this year's students are special." He asked further, "So, what do you call it?" Leo focused his mana, a sphere of white light flashing in his palm, and muttered, "Beeble." Shins flinched, remembering something. Voice trembling, "Beeble. There's only one person in history who used that name. The magic system of the fictional character Kai." She thought maybe Leo would prove that Kai actually exists. Shins quickly graded him and handed the paper to Professor Lee Wallen. Unsurprisingly, Leo got an A+. After the presentation, he stepped down, thinking as he walked, "I didn't complete this system when I was Kai, but this time's different." He glanced at Chloe, worried to see her looking pale and lifeless. "You good?" Leo asked with concern. But Chloe seemed not to hear, silently walking up, as Professor Lee Wallen called out final candidate Chloe Miller. The seniors had high hopes for Chloe, the top student of the magic class. Rilda asked curiously, "I heard you're the most excellent student. What are you presenting today?" Chloe replied with determined eyes, "My high-level spell is the Undying Flame." She summoned a blazing red flame in her hand, burning furiously and radiating a powerful aura. Chelsea whispered in confusion, "The Undying Flame." But Chloe's a main ice user, so why pick the opposite attribute? The seniors watching frowned, not seeing anything special yet. Eden thought it looked basic, figuring she'd be on Leo or Evan's level. He got ready to score her, muttering under his breath, "If that's it, this is a snooze fest." Chloe cut him off, voice ice cold. "Starting now, I'm going to show you guys my real worth." She cast a spell, conjuring a massive water orb floating above her head, then dumped the whole thing right on herself. Miraculously, the flame in her hand didn't even flicker. Chelsea and Leo flinched. Chelsea gasped. It didn't go out. Did she add an eternal effect to her magic? Chloe nodded. "That's right. Unless I decide to end it, this fire's never going out." She clenched her fist to snuff out the flame eyes locked in with determination. Eden was shook, thinking all magic needs mana to keep going, but Chloe just broke the rules. How is that even possible? The more he thought, the more confused he got. He just watched Chloe happily give her presentation. "My high-tier magic is Eternal Flame." All three seniors agreed to give her an A+, but Leo looked at Chloe, a bad feeling rising in his gut. Creating an undying flame was something even Luna failed at. Only one entity ever pulled it off Obians. He flashed back to when he went to find Chloe, to ask her about it. He told Celia tell Chloe to come out. Celia shook her head. "She's asleep." She didn't sleep a wink while studying, so she crashed early today. Leo sighed and turned away. "Too bad I'm heading out then." Celia felt something was off. She asked, "Chloe's been acting weird lately, right? She's been super sensitive, getting into fights with people in class. I heard rumors she's hanging out with the delinquents in the magic department, but Chloe's not that type of girl." Suddenly a flame burst to life right next to Leo. The little phoenix Fiora flew out. Leo teased, "What's good?" A familiar voice rang out. "Did you call for me?" It was Fiorina Fiora's mom. Leo smiled, eyes glinting. "You really entrusted that brat to me." Fiorina asked, with a sharp, cold look, "Leo Fine, why are you calling me through Fiorara?" Leo gently set the little phoenix down. Voice dropping low, he asked, "I want to know why you're still at Lumen." Fiorina, he thought to himself, shifter species like phoenixes and magic beasts are natural enemies. There has to be a reason she's staying here. Hearing the question, Fiorina's expression turned icy, like she was drowning in a painful memory. She lowered her voice. 5 years ago, Lumen was attacked. 2 students and 3 staff members were killed. The mastermind was never found. Principal Callison asked me to investigate, and I've been tracking their trail ever since. Leo nodded and asked, "Do you know about a magic beast summoner showing up in the summoning department's exam?" Fiorina nodded slightly. I heard a student lost their life. Leo pressed. You think Tartaros is behind this? Fiorina stayed silent, eyes deep. Right now, I only have suspicions. I can't say more than that. Seeing that Leo didn't push further, instead asking, then please pass this message to Principal Callison. Leo might not be the only student Tartaros has approached. The info stunned Fiorina, her eyes flashing with alert. Time flew by. Today was the joint practical exam between the Hero Support and Combat Research departments. Professor Harris leaned back lazily in his chair, barking out Class 5 assemble. Once everyone was there, he said, Class Rep, explain the exam. Leo stepped up, voice clear. The joint exam requires teams to coordinate and conquer a hero world. This time, it's the Chimera incident. Hearing that, the whole class flinched, eyes wide with panic. Only Eliana asked with innocent curiosity, What's the Chimera incident? Nella looked at her like she was an alien OMG. Eliana, you seriously don't know? This was literally on the written test. Before she could say more, Harris snapped. Silence, Class Rep. Continue. Leo read from the paper. 30 years ago, 5 freshmen from Lumen were on a mission in the dead forest in the central region. They were ambushed by Tartaros. Professor Anby, who was a second year back then, joined the rescue team that was nearly wiped out. Our goal is to rescue the injured and eliminate the magic beasts. We'll be supporting Professor Anby. Harris's face went serious. This exam isn't your standard checkup. It's to heighten your combat awareness and focus. Anyone without potential gets expelled immediately. The class looked worried, faces darkening. Harris laughed to break the tension. Believe in yourselves, you guys have grown up. The students got emotional. Eliana even wanted to ask for Harris's autograph, but he waved her off. Shut your mouth. Professor Aitchen's voice rang out, announcing the team lists starting with Class 1. Chelsea was surprised. Wait, we're not teaming up within our own class. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I have to take the exam with strangers. Students took turns drawing lots from a big box. Leo drew ball number 11, the last group. After the sorting, Anby announced the grouping was complete. Group 1 stepped onto the summoning matrix. Chelsea and Celia moved up. Seeing Celia, Chelsea felt relieved to be on the same team as the Stinger family princess. Celia smiled. Let's show them the power of the Rodran Empire. Anby activated his ability. The magic circle glowed blindingly bright. The screen announced Open Hero Log Anby's World. Origin Chapter. The Chimera Incident. Chelsea and Celia were teleported in. The professors watched via the simulation screen. Sergen was hype. They're moving at insane speeds. With Celia, this squad is definitely taking the top spot. Harris sighed. I think Chelsea is popping off more. Sergen got annoyed, but a voice cut in, startling them both. First group finished that fast. As expected of the cracked first years, it was Principal Kaylee. Sergen and Harris spoke in unison. Principal. They gave up the center seat. Sergen asked, What brings you here, sir? Callie smiled. Just dropped by to see how the first years are leveling up. He paused, turning to Anby. Professor Anby. I apologize for bringing up painful memories every year. Anby replied coldly. I swore never to forget that event. To me, it's a debt I need to remember. Everyone turned back to watch the exam on the screen. Celia and Chelsea just wrecked an orc. An announcement rang out, Group 1 quest complete. The audience clapped. Kaylee commented, Even though the Stinger family and Chelsea have beef, they're both talented assets to the Empire. Group 3 with Avad and Dylan cleared it easily. Kaylee's eyes lit up. The 2 strongest members are carrying, while the rest support from the back. Risky, but I like it. Group 4. Nella and Chelsea cleared the challenge without a scratch. Callie praised Nella's healing ability as extraordinary, and Chelsea's movement is built different. Group 7 with Warren, Eliza, and Eliana was also peak. Callie thought about Leo Block with satisfaction. That kid makes me nostalgic, like looking at my younger self. Anby read out. Group 11 step up. Leo and Chloe walked forward. Anby asked ready. Both nodded firmly. Anby activated the magic circle, but suddenly black smoke rose up carrying a demonic aura. Leo sharply thought something's off. Not just him, the other students also sensed the violent magical fluctuation. What is happening? Someone screamed. After Leo and Chloe were teleported, the magic circle returned to normal like nothing happened. Students were stunned. Everything looked the same. Where are Leo and Chloe? Sergen shot up and asked, What's going on? Kaylee asked Anby seriously. Professor Anby, what is happening? Anby tensely opened a book to show everyone an image of a skull with roots growing on it. He said, Principal, we must stop the exam immediately. Kaylee's face darkened, asking with difficulty, Don't tell me it's Anby. Nodded, his voice heavy. That's right. This is a hero rank dungeon. Back to Leo and that girl Chloe after they had entered inside this dungeon. They received a bright red notification screen. but it didn't give a specific objective they needed to complete. This made the MC's suspicion grow even stronger. Usually a warning with a quest would appear. He whispered something. Meanwhile, the mage Chloe also hurriedly cried out, "Wait a minute, is this a hero rank dungeon? How is that possible?" This isn't a lost page. I've never heard of any page in the Hero Chronicles Losing Control. Over here, Leo immediately started contacting the teachers outside. "Professor, I don't see the other team members anywhere. What should we do?" His words were sent, but no reply came back. After a few seconds, Leo shook his head slightly. No one's answering. Hearing this, Chloe started spiraling. She bit her nails and said, "No way. I'm sure they'll finish the exam and get us out of here soon." Unlike her naive thinking, Leo shook his head and gave her a reality check. If they could, they would have paused the exam already, because a hero rank dungeon formed. "Looks like the two of us have to raid this dungeon ourselves." Hearing that, Chloe freaked out and hurriedly refused. "Are you kidding me? Clearing this dungeon with a full squad of 10 is already hard enough. Don't you remember how many people died here 30 years ago?" Leo replied, "If we want to get out of this dungeon, there's no other way, Chloe. For Chloe." Naturally, she understood this too. But thinking about facing the enemies ahead, she felt utter despair. Tartaros caused the Chimera incident before. From the start, it went to destroy the hero cadets. Like us, right in the cradle, this whole forest is a trap. The more she thought, the more panicked her mental state became. She fell to her knees and buried her face in her hands. Sweat poured down. Then Leo sat down in front of her and spoke to comfort Chloe. "You're the strongest first-year student, right? We can easily clear this challenge if we work together." As he spoke, he reached out his hand with a face full of confidence. This made Chloe curious. She bit her lip and thought, "How can he be so calm? I thought I could finally catch up to him." Thinking this, a bit of fighting spirit rose in the mage's heart. She didn't want to look weak in front of Leo, so she stood up and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Explaining this, Leo frankly shared his thoughts. "To survive the Chimera incident, we need to meet two conditions. First, we have to rescue the first years, and second, ensure the safety of the first years. To meet those two conditions first, we need to find reinforcements," Leo said while using his finger to draw a diagram on the ground. Looking at this, Chloe just shrugged. "But how are we going to do that? Outsiders can't exactly just waltz into this dungeon, you know." In response, Leo flashed a smile, pointed at a circle, and spoke calmly. "Don't forget, we aren't the only Lumen cadets inside this forest." Hearing that, Chloe instantly caught on and nodded. "The ones who got killed earlier, right? They've got to still be alive." She stopped for a second. Watching Leo turn his back to her, she asked, "What are you planning?" Leo replied, "Hop on. Hurry up." Over here, the mage's face turned beet red. Flustered, she stammered, why?" Hearing that, Leo glanced back and explained, "We can't let that student run into Tartaros before we get there. Plus, you're a mage, so you're way too slow. Come on." At Leo's blunt explanation, Chloe's face scrunched up in annoyance. Still, she reluctantly climbed onto the main character's back. At the same time, somewhere else, a demon with two horns on his head was observing the Lumen cadets through the screens in front of him. This guy was a Tartaros demon named Chuban. He muttered softly, "It has begun," as he said that. He looked a bit surprised watching the screen where Leo was carrying Chloe and sprinting like the wind. He immediately figured out who they were. They must be the rescue team. However, seeing there were only two of them, Chuban didn't pay them much mind. "Rescue team, forget them. Our target is the hero cadets. Only they will become threats in the future. The rest don't matter." That was what he thought, but just 1 second later, his expression completely shifted when he saw Leo use his skill to wipe out all the monsters blocking the way. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Chuban's body as he remembered something. He roared all attribute back at Leo's location. He had no idea he was being watched by the demon Chuban. He was looking left and right, thinking, "The closer we get to the center, the darker it gets. Should I borrow Ireland's skill? I'll refine and control my aura to push my senses to the absolute limit." Super sense. With that thought in mind, Leo started concentrating the aura in his body and channeling it into his eyes, making the surroundings clearer than ever. Then he spotted something and warned Chloe, "Get ready, there's a pack of orcs ahead." Leo's words took the mage Chloe by surprise, since she hadn't sensed a thing. Still, she nodded quickly. "Huh, all right." And right after that, just like Leo said, they ran for a few dozen seconds before running into a group of orcs, right in front of them. Seeing that Leo shouted a signal and Chloe caught it immediately, Chloe reacted fast. She started gathering mana into her staff and swung it hard, forward, creating sharp ice shards that flew at the monsters with wind-breaking speed, and instantly turning them into hedgehogs. The result, the moment those orcs saw the duo, they were already being sent. straight to hell to meet the Grim Reaper. However, amongst the pile of monsters, one survivor wasn't dead yet. On death's door, it struggled to raise a horn to its mouth, aiming to blow it and alert its allies. This made Chloe panic. No, if it blows that horn, the whole orc army will swarm us. She wasn't the only one thinking that. Leo was on the same page. To stop that from happening, Leo swung his sword at lightning speed, instantly slicing the green-skinned monster in two. The horn in its hand shattered right along with it. Leo's unexpectedly fast reaction left Chloe staring in a daze. She thought to herself, how is the gap in our power this massive? Will I never be able to beat Leo? Putting that aside, not long after, the two of them arrived at the Lumen Cadets' location. Right now, the group was surrounded by a few demons. A sinister aura radiated from them, leaving Chloe a bit stunned. Are those demons? She muttered. But Leo didn't have time to answer. He rushed in immediately. Support me. Now hearing that, Chloe snapped back to reality. She used her magic to create a magic circle right under Leo's feet, and Leo used it as a launch pad. He put power into his legs, kicked off the magic circle with full force, and shot forward. At the same time, a girl in the cadet group shouted a warning to the others. Get ready, they're coming. The moment she finished speaking, a demon lunged at the four of them. Die. The creature screamed, but unluckily for him, before his hand could even touch the students. Leo's figure suddenly appeared right in front of him, swinging his sword and slicing the demon in two. Everyone stared in total shock. As for that demon getting sliced up, its body just dissolved into black smoke. It happened so fast. The brunette girl was caught off guard and asked, You're here to help us. Leo turned around, nodded, and said, That's right. Up ahead, another demon saw his buddy get deleted just like that and started grinding his teeth in pure rage. He instantly popped his magic, creating a pitch-black magic circle that looked crazy complicated. Die, Death Leech. As he screamed, a sound echoed from inside that magic circle, and giant leeches with razor-sharp teeth shot out like bullets. But honestly, that wasn't even close to enough to trouble our main character. He immediately coated his sword in a fire aura and slashed hard to the front, creating a wave of fire that wiped out everything. That's insane, some male student gasped in shock. Meanwhile, the brunette girl seized the moment. Right now, attack. She shouted, then started muttering some obscure incantations, casting a spell called Arc Ray, firing streams of light straight at those demons. The second it hit them, those demons were like red-hot coal getting doused with water. They only had time to let out one miserable scream before crumbling into ash. While Chloe was watching that girl's magic, she froze lost in thought. Astral magic. Could this girl be Chloe? Started suspecting something. Next, after calming down, the brunette girl turned to thank Leo. Thank you so much for helping us. We were terrified when the demons showed up, but I'm so relieved now. The rescue squad is finally here. Opposite her, Chloe. Didn't let her finish. She cut in. Sorry, but I need to have a private word with my teammate for a sec. She quickly dragged Leo to a corner and whispered, Hey, Leo, that girl is Elias Dinger. She's Professor Andy's younger sister. Chuban killed her right here in this forest 30 years ago. I'm sure you realize that too. But we can't save Elias Dinger's party during the Chemos incident. Out of all the people, why did we have to run into Elia's team? Chuban is a knight-rank magic knight from Tartaros. Their team is famous because they were the first ones he attacked. Tartaros started the Chemos event, specifically to eliminate the genius mage. Elias Dinger, a promising hero candidate. That's why their names are in the Hero Chronicles. With our current strength, there is no way we can save them. To meet the clear conditions, we need to find another team fast. Chloe rubbed her chin thinking, while Leo frowned and asked, Are you saying we just leave them to die? The mage girl turned and snapped at him. It's not that I don't want to save them, but Leo, this is the hero's world. In reality, they've been dead for 30 years already. As she said this, Chloe's voice started to waver. Her face showed pure sadness. Leo responded to her thoughts. It's true that they're already dead, but we can't just abandon them like that. Hearing this, Chloe couldn't hold back her frustration anymore. She gritted her teeth and screamed, Wake up, will you? You're amazing, you're brilliant, I admit that, but even so, this isn't the time to be reckless. Stop acting like a hero. After saying that, she seemed to realize she went too far, and her voice trailed off, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Leo just quietly stepped forward. He patted her small head and whispered, Acting like a hero, huh, Chloe? You shouldn't say things like that so lightly. Since you're a hero candidate, we aren't just pretending to be heroes. This is part of the process of becoming a hero. Hearing that, Chloe snapped out of it. She looked up at Leo with her red, teary eyes, as if waiting for his answer. Then Leo scanned the area and said, History has already been changed. What do you mean? Chloe asked, shocked. Answering her, the main character gave his assessment. Look around you, Chloe. When we met Ilya's team, the forest was already plunged into darkness. Normally, they should have been slaughtered by Chuban a long time ago. Hearing the protagonist say this, Chloe flinched, quickly realizing something was off about this hero dungeon. I knew something felt wrong, she whispered in her heart, then said, I'll let you decide. Leo nodded and proposed, all right, let's retreat with Ilya's party. Behind him. Chloe watched Leo's sturdy back and muttered internally, you're going to solo it again without me, aren't you? Do you see it? In her daze, the dark magic book that Chloe carried in her bag started leaking a creepy aura that she didn't even notice. Cut to Ilya's squad. Seirat, a first-year mage major, whispered to the crew, isn't this kind of sus? The rescue team is just 2 people. Xena, a first-year knight major, nodded along in agreement. Yeah, and they look our age too. Wait, could this be a trap by Tartaros? Belak voiced his thoughts, but Elia shut it down immediately. What are you guys even talking about? If they were ops, they wouldn't be fighting demons alongside us. Besides, he looks kind of badass, doesn't he? As she said that, Elia's face flushed a little pink. The other 3 just stared at her eyes wide open. Disbelieving her ears, Rena shouted, Bro, are you joking right now, Elia? Out of everyone here, you're really saying that? Elia whined back in response. What, did I say something wrong? No, I just thought Senior Ambi was your type. Rena scratched her head. Suddenly, before they could keep chatting, Leo walked up and cut in, everyone listen up. We're getting out of this forest. Now. Hearing this, Seirat stepped forward. Is that really necessary? Since backup is here, shouldn't we just take our time and wipe out the monsters on the way? Leo didn't let him finish stating the facts bluntly. We can't do that. There's a knight-rank demon hunting you guys down. Hearing that, the group's faces went pale with fear. Because they knew exactly what that meant, a knight-rank demon is as strong as an entire army. Someone whispered in horror, and Leo nodded to confirm exactly. That's why we're avoiding a head-on fight. Our goal is to get back alive. You guys ready? All right, let's move out. Just like that, the group started booking it before that big guy Chuban could catch up. While running, Elia stole a glance at Leo behind her, and she noticed the complicated look on Chloe's face. It sparked a little suspicion in her heart. Time flew by. Cut to the Lumen Academy library. The whole place was in absolute chaos. Because of the hero dungeonification event, staff were scrambling everywhere searching for every document they could find. Professor Setkin was barking orders. Find every single case where a dungeon turned into a hero dungeon. Time is of the essence, hurry up. On the other side, Principal Kaylee turned to ask Professor Amby. This should be seen as a positive sign, right? The handsome professor responded with a firm nod. That's right, it's impossible to enter a hero dungeon while the previous occupants are still inside. That means those 2 are still alive. However, it's been 3 hours since those students went in. Night must have already fallen in that hero world. Hearing that the old principal asked Amby, when did you defeat Chuban 30 years ago? Amby replied, it was around midnight. Hearing the timeline, Principal Kaylee let out a depressed sigh, is all we can do. Just rely on your past self. As soon as he finished speaking, a female staff member rushed into the library and announced, Principal, we found the person who sold the catalyst to summon the magic beast for student Senlu. As for the connection to Tartaros, before she could finish her sentence, she stopped dead. Professor Amby's face had become terrifying. A massive wave of energy started pouring out of him. It was so intense that even Principal Kaylee flinched quickly, putting a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. Pull yourself together. Come on, Amby. The principal's stern voice snapped the blonde professor back to reality. But it seemed Amby needed a moment to cool off, so he turned to leave the room. I'm going outside to clear my head. Just like that, he walked out. Only after he was completely out of sight did the staff girl let out a sigh of relief. She turned to the old principal, as expected of the man who rose to become a hero, fueled by his hatred for the demon race. Callie replied with a sorrowful expression, It's understandable. During that event 30 years ago, they couldn't even find his little sister's keepsakes, let alone her body. Anyway, who sold the summoning catalyst to... Senlu responding to the question, the staff member said it was a black market dealer. Den set up shop in Lumen City's back alleys. And let me tell you, he's actually made quite a name for himself among the first years this year. She handed Kaylee a notebook as she spoke. But just as he flipped it open to take a look, Kaylee paused and asked, Are you implying there's a spy here from Tartaros? That they've infiltrated Lumen City? The female staff member shook her head. No, they don't work for Tartaros directly. But it's clear Tartaros smuggled some items to them. Hearing that, Kaylee started stroking his chin. He wondered to himself, just what exactly are they after? Then as he flipped through the pages and examined every single item listed, something caught Kaylee's eye. A specific line of text, Chloe Muller. Dark magic. Seeing that the headmaster slammed the book shut and immediately turned to the staff member. Eliana, go get Professor Lee Wallen. Yes, sir. On it. Eliana replied and hurried out of the room, leaving the old headmaster behind. He looked down at his own hand covered in scars and thought, my instincts, honed by countless brushes with death, they're screaming at me. They're telling me that danger is right in front of my face. Time passed. Back with Leo's squad. Right now, inside the hero dungeon. Night had fallen, and they were facing a massive wave of attacks from an endless horde of monsters. Over here, Leo casually swung his sword, slicing a goblin in half, then looked around to check the situation. He glanced at the rest of the team and thought, I've been using super senses for too long. Everyone else has reached their limit. Realizing this, Leo called out, let's take a break. Catch your breath. Meanwhile, his two buddies, Sairat and Bilak, looked at Leo with total disbelief. They whispered to each other, how does he not look tired at all? Bro is actually built different. After that, they found an open area to set up camp for a bit. During the break, Chloe the mage took the chance to read her dark magic tome. Suddenly, Aaliyah's voice rang out, hey, Chloe! Startled, Chloe slammed the book shut, shoved it into her bag, and stammered, Aaliyah, what's up? Hearing that Elia smiled brightly and asked, I've got a question for you. What's the deal between you and Leo? Are you guys dating or something? Her blunt question made Chloe's face turn bright red. The mage quickly denied it. Of course not. No way, seeing her intense denial. Elia nodded. All right, judging by that reaction, definitely not. From Chloe's perspective, seeing Elia come over just to ask that made her sigh in defeat. Then she looked up at Elia. A thought crossed her mind. I keep getting this familiar feeling. Even though she's a senior who enrolled 30 years ago. Right now, she's just a freshman. Maybe they're just like the kids in my class. Thinking that, Chloe blurted out, but why do you ask, are you interested in Leo? Hearing that Elia glanced over at Leo, who was resting by a tree. A slight blush appeared on her face as she admitted, let's see, my heart keeps pounding. So love at first sight? Chloe asked. Deep down inside, she started to feel a bit of admiration for the main character. Elia, the genius mage. People still talk about 30 years later. Is Leo that amazing in her eyes too? Unaware of Chloe's thoughts, Elia gently tucked her hair behind her ear and shared, actually, I don't know if it's love or not, just that my heart beats really fast, this feeling. It's like when my brother does something stupid or when I've just accomplished something big. Hearing this, Chloe's eyes widened and she gasped. Is that mage with the evil eye really that bad in your opinion? Chloe's words made Elia curious. What? What eye? No, I meant. Ambi Chloe quickly corrected herself, realizing she slipped up. Then Elia explained, it's because he's the kind of person who always challenges the impossible. After hearing that, a look of empathy crossed Chloe's face. Challenging the impossible, Leo is exactly like that. At first, Leo and I were just friends, but now I'm starting to feel jealous of him. Opposite her, the genius mage Elia gave a gentle smile. Turns out we're really alike, Chloe. Truth is, I used to be super jealous of my brother. It sounds stupid, but I used to think that no matter how hard I tried, he didn't have any talent at all. This is a secret, okay? But the foundation of my magic was actually created by my brother. I'm good at using existing spells, but I'm trash at inventing new magic. I even failed the Lumen Academy entrance exam twice. There was a time I really hated my brother. I thought I was more powerful, but then that jealousy turned into admiration. Beside her, Chloe's eyes went wide as she listened, realizing Elia had gone through the exact same thing she was experiencing. But their conversation didn't last much longer. Leo, who had been resting off to the side, he sensed the vibe change, instantly jumped up and warned the squad, everyone gear up now. Change of plans. Retreat isn't an option anymore. Leo's face was dead serious. The other students gripped their weapons tight, waiting for whatever was coming. Leo could literally feel the anxiety radiating off them, so he shouted to hype them up. Don't be scared. Remember, you guys all have the potential to be heroes. Lock in. The MC's words actually helped calm the squad down a bit. They gritted their teeth, steeling themselves. Eyes locked on where that roaring noise was coming from. And they didn't have to wait long. That big guy Chuban just pulled up. He stomped his foot so hard the ground literally cracked apart. Found you, the hated one. The seedling of a great hero. While talking, he raised his weapon high and slashed straight at Leo the moment that attack hit the ground. Boom. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, but our MC, he was already agile enough to jump into the air, to dodge it. But what that Chuban guy just said, it made Leo kind of confused. He wondered in the Mayor's Massacre, the order Chuban got was to wipe out all hero seedlings back then. But why is he acting so hostile, specifically towards me and calling me a seedling of a great hero? The more he thought, the less it made sense. But Leo didn't get time to figure it out. A massive wave of killing intent exploded out of Chuban. Seeing that Leo broke into a cold sweat, he shouted, "Hey everyone, he's rushing us." Without waiting for another warning, Chloe popped her magic. She created a giant blue magic circle stretching across the ground. At the exact same time, that big lug Chuban hurled his axe forward with full force, but it got blocked by a massive ice pillar, Chloe, created to stop it cold. On the other side, our main character was making moves too. He coated his sword in a blazing fiery aura. Then he poured strength into his legs and launched himself high into the air, aiming right at that demon. From above, it looked like a gravity smash. But Leo quickly swung his sword straight at the guy's throat, causing his neck to spray hot blood into the air. Seeing that everyone shouted in joy, he cut him. He actually did it. But just 1 second later, everyone froze in shock, because from what they saw, Chuban's neck, which Leo basically severed, was slowly healing right in front of their eyes. Finally, it sealed up without even leaving a scar. Someone stammered, Did his neck just reattach itself? Up front, Leo shouted, "Focus, keep your distance from Chuban, that's nullification magic. It makes every attack like it never happened." Leo's words left Siet and Elia completely stunned. Their faces went pale, having no clue how to deal with it. So what are we supposed to do? Is there really no way to beat that monster responding to them? Leo gave them a metaphorical sedative for the situation. Leo explained that nullification isn't all-powerful. Plus, he can't use it constantly, it has a limit. Opposite them, Chuban picked up his axe and smirked. "You think you have a chance, you remnant of a great hero?" Leo clapped back. "You're the one scared of a new hero showing up. Isn't that right?" Then, without any warning, Leo, Rina, and Bilak all rushed into attack from 3 different directions. Meanwhile, the mage Elia was at the back, using her magic for support. She cast a spell called Circle of Light, shooting out beams of dangerous energy straight at the demon's massive body. Wherever he got hit, it burned like crazy. This is exactly the light magic I hate, just like Lord Silatuna said. "I have to kill them right here," he told himself while swinging his axe wildly at everyone. Then Chuban suddenly let out a huge roar, raising his arm high in the air, winding up for a massive attack. This gave even Leo goosebumps. He screamed, "Dodge now!" the moment he said it. Chuban's axe slammed into the ground. The impact was so strong it sent rocks flying everywhere, like bullets. Of course, Leo easily swung his sword and deflected all the rocks coming his way. But Rina and Bilak weren't that fast. A shard grazed Rina's shoulder, while poor, unlucky Bilak got impaled in the stomach by a sharp rock. Seeing this, Leo rushes in, grabs the big guy, and hauls him behind the ice pillar Chloe made. Ilia is freaking out about her besties, so she runs over, asking, "Are you guys okay?" Xena struggles to answer, "I can hold on," but Bilak before he can finish. Leo cuts in. "Don't panic. Vital organs are fine. Just stop the bleeding first. Then." He turns to Chloe. "Chloe, we need to finish her. Something big." She nods. "Got it. Just buy me some time." Leaving the wounded behind, our MC spawns 2 clones. He rushes in to stall Chuban. Meanwhile, inside Chloe's head, she's frantically searching. Which spell, Leo's buying time, I gotta hurry. I need something strong enough to smash through his defense. And then she pulls out that dark magic grimoire and flips through it. Boom, she finds exactly what she needs. She mumbles, "What if I use this one back to the fight?" Leo versus Chuban is getting intense. The whole ground starts shaking. The impact of their clash leaves everyone speechless. Leo is locked in. He's controlling his clones to jump the demon Chuban from every angle. But thanks to that broken nullification skill, Leo's attacks aren't even scratching him. The guy ignores the clones completely and charges at Leo like a total maniac. But come on, you think he can touch our MC that easily? In a flash, Leo vanishes and reappears right next to him. He swings his sword slash, leaving a deep gash on Chuban's side. The demon screams in agony. Nearby, Sajiak is watching and his jaw hits the floor. He turns to Xena. "Do you think we'll ever be able to fight like that?" Xena shakes his head bitterly. "I don't know, man. I really don't. Unlike them." Elia the mage takes one look at Leo's clones and figures it out immediately. She thinks that's definitely star magic. Who is this guy? Just then, a chilling vibe spreads out, making everyone's hair stand on end. Elia jumps, terrified. She spins around to see where that energy is coming from. It's Chloe. She's done charging. A dark purple magic circle forms in the air. It radiates a sinister aura that screams danger. "I'll kill you, you filthy demons." Chloe grins, but she looks different. Like a stranger. She screams at Leo. "Hey, Leo, danger. Incoming. Move. If you get caught in this and die, don't blame me. Die." She unleashes her spell, a pillar of destructive fire blasts, straight at Chuban. The ground explodes on impact. Meanwhile, Leo, he watches the attack, frowning hard. He can't figure out why an ice mage like Chloe is using fire magic. Unaware of Leo's confusion, Chuban gets engulfed by the flames and screams like he's dying. Chloe watches him burn, laughing maniacally like she's high on power. This is the eternal flame. It never goes out. Burn in agony forever. Everyone watches as the fire covering the massive demon starts turning black. Seeing this, Leo gets a really bad feeling. He shouts, "Chloe, stop the spell now!" But it's too late. Chloe can't even hear him anymore. She grips her staff so hard it starts to crack under the pressure. "Scum like you deserves to suffer," she screams with a crazed look, pouring more magic into the spell. Just looking at her face, Leo knows exactly what's happening. She's losing control. Without hesitating, he dashes straight toward her. He swings his sword, knocking the dark grimoire out of her hand. Instantly, Chloe's eternal flame spell fizzles out. Leo catches her, gently wrapping his arm around her waist. Our genius touched down safely right next to Chloe, though she still looked a bit dazed. She looked like someone totally wasted. Seeing that Leo turned to her and asked, "Hey Chloe, be real with me. That inextinguishable fire, is that seriously your unique signature spell?" As for Chloe, she couldn't keep hiding it anymore, so she sadly admitted, "No, actually. It's a spell I found inside an ancient grimoire." Hearing that, Leo let out a deep sigh in his heart. So it really was the Flame of Obions. Thought confirmed, he told her straight up, "Listen to me, Chloe. That spell you used, that was dark magic." Leo's words made Chloe's face go completely blank. She started stammering, "What? Dark magic?" Leo nodded, breaking it down for her. "Yeah, that grimoire is actually a demonic artifact." From the mage's perspective, the reality of how dangerous her actions were finally hit her. What have I done, Leo? I don't deserve to be a hero." The more she spoke, the more she started spiraling into panic. Seeing no other choice, Leo grabbed her shoulders hard and shouted to snap her out of it. "Pull yourself together. Listen to me. There has never been any record of Juban possessing an anti-magic curse. That means Juban burned through all his magic resistance fighting Aaliyah's squad. You get it. 30 years ago, they were terrified, but nobody quit. They fought to the bitter end in a battle that looked impossible to win. What does Lumen Academy teach us?" Leo stared right into her eyes. Chloe hesitated before answering, to surpass all limits. Satisfied with the answer, Leo gave a slight nod. And just like that, everything clicked for the mage. She thought to herself, "Now I get it. I've been admiring him from afar. He is actually so cool. He's so peak I can't even be jealous." At that moment, Aaliyah stepped up and handed Chloe her own staff. "Here, take it, Chloe. It's yours." Switching back to Leo after getting the blonde mage's head back in the game, he locked eyes on the massive Hulk Juban. Thanks to Chloe's spell earlier, the anti-magic curse was gone. Time to end this. But before Leo could even rush in, Chloe's chanting began to resonate beside him. "I, Chloe Miller." She was ready to break past her own limits. "Will not bow my head before those who believe in me," she vowed internally. As her voice rose, a magic circle rapidly formed in the air. Leo couldn't help but crack a smile. Perfect. The pure incantation of a true mage. Why does it make me feel so safe? Memories started flooding back to Leo, of fighting alongside his old Lumen teammate. He had that same feeling of absolute security back then, too. Back to the monster Juban. He realized he could no longer nullify incoming attacks. So he wasn't about to let Leo's squad finish that spell. Gripping his axe, he charged in. Closing the distance instantly, he unleashed a massive vertical chop, forcing the MC to raise his sword to block the impact. But Juban had gone full berserk mode, focusing purely on Leo, like he wouldn't stop until he was dead. Die, Juban roared, unleashing another devastating strike. Leo blocked it, but the force was so insane that the ground beneath his feet shattered into pieces. The impact made the MC stumble, knocking him off balance and forcing him back. Juban didn't miss a beat. He clenched his left fist and threw a sledgehammer punch at breakneck speed. Leo threw his sword up to guard, but the sheer pressure launched his small frame backwards like a cannonball. He coughed up blood, taking real damage. Seeing this, Juban laughed, taunting him. "Is that all you got? The so-called seed of a great hero?" His cold voice echoed right in the MC's face. Leo struggled to get back on his feet, but then a single snowflake drifted down right in front of Leo. A freezing aura began to spread, covering the entire battlefield in a thin layer of frost. One look, and Leo knew Chloe's spell was ready. He smirked confidently. "Past or present doesn't matter. Trash demons like you are never going to beat us. This is where it ends for you, Juban." High up in the sky inside the massive magic circle, a 5-pointed star took shape. Back in Chloe's mind, she thought, "Thanks to you, I've finally perfected my ice magic." "This is my strongest move, Ice Domain," she whispered. Right after that, countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, just like that. Facing Mage Chloe's overpowered ice magic, Tataros, the demon, was frozen solid into a literal ice statue. Seeing that Leo calmly walked forward, He tapped the giant ice block with his finger, causing cracks to appear, spreading all around. Finally, it completely shattered into pieces. Next, Leo sensed the dark aura radiating from Chloe's dark magic book buried underground. With zero hesitation, our main character wrapped his sword in a blazing red aura and stabbed it straight into the book. Immediately after, they got a notification screen. Achievement unlocked. Saved first-year student in critical condition. Reward, multiple achievements unlocked. Dungeon boss subdued. Ignoring the notifications, Leo turned to look at the mage girl. Chloe, who looked totally flustered, and praised her. Your unique skill is seriously impressive. If I had to use magic in the field, I'd probably have to die and respawn to pull that off. Responding to our MC's hype, Chloe couldn't even look him in the face. She looked away and said, Leo, I'm going to confess everything to the school. I might get expelled. Saying this, Chloe's face couldn't hide her stress, but Leo immediately reassured her, no way a hero candidate like you is getting kicked out. I know you're going to be a hero. Meanwhile, the genius Aaliyah and her squad, seeing they had won, ran over. You two were amazing. You looked just like a real hero. Leo nodded and said, everyone did their best too. Then Leo started handing the staff back to Elia. We put it to good use. Thanks to this, we beat them. Responding to him, Elia smiled and refused. She pushed the staff towards Chloe and insisted, Chloe, you should keep it. Beside them, Belak nodded. Yeah, we only survived because of you. Leo, you take this too. Saying that, he gave the MC his sword. Not only that, they also gave a necklace and a pair of gloves to Leo and Chloe, right then from afar. Someone's panicked voice rang out, over here, there are survivors here. The person running over was Professor Amby. Just looking at his sweat-drenched face was enough to tell how frantically he had run here. Seeing his youthful appearance, Chloe was startled. Is that Professor Amby? He looks the same age as us. Well, this did happen 30 years ago, Leo explained. Meanwhile, Amby hurriedly grabbed his little sister's shoulders and asked, Elia, are you hurt anywhere? Elia smiled. The rescue team is here, so I'm fine. Oh, right. I met someone who looks exactly like you. At the same time, Leo's group received a notification. Strategy complete. Amby's world. Prelude to the Chimera event. On this side, Chloe saw the siblings happily reunited and felt happy too. She whispered in her heart, thank you everyone for staying alive. After that, both of their bodies were teleported away by a stream of light. Aaliyah didn't even get to say goodbye before they vanished. Back to Chloe's point of view, following their gaze, cracks started appearing in the space, spreading out in all directions, making her realize one thing: it seems the hero's world is collapsing. Back to Leo. Suddenly, another notification screen appeared in front of him. Strategy reward gift. After they left the usually cold, Professor Amby couldn't hold back his tears, seeing his little sister safe and sound. Time passed quickly. When he opened his eyes again, Leo found himself resting in the infirmary. And the moment he woke up, the handsome professor's voice rang out, you're awake, Leo. Thank you for saving her. And tell Chloe I'm very grateful to her, too. After saying this, Amby coolly turned and walked away. At the same time, Principal Kali walked into the room, seeing that Leo hurriedly got out of bed to greet him. However, the old man raised his hand to stop him. Don't try to get up. Just rest a bit. How is your body holding up? Leo waved it off. Me, I'm solid. No issues at all. Principal Kali sat down on a chair and cut straight to the chase. So what exactly happened in there? This whole thing is linked to that dark magic book Chloe was carrying, isn't it? The old man's question caught Leo off guard. He shot back, how do you know about that? Kali dropped the explanation. Before coming here, we tracked down the place where Senliu bought the summoning catalyst. That's the exact same spot where Chloe bought that dark magic tome. Looks like my guess was spot on. That dark book isn't just a book, it's a magic artifact. Hearing that, Leo started connecting the dots in his head. A magic artifact. A fragment of Orbis, so basically a physical piece of Orbis's body. In a demon's hands, it's a weapon of mass destruction. But if a normal human uses it, they'll slowly lose their mind. Next, Leo started spilling the tea, recounting everything that went down inside that hero's dungeon. After hearing the full story, Principal Kali let out a heavy sigh. So that's how it is. If you're telling the truth, Leo, then that artifact must have messed with the hero's world, right? Leo gave a solid nod. Yeah, as soon as we got rid of that item, the dungeon instantly went back to normal. So that's highly likely the case. Right at that moment, our mage girl Chloe suddenly woke up. Seeing the old man sitting there, she screamed, huh. Kaylee just looked at her panic-stricken face. The old man raised a hand to chill them out. Calm down. Since you two just woke up, I need to ask you something. On his cue, the secretary Eliana walked into the room carrying a huge cloth bundle. She pulled back the cover, revealing the loot inside items dropped by Elia's party. Before leaving, Chloe stared at the staff in her hand, eyes wide, like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Isn't this Eliam's scepter? Principal Callie's voice turned serious. Explain this. A reward that shouldn't even exist. How did it end up in your hands, Leo's POV? He frowned, watching Chloe's reaction, and realized something. Looking at how she's acting, it looks like Chloe didn't get any rewards at all. Just like the entrance exam and the Chimera event, no clear rewards this time either. In a hero's world, reward rules are tied to the owner. But that rule, it just got shattered. Why though? And the Fairy King's Oath, why did I get that? Leo's mind was a mess, but he couldn't exactly say that out loud. So he had to make up an excuse. He explained it was a strategic reward, hearing that both Kaylee and Chloe turned to Leo in shock. Wait, there was a reward in Andy's hero world. Leo carefully speculated, yeah, probably. I think something glitched out when the hero's world was resetting. He told himself, I'll just use that excuse to cover it up for now. Back to Principal Kaylee's POV. Even with the MC's explanation, the old man stroked his chin, still suspicious. Chloe seems completely clueless, though. But why only you? Before he could finish, the mage girl jumped in to save the MC's skin. It's probably because Leo played the biggest role in the strategy. I heard rewards depend heavily on your contribution score. Hearing that, Callie decided to drop it. He stood up slowly and nodded. All right, I get it. We'll investigate this quietly. The relics will be returned to the family after inspection. Do not mention the magic artifact to anyone. Chloe couldn't hide her surprise and tried to ask, but Kaylee just smiled. Enemies aren't just on the outside, you know. You two worked hard. Get some rest. And just like that, he and his assistant Eliana quickly left the room. Left alone, Chloe shyly glanced at Leo and hesitated. Hey, Leo, I have something to tell you. So her face started turning bright red. But before she could get the words out, the squad Chelsea, Celia, and Kay burst into the room. Especially Chelsea, the maid she was already tearing up. Then out of nowhere, Principal Callie popped his head back in. Oh, right, hero candidates. There's a party tomorrow night. If you don't have formal wear, head to Lumen City early. You kids are so cute. That reminder left both Leo and Chloe with giant question marks over their heads. Guess this is the first they've heard of it. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to the welcome party for the new students. At that moment, the MC's voice boomed through the hall. Welcome to the celebration ceremony for our freshmen. Survived the first midterms at Lumen Academy done. First up, the battle-hardened heroes are making their entrance. So tell me who's going to shine the brightest tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Over in the corner of the hall, Carlo and Carrie are slicking their hair back, just vibing. Carrie says with a smug grin, man, this is the reward for surviving those brutal midterms. Honestly, I think it was kind of too easy for us. They both chuckle and sit down, plates stacked, high yapping, nonstop even while stuffing their faces. Is it just me, or is our class the only one missing? People? Carlo mumbles, glancing around. Carrie nods enthusiastically. You know, Lumen, they show zero mercy to latecomers. Suddenly the host's voice booms out again, grabbing everyone's attention. Now from Class 5, Nella, Cavan, and Eliana are making their entrance. As the two girls step into the room, all eyes lock onto them, gasps filling the air. Oh my God, they look stunning, someone exclaims in pure awe. Carlo and Carrie are so stunned they freeze mid-bite. Carrie literally does a spit take with his drink. They look incredible, Carlo blurts out, totally floored. Nella catches their reaction and can't help but laugh. Haha, did you guys steal your dad's suits or something? Carlo lets out a long, depressed sigh. Man, why was I so hyped a second ago? Carrie just nods in agreement, equally embarrassed. Ignoring the roasting session, the host continues the announcements. Next up, the pride of the Rodran Empire, the Lee Wallen siblings. And the moment the elegant and composed Ava steps through the entrance, the girls in the crowd go absolutely feral. Oh my God, I want to be his maid. One of them screams. I'm member number 94,348 of his fan club, and I have zero regrets. Even Carlo can't help but admire. She looks like a real-life princess, totally royalty. Nella chimes in, surrounded by Rodran's elite. That guy's no joke. Then buzzing with excitement, the host drops another dramatic announcement. And finally, a true power couple has arrived. Give it up for Celia of the Zinger family and Leo Plova. But not everything is as perfect as it looks. Celia is clearly annoyed, clicking her tongue and muttering, seriously, why does my big debut have to be overshadowed by you, Leo? Leo just shrugs it off, calm as ever. Not a big deal. As Leo steps into the hall, cheers erupt from the crowd. That's our class rep. Look, the pride of Class 5, Leo Woe, our rep is actually the best. His classmates are beaming, swarming around their shining star with pure hype. But the festive vibes are quickly cut short by the sharp voice of a white-haired professor. Hovering above her head is a ghostly image. A ferocious, terrifying beast. Her voice cuts through the noise, so is everyone enjoying the party. Even though everyone looks totally stressed, no one dares to stay silent. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we're having a great time, haha. But on the inside, every student is thinking the exact same thing, better act happy or she's going to lose it again. From the professor's perspective, it looks like the students are having a blast, which makes her smile. I'm glad to hear that. Since everyone is enjoying themselves, keep that same energy when we announce the results of the midterm combat exam. Over at Leo's table, the vibe instantly turns dark. How are we supposed to enjoy the party now? Carlo mumbles. The professor ignores the complaints and continues her speech. I anticipated your reactions. Therefore, tonight we will only be announcing the top 3 students from each department. The rest of your scores will be sent out by your homeroom teachers tomorrow. So there's no need to stress. Now the department heads will take it from here. With that, Professor Amby from the sword department steps up to the mic. When he appears, Nella the fire mage is so hyped, she can't even control herself. Oh my god, it's him. Eland the frost knight, she screams. Meanwhile, the cold professor begins his speech. You all performed excellently during the midterms. I will now announce the top students of the sword department in order. The lights in the hall go dim, and a massive screen lights up with the rankings. In first place is Celia, followed by Dylan and Chelsea. Professor Amby calls out each name. Celia stares at the screen a bit confused. Leo isn't in the top 3. She wonders to herself. Next, Professor Amby elegantly steps up to announce the results for the magic department. I will now announce the magic department rankings. First place, Ava Lee Wallen. Second, Chelsea Lee Wallen. Third, Emio Luchan. By now, Chelsea can't hide the look of worry on her face. She glances at Leo and asks, why isn't your name on the list? Leo, cool and composed as always, just replies. Stuff like that happens. Meanwhile, Carlo scratches his head, totally confused. I get Leo, but Chloe's name is missing too. Hearing that, Celia turns to look at Chloe, but only gets a forced smile from Nella. From Professor Amby's perspective, the reason is obvious. She used forbidden magic. Her practical magic score was marked as a 0. Even so, her passion for the arcane arts is truly admirable. Suddenly, Professor Setkin shoots up from his seat, practically screaming at me. The real top-ranking student of the magic department is Chloe. His passionate declaration made the lazy Professor Halen chuckle. Just sit down, all right, he said casually. Meanwhile, Celia gently patted Chloe's shoulder to hype her up. As laughter started buzzing through the room again, Professor Yura stepped up with a beaming smile. All right, summoners, try harder next time, okay? Got it. According to her list, the top student of the summoning department is Warren, followed by Eliza and Jordan Wilson. Over at Leo's table in third place, everyone started noticing something weird. Some departments had already announced their top students, but Leo's name didn't appear anywhere. Almost answering their confusion, the petite professor stepped up again and addressed the crowd. Everyone's having fun, right? Finally, it's time to announce the best student in the entire school, and this year's student representative. She smiled brightly before announcing the top scorer of the midterm exam. And the official first-year representative is Leo Block. The whole hall instantly exploded in shock. Gasps and screams of surprise echoed all across the great hall. But just as the excitement peaked, an arm shot up from the crowd to protest. I object. How can someone like Leo Block, who isn't even in the top 3 of any department, be the top scorer and representative? The voice came from Emio Luchan, the 3rd-ranked student in the magic department. Even Leo was stunned, his thoughts echoing the crowd's confusion. Wait, how did I end up becoming the representative? Emio's question quickly sparked a wave of whispers and speculation in the room. The buzzing noise unexpectedly made the white-haired professor at the front a bit flustered, clearly confused by the rising tension. But just a second later, her attitude flipped like a switch. She slammed her hand on the podium and shouted, All right, listen up, you lot. Open your ears. I'm only going to explain this once, so listen closely. Her voice echoed through the hall as the room went dead silent. First off, students with dual skills aren't ranked within individual departments. Why? Because they can't be fairly measured by standard criteria. For example, a magic swordsman might not match a pure mage in terms of mana capacity, but when their skills combine, the results are far superior. Got it. She held up a finger before continuing. Second, Leo Block scored the highest among all first-year students in the combined exam for spiritual theory and practical combat. Down below, Emio's confidence started to crumble. His face twisted as he stammered, still trying to argue. But didn't someone else get a perfect score in combat? Before anyone could answer, another voice rang out like a cannon shot. Leo exceeded the target parameters of the Hero World simulation. He defeated Chuban. The moment those words were spoken, the entire hall gasped in unison. Every eye turned to look at Leo, eyes wide with disbelief. Even Leo, caught in the storm of attention, started feeling the weight of those gazes, pressing down on him. Did you really beat a 3-star? Only 2 people, him and Chloe. The whole group looked at Leo in disbelief. Leo gave a slight nod, and that was answer enough. Up above, the white-haired Professor Arithian looked awkward as she started. The reason Leo scored the highest on the midterm exam is... But before she could finish, Professor Sechin stepped forward with a beaming smile, cutting her off. Enough, it seems the students have figured it out themselves. Professor Arithian, let's end the announcement here and enjoy the rest of the party. And just like that, the tense atmosphere vanished. People cheered and went back to celebrating. The scene shifts to the professor's table. While enjoying the meal, Professor Yura turned to her colleague. Hey, Lee Wallen, if dual-class students were actually ranked in the departments, how would that affect the rankings? Professor Amby glanced at her. It would wreck the entire magic department. A lot of people would lose their spots. Yura blinked. Wait, don't tell me the top student of the magic department is before she could finish. Arithian nodded slightly. That's right, it's Leo. What? Yura gasped. Even the summoning department, he surpassed everyone beside her. The ever-calm Professor Amby added, the night department too. Leo Block is number 1. Yura was stunned. Oh my god, this kid is dominating every single department. Amby shrugged casually. It's no longer just a pipe dream. Across the table, 2 professors suddenly slammed their hands down in protest. No way Leo should be trained to be a top-tier mage. His magical talent is... Before Amby could finish, Yura cut him off coldly. Please, do you think summoning talent like that is easy to find? In response, Amby just sighed, slowly looking tired of the argument. Listen, Leo suits the sword best period, and so the 3 of them argued loudly, drawing attention from the whole table. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to Class 5 the next day. The teacher hadn't arrived yet, but Carlo was already slumped over his desk, groaning from the aftermath of last night's party. Oh my god, I think I drank way too much yesterday. Beside him, Chelsea glared and scolded, You're the only person I saw chugging 2 liters of orange juice. Just then, the lazy homeroom teacher, Professor Halen, finally walked into the room, waving his hand for silence. All right, settle down. I've got news about the school field trip. As you guys know, this time we're heading to the spirit territory, he said, pinning a huge map to the board. The moment they heard field trip, the whole class basically lit up. Eliana and Carrie especially couldn't hold it back. Yes, we heard each class gets to pick a destination. Eliana cheered. Carrie hype added, we vote for Duin Forest. Also known as the Warm Forest, famous for its sweet, delicious fruits. Too bad for these 2 dreamers. Their hype got shut down instantly when Professor Halen pointed to a spot on the map and announced, We're going to El Tilbekia, a red-haired mage. Nella blinked in confusion, clearly not recognizing the name. Kalo, the resident bookworm, flipped through his textbook fast and explained El Tilbekia is a small nation in the far north, a perpetually frozen region in the spirit territory. Hearing that the 2 excited students practically cried inside. What are we going to do in that freezing wasteland? This feels so wrong. Ignoring the whining, Helen casually dug his finger in his ear and shifted the blame. Take it up with your class rep. He's the one who picked it. Everyone's eyes instantly snapped to Leo. Full of confusion and curiosity, but Leo didn't bother explaining. Instead, he calmly reminded them. Would be wise to prep everything we need in Lumen first, right? Eliana was still sobbing in disappointment. Guess I gotta start with gloves. Meanwhile, Chelsea the Ice Mage looked super hyped. Finally time to flex her winter wardrobe. From Leo's perspective, obviously he wasn't the type of idiot to pick a destination without a reason. El Tilbekia might seem unfit for humans, but it's actually sacred spirit land hiding the fairy invoice siren. Wonder if he's doing okay. Time skipped fast, scene shifted to a quiet fountain square. Leo turned to Nella and said, I'll handle food and gear. Nella, you cover the meds. Nella gave a firm nod and Leo rushed off to shop. After finishing his list, he suddenly stopped, eyes narrowing as he looked over his shoulder. 13th Street, Karaju District. Must be the place. He headed toward a small shop in a dark corner, the sign reading Giltech. This was exactly where Senlu and Chloe bought that cursed artifact. Leo left his bags outside and stepped in. Inside was a wrecked ruin like no one had visited in years, but Leo didn't flinch. Lumen's investigation team already tossed this place. Surely nothing's left, so why is there still a teddy bear here? He froze. A doll. Wait, everything in this shop was supposed to be confiscated for investigation. That thing shouldn't be here. His eyes narrowed. Door locked the second I walked in. Don't tell me this is a perception suppression curse. Just as Leo feared, the teddy bear suddenly spun around to face him. From its button eyes, a strange, thick, ink-like black liquid sprayed out. Luckily, Leo was on guard and dodged to the side in time. The black sludge then morphed into a hideous monster. Body covered in countless eyes. Leo instantly guessed this wasn't a normal demon and quickly jumped back toward the exit to make space. He thought, it's not just suppressing my senses, it's cursing everything possible on its opponent. The monster transformed again. Turning into a snake-like form, it spoke in a chilling voice, "Oh, a smart brat. You recognized my curse." Hearing that Leo immediately recognized this entity. It was Silatuna the Demon Queen, one of the demon commanders. The party failed to defeat 5,000 years ago. This wasn't her true form, but a clone created by curse magic. Unaware that Leo had figured it out, Silatuna continued light and magic. A magic swordsman. Rare talent, I'll admit, but blame those uselessly sharp senses of yours. Suddenly, countless tentacles sprouted from the monster, lashing out at Leo. He barely backed off, but its overwhelming speed still grazed his arm, causing a painful wound. Can't win right now, gotta escape. Cornering Leo. Silatuna hissed with glee, "Thanks for the meal, Hero Seed." Its giant mouth gaped wide, aiming to swallow him whole in one bite. But Leo calmly smiled, zero fear. Just as predicted, backup arrived. A cold voice rang out in the air, then from above. A massive spear slammed down, pinning the monster's body to the floor. The attacker was Professor Anby. Seeing him, the demon screamed in panic. A mage. A mage with a demon eye. Way more than just a spectator. With a roar, it launched its damaged body parts at Leo, trying to drag him down with it. But Anby wasn't having it. He quickly cast a protective magic circle, making the monster's attacking limbs explode upon contact. Demonic trash. Anby spat, voice full of disdain. On the other side, Silatuna's clone howled madly like a rabid dog. "You disgusting wretches. One day I'll gouge out your eyes and devour all of you while screaming." It slammed all its tentacles toward the professor, but the attack was totally useless against Enby. With a cold voice, he said, "I have zero interest in a cheap knockoff. Die." Then the professor raised his hand, firing a terrifying beam of destructive magic. It instantly shattered Slatuna's form into countless pieces. Watching this, Leo thought to himself, Alan Zero, the evil eye mage, also known as Tataros the Destroyer. Rumor has it he became a professor at Lunia Academy, just to freely cross borders while hunting his targets. I owe a debt to the hero of this era. With a regretful sigh, he brushed that thought aside. Meanwhile, Enby turned to Leo and asked Leo what is going on here. Leo bent down to pick up the teddy bear's head and explained, "It showed up while I was investigating this place. The bear carries a curse that distorts perception." Enby stepped forward, took the bear's head, and said, "Lunya's investigation team will handle this. I'll let it slide that you investigated this area on your own this time. If you need anything from now on, come find me. I'm grateful for what you did before." After speaking, the professor used magic to leave the room. Leo walked out, grabbed his bag, and thought, the Zerone clan is one of the 3 big families controlling Lunia Academy. Maybe with his support, I'll get access to the Forbidden Library. Soon after, Leo went back to find his friend Nella. "Ah, there's Leo." "I'm done buying supplies," she said cheerfully, but when she saw the wound on Leo's hand, she rushed over and used healing magic. "Hey, Leo, what happened to you?" Leo shook his head. "It's not serious, thanks." Despite saying that Slatuna's appearance still made Leo uneasy, so Slatuna was behind that beast tamer and that dark magic grimoire, no clue what their goal is. Time flew by. 1 week later, the scene shifts to the teleportation gate where everyone gathered to prepare for the trip to Elzelbekia. Before departing, Leo asked, "Everyone got enough supplies?" Eliana and Nella nodded together. "Yep, we've prepared everything." Nearby, the swordswoman. Celia asked, "Hey, Leo, why did you choose Elzelbekia? It's freezing there." Leo shrugged. "It's hot right now. Going to Elzelbekia is basically like a summer vacation." Celia waved goodbye. "Oh my god. But it's freezing at night. Have a fun trip." After telling Celia to take care, Leo turned to his class. "Class 5, get ready." Together we advanced to Elzelbekia, the land of the spirits. And with that, the group quickly stepped into the teleportation gate. The scene shifts to Serendi Academy, the hero military academy of the spirit race. In front of a fountain, a young couple was confronting someone. "What is with that pathetic outfit? You're a spirit, yet you got accepted into Serendi Academy. Prestigious, with blood like that. Can you stop flexing your meaningless heritage?" Hearing that, a white-haired boy just trembled in silence, unable to respond. But right then, another voice rang out full of reproach. "Stop bullying your classmate. Behave properly as descendants of Serendi." The red-haired girl was Lunya El Lunda, a noble of the Lunda clan, one of the most prestigious families among the spirits, and also the representative of the first-year students at Serendi Academy. Instead of backing down, the young couple snapped back. "Seriously, doesn't it bother you that a half-blood got into Serendi? His existence is a disgrace. Look at that barbaric outfit. Hearing that Lunya dropped her noble facade and snapped like a mad dog, cut the crap. If you guys hate his clothes that much, why don't you strip yours off and give them to him? If you can't help, then shut up. The couple was stunned by her fierce attitude. Lunya, you're from a noble family, don't be so rude. What is going on? Lunya rolled up her sleeves as if ready to teach them a lesson. Aren't you guys ashamed? A whole group bullying one person. If you don't like it, fight me. Seeing her aggressive stance, the two didn't hesitate and ran away immediately. Run for your lives. Ignoring their attitude, Lunya turned to the person behind her. Hey, why are you wearing such thin clothes? You just make me want to take care of you forever. Then she gently pulled her scarf down from her neck and wrapped it around the boy's shoulders. He smiled brightly. Just bad luck someone stole my stuff. The boy was Luca Inaris, ranked third in the first-year exams at Serendi Academy, and a half-blood. From Lunya's perspective, her anger flared up again, seeing Luca without a scarf. But then she suddenly sneezed, making Luca a bit worried. Lunya, please take the scarf back. It's really cold. She shook her head and brushed it off. It's fine, don't worry. Luca sensed her unusually happy mood and asked Lunya, you look super happy today. Lunya cleared her throat and said, ha, because my covenant spirit finally hatched. Hearing that, Luca smiled warmly at his friend. Congrats, Lunya. That's amazing. Anyway, I'm heading off. Later, when the red-haired girl returned home, she quickly went to her father's office and asked Dad, my covenant spirit hatched right. In the room, a brown-haired man smiled and reminded her, Lunya, I told you to call me professor at school. This man was Elon Lunda, the head of the prestigious Lunda clan, one of the hero families, sworn to loyalty by the oath of Farina. At his daughter's question, Elon nodded slightly, looking a bit awkward. That is correct. It looks like Farina's child really did hatch. Hearing this, Lunya trembled with pure hype. I knew it. So when can I see the little guy? Her father sighed heavily. There is a small problem. Lunya, it appears your covenant spirit has linked its memories with someone else. I need to look into the details. According to Farina, before he could even finish, Lunya's fiery temper exploded. She slammed the table and screamed, Who stole my covenant spirit? The scene shifts to Velkia, the capital of El Silbekia. Leo's squad had just arrived through the warp gate. Everyone was shivering in the freezing atmosphere, especially Carlo, who was shaking uncontrollably. Oh my God, I would rather die. He groaned. Meanwhile, Professor Halen, wrapped up in a scarf, spoke up. Stop whining and get in line. This is the capital of El Silbekia. Does anyone know the history here? In response, the mage Chelsea excitedly raised her hand to share her knowledge. Velkia was founded and named after Velkia Elsa, a spirit knight and one of the disciples of Lunya, the star priestess. Her words triggered a memory in Leo's mind. More accurately, he was a disciple of both Lunya and Aaron. That provocative name, Velkia, is now honored as the Knight of the Elf Clan. Professor Halen nodded in agreement and added, Correct. The Elsa family are descendants of the Elf Knights, and they hold the highest position here. Just then, unexpected footsteps echoed from ahead, grabbing everyone's attention. The snowy sky made it hard to see who was coming, causing Carlo to panic and say loudly, There are thieves in spirit territory, too. Professor Halen shrugged. Bad guys are everywhere. From the mist, a voice called out, How have you been lately, Professor Halen? The newcomer was a handsome elf man, followed by a few guards. His presence alone was enough to make the female students swoon, their eyes practically sparkling with hearts. The leader of the elf group spoke again. Greetings, Professor Halen. His name is Run, the spokesperson for Elsa Becchia and the head of the family. Elsa. In response, the lazy professor nodded slightly and said, You are still exactly the same nearby. The mage Eliana was dazed, wiping drool from her face as she gasped. I think I just found the love of my life. Even Nella beside her coughed awkwardly in secondhand embarrassment. But right then, Leo stepped up to crush their dreams. Does his age not bother you guys? Eliana leaned in, nudging Leo's elbow and teasing. What is it? Class rep. Don't tell me you are jealous, Leo replied coldly. Stop dreaming. You know elves live a long time and barely change their appearance. Right, so tell me how old do you think he is? Leo's words made Eliana annoyed. Run realized what was happening and chuckled softly. So many lively students. It is a pity that the students Professor Halen brings are always so disciplined. Holland shook her head and said, They are just first years. Still very green, just a bunch of kids. Looking for an excuse to confirm her doubts, Eliana stepped forward and asked, Sir, may I ask your name and age? Run turned, bowed slightly, and said, Apologies for not introducing myself. I am Run Elsa, and I am 97 years old. His words instantly silenced the fire mage. Meanwhile, Carlo ran over, shoving Eliana and Kevin aside to ask, So will you be our guide? Ron replied warmly. I am the head of the Elsa family and the spokesperson for Elsa. Immediately, Carlo cried internally, mechanically extending his hand for a weak handshake. It is an honor to meet you. Nearby, Professor Holland glanced over and said, Carlo, we will have a private chat later. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to their accommodation for the field trip. Honestly, since this place had been abandoned for so long, the inside looked pretty wrecked, covered in cobwebs with rats crawling everywhere. The students' faces turned pale as they groaned, Do we seriously have to stay here? No way, I cannot do this. Hearing this, Leo confidently crossed his arms and said, Oh, really? Then I guess you will be sleeping outside. Eliana and Kevin's eyes lit up as they exclaimed, I knew it, class rep. You came prepared right. I knew I could trust you. But contrary to her hopes, Leo pointed to a tent set up outside and shared, I figured you would say that. So I prepared a sleeping spot out there. Want to sleep under the stars, looking at the blizzard outside? Carlo turned back a bit flustered and told the group, What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and unpack. This is our resting place. It looks like a work of art or something. Did you see the weather? Step outside and you turn into a snowman instantly. Speaking of Carlo, he was currently sneaking up to the second floor with Kevin. Both of them had expressions as cunning as foxes hunting rabbits. Hey, you know what the best part of this trip is? Sneaking into the girls' dorms. That was what they were looking forward to. But before they could reach the stairs, Chelsea glared at them with contempt and unleashed a spell called Wind Loop, sending screams echoing everywhere. Hearing the commotion, Leo nodded and commented, Looks like everyone is having fun. Maybe I should go check it out. When he opened the door, he saw a blonde elf girl waiting outside. Class rep, the head of the family, wants to see you. Following her lead, Leo was taken to the office of the handsome guy Run. When he saw Leo, Run looked a bit awkward and said, Welcome, Leo. Sorry for calling you so suddenly. There is an urgent matter. Can you wait a moment? Leo replied, No problem. There are a lot of interesting things here. Can I take a look? Run said happily. Of course, as Leo scanned the weapons and equipment hanging on the wall. He figured these were definitely ancient relics. Then his gaze stopped on a dagger, and he suddenly blurted out Kurt. Rune heard that and couldn't hide his surprise. How do you know about Kurt? Its history is only passed down to the head of the Osa Leo family. Startled, Leo quickly made something up. I read about Kurt in some ancient manuscripts at the Great Library of Lumen Academy. Rune didn't doubt it at all. Makes sense. Lumen Academy really does have everything. Leo reached out to touch the knife and thought it has the power of the stars, but this isn't the original. His head memories of the moment his Lumen teammate flexed her knife to him came rushing back. The knife originally belonged to Lumen, who then passed it on to her disciple Velkia. However, right before the final expedition in the war against Tartaros, Velkia lost it. At the same time, Rune seemed to be done with his work and walked over to Leo, lowering his voice to a whisper. Kurt was the reward our ancestors received when conquering Velkia's hero world. Too bad artifacts from the hero world can only be used by the ones who claimed them. Then he continued, All right, have a seat. I heard from Hallen that you take all the classes and act as the rep for first-year students at Lumen Academy. I know it's a bit sudden to ask right after meeting, but could you meet my niece once? She's a first year at Saran Academy, super talented, got in with the highest score, but the outside world is huge. And right after enrolling, she hit some limits and lost motivation. Someone her age and from the outside, like you, might be able to inspire her. Following Rune's lead, Leo walked down the hallway. However, looking at the key in his hand, he whispered with a bit of awkwardness, But is it really okay to give a stranger the key to your niece's room like this? Then he knocked. The door opened automatically, revealing a totally chaotic room with books and clothes scattered all over the floor. The air was thick with dust, making Leo cough a few times. Looking around, he noticed pictures of a hero party from 5,000 years ago, making him realize the girl in this room was a hardcore stan of the great hero. He thought, I know people like collecting this stuff, but this level is a bit much. Is this really the Saran Academy uniform? Just then, a sleepy voice rang out behind Leo. Hey, barging into a girl's room like this is a bit much, don't you think? The girl was Irene Elsa, vice president of Class 1 first year at Saran Academy. Then she recognized Leo's face and let out a completely panicked scream. Before hiding under the blanket, Leo calmly introduced himself. Hello, I'm Leo Block. I came here at your grandfather's request. Still hiding under the blanket on the bed, Irene stayed defensive, leaving Leo with no other choice. So Leo complimented her a bit to ease the tension. Well, your collection rivals the number of books about Kai that I have. Let's see how do they write about him from the elf tribe's perspective. The monster uprising in the northern mountains could also be credited to Kai. Oh, your room is actually pretty tidy. Hearing that Irene finally poked her head out of the blanket and asked, "Do you like Kai?" Leo walked further inside, scanning the room. His eyes locked onto something. He muttered, "Is this..." Then Leo continued, "The battlefield at Danos, the new one about Kai, in the Braggart. It mentioned the battle where Tebeka commanded the Tataros army and got ganged up on right. The battle where the great heroes fought together as teammates for the first time." Irene turned to him excitedly. "Do they know the place where Commander Joga was defeated back then?" Leo replied, "Evelyn, that's where Lumen tested her star magic for the first time." Hearing that, Irene got even more hyped. She squeezed her small hands together and said cheerfully, "That's right, that's a part of the hero's history that very few people know about, even in academia. It's just a minor topic." In Irene's eyes right now, Leo looked like a total idol. Then she bowed her head slightly and said, "Sorry for the late intro. I'm Irene Elsa. I'm yapping a bit too much for someone you just met, aren't I?" Hearing that Leo didn't blame her at all, he just smiled. "No worries. As someone who's heard stories about the heroes, I'm glad to know there's someone who's still passionate about those tales." Irene continued, "This is just my personal opinion, but even though history only confirms 4 great heroes, I think there might have been a 5th one." Leo finished her sentence. "Kai, I believe he really existed, so when I go back, I plan to join a research group tracking Kai's traces." Hearing that, Irene exclaimed happily, "Whoa, that sounds awesome." Then she bowed her head slightly and muttered, "School, huh?" These words accidentally reached Leo's ears, making him think, shy and reserved, but she's all right. Then he spoke up. "Irene, why don't you go to school?" She replied shyly, I don't think Saran is the right place for me." She looked toward the corner of the room and continued, "Everyone works way too hard. They're all seriously training to become heroes. While I'm just someone with a totally unrealistic dream of becoming a hero." Leo noticed the outfit in her closet. The uniform was kept carefully. Wasn't that a sign she hadn't given up yet? Then he turned to ask Irene, "I'm not the only one from Elsobeckia wandering around here. My whole class is here on a field trip. I think if they heard your story, they'd really want to meet you." Hearing that, she responded in shock. Leo stood up and said, "You know, the human world has hero training schools just like Saran Academy, right?" Hearing that, Iran was absolutely buzzing with excitement. Then Leo turned his back to the door and walked away, making sure to call out, "If you're curious about the students from Lumen Academy, feel free to come check us out." The moment he stepped out the door, Run was already standing there waiting. Seeing Leo, his eyes were filled with anticipation. Startled by Leo's sudden appearance, Run yelped, "You scared the life out of me." Then Run leaned in and whispered, "Don't tell me you spent all that time chatting with Iran just to save her." Leo nodded quickly. "Yeah, that's right." Hearing this answer, Run was so happy he was on the verge of tears. He took out a handkerchief to wipe a few emotional tears from the corner of his eyes and said, "It's been ages since she talked to anyone for that long." Then he smiled, placing a hand on Leo's shoulder, continuing, "It seems she's really opened her heart to you. I want to repay you somehow. What do you think I want to gift you a magic item? Who knows, it might be useful for you." Hearing that, Leo was internally ecstatic. But on the outside, he just muttered, "It would be rude to refuse, right?" After walking for a bit, the two arrived at the Elsa family's treasure vault. Inside was filled with countless piles of gold, silver, gems, and expensive jewelry. The scene was enough to make anyone drool. Run looked at Leo and said, "Go ahead, pick whatever you want." Leo walked deeper inside, scanning the room once. Then his eyes locked onto a specific item. He muttered internally, "That thing is..." Then he immediately spoke up, "I'll take this one." Seeing the item Leo was holding, Run stroked his chin and said, "That is a jewel containing the power of a fairy, obtained by my ancestors from Velkia a long time ago. The fairy image carved on the outside is incredibly exquisite and beautiful." Before Run could finish explaining, Leo cut him off. "It's fine." Seeing that, Run happily replied, "As long as you're satisfied with it, that's all that matters." Staring at the jewel in front of him, Leo muttered in his mind, "That's definitely not a fake, that is a real fairy." After the group of students finished arranging their sleeping quarters, Halen led them to a room and spoke up. "Quiet down, everyone. I'm going to announce the upcoming schedule. Starting tomorrow, wake-up time is 6 a.m. In the morning, you will do individual training in the fairy forest near Vin City, and the afternoon will be for practical missions." Hearing that, Eliana and Kevin raised their hands in confusion. "Wait a second. Didn't we already do enough individual training at school? We still have to train even on a field trip?" Helen replied, "On this trip, we will focus on the aspects you lack. Surely no one thinks they came here just to play right. Then he affirmed, "Let me make this clear. This schedule was created by your class representative." Hearing that Kalo in the corner of the room shouted angrily, "That bastard Chelsea was just as confused. Why would you do that?" Leo replied with a slight smile, "The fairy forest has monsters, which is perfect for real combat training. Train until you drop. Whoever collapses first loses." Eliana chimed in from the side. "The class rep definitely has a noble reason. To become a true hero, we have to do this." After explaining a few more things, Helen concluded, "All right, enjoy it. This will be your last moment of free time." Immediately after, Leo returned to his room. Holding the jewel in his hand, he looked straight at it and muttered, "Sealed by the Fairy King's magic, huh?" He thought no wonder Run Elsa thought it was just a statue. After the era of calamity, those who signed contracts with the Fairy King disappeared, and no one in the fairy race had ever witnessed that magic again. But to Leo, this was familiar. This was exactly Cyrus's magic. Immediately, he channeled a stream of magic, comprised of golden mana, into the jewel. At this moment, he thought to himself, "Finally, the time has come to use the Fairy King's oath that I once received." Waves of mana flooded into the jewel like a tide. After absorbing the energy for a while, cracks began to appear on the surface. From those cracks, blinding beams of light started piercing through. The light flared up, making the whole room shine brightly in the night. Along with it came the appearance of a tiny spirit sitting on Leo's hand. He muttered, "Father, is the seal finally broken?" Then he looked at Leo in confusion. "Why is there a human standing in front of me like this? How strange." Leo leaned in close and said, "Who are you?" The tiny spirit got angry veins popping on his forehead as he shouted, "You dare call me you." Then he patted his chest and solemnly introduced himself. "I am the eldest son of the great golden fairy king Cyrus, the heir to the throne of the father king. Before you is the silver fairy Kirin." Kirin started nagging, but Leo brought his hand close and flicked his forehead hard, making Kirin yelp in pain. Kirin rubbed his forehead in rage. "You, how dare you? What is the meaning of this?" Leo's eyes turned terrifying. He lowered his voice. "Watch your mouth. Even your father was polite to me. Who do you think you are, you little brat?" Hearing that, Kirin shouted furiously, "You insolent human, daring to insult the Fairy King." Cyrus, not letting Kirin continue. Leo flicked his head hard one more time. Kirin screamed even louder, "You little punk," before he could say another word. Leo flicked him again, making Kirin look like he was about to lose his mind screaming. This scene went on for 15 minutes. Afterwards, Kirin gradually became polite, stuttering. "No way, are you really the one who received the oath from my father?" Leo calmly blew on his finger and said, "Looks like it." "Bro, your seal is broken." "Why are you still in denial?" Kirin replied. "Actually, making a pact with a lowly human like you isn't that bad." Leo poked his finger against his head and said, "Sirius is usually chill, but he still stripped all 6 of your wings and sealed you away. You must have been a total menace, huh?" Prince Kirin, feeling exposed. Kirin stroked his chin and said, "You even know about that. You really are the chosen one." Leo sighed softly. "All right, fine. Go to the fairy realm and call Sinroth for me." Kirin crossed his arms. Sighing, "I can't. Not until I recover all 6 wings. Only then can I return to the fairy realm." Leo asked, "So where's the first wing?" Kirin replied, "I believe it's in the fairy forest, our former home." Leo smiled, whispering to himself, "Sinroth destiny has brought your son right to me." Sensing Kirin starting to use a commanding tone, Leo flicked his forehead hard again and shouted, "You dare talk to me like that?" Cut to a few days later. The squad entered the fairy forest for training. Amidst the snow-covered woods, something made Carlo's group drop their jaws in shock. But Teacher Halen remained completely chill. Turns out sitting right in front of them was Chelsea, slumped on the ground, complaining, "No way you won using only wind magic." Suddenly a hand reached out to her, making her blush. It was Leo. He stepped forward with a warm smile and said, "Looks like you need some training too." Flashback to a few minutes ago, Eliana walked up to Leo and asked, "Class rep, you said my swordsmanship and magic skills don't sync up. Is it that bad?" She clenched her fists, let out a sigh, and spoke with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "Is that why you made me train separately today?" Leo didn't answer right away and looked to the side. At this moment, Carlo and Eliza flinched. Eliza asked, "Do I lack skill in controlling my summons?" Carlo shouted furiously, "Hey, alchemy is the one thing I'm confident in. I made that crystal clear during the entrance exam, didn't I, Leo?" Then footsteps approached from a distance, and a voice said, "So I don't understand wind magic well enough." Hearing that, Leo turned his head to look at the person. It was Chelsea. Gripping her weapon tightly, she demanded, "Then show me what you've got." Leo smiled, put one hand in his pocket, looking absolute badass, and said, Sure. Looking at him, she muttered to herself, everything Leo does always exceeds expectations. Who knows what other tricks he's hiding? Her gaze hardened with determination. No time to prep, I'm going all in, thoughts racing. She immediately spun the magic staff in her hand, creating a massive hurricane. Seeing this, Leo didn't even flinch. He simply muttered, storm. He thrust his hand forward instantly, creating a tornado that rivaled Chelsea's. Then the two massive storms slammed into each other, creating an ear-splitting screech that made everyone shiver as they watched the clash. Eliana had to shield her face with her hands because the wind pressure was too intense. She shouted, isn't speedcasting Chelsea's specialty? He countered even faster than her. Without hesitating, Chelsea screamed wind chains. Instantly, chains materialized from behind her and shot straight at Leo to attack. Seeing this, Leo calmly said, Chelsea, I told you the first time we met, that is not how you use wind magic. Instantly, swirling red currents of wind erupted around him, blocking Chelsea's attack cold. Immediately after, her chains were shattered by Leo's storm in the blink of an eye, giving her zero time to react. He pointed a finger into the air, creating a wind arrow, aimed straight at Chelsea, leaving her completely stunned. The whole forest shook violently from the aftershock. A few small clumps of snow fell onto Chelsea's head after the blast. Leo's sword was already pressed against her neck. She frowned, only able to look up at him. His face was full of confidence, clearly showing the skill gap between them. Staring at him, she replayed his words in her mind. You call this wind magic? Without hesitation, Leo reached out to help her up. From the sidelines, Eliana sighed softly. Unbelievable, what kind of monster is our class rep? Carlo added. I never thought Chelsea would get cooked in her own specialty, Helen explained. As a pure mage. Chelsea isn't inferior to Leo, but the massive difference in understanding and applying wind magic decided the winner. When you rank up, you'll learn new techniques, so it's crucial to master your current power first. Chelsea was now standing next to Leo. Looking totally embarrassed, he turned and patted her head incredibly gently. Helen continued, so focus on training your basics under the class rep's guidance. And good luck with this afternoon's quest training. Hearing that, the group sighed sulkily. Yes, ma'am. They were all shivering from the cold and hunger. Meanwhile, Leo was heading deeper into the forest alone. His quest this time was to gather herbs, remembering the scene. Everyone was totally floored, completely gassed out. Kalo covered his mouth, looking green, and begged, Please, I'll train later. I swear, flashback. Leo smirked and said, Finally, they're making a move. Just then, a crisp voice called out Leo. Look at this, I gathered a whole halsey. It was Kieran. The kid had been out grinding for herbs for Leo. Leo took the herbs, cracked a smile, and said, Actually impressive. Just like a fairy. Kieran turned away, beaming with pride. I'm not just some average fairy, you know. Checking the loot count. Leo stashed the bag in his inventory, then turned to Kieran. Shall we start a full investigation of this fairy forest? Kieran nodded. Finally. The quest to reclaim my wings has begun. The two of them headed deeper into the woods. After a bit, Leo suddenly stopped cold. Kieran looked confused. Why'd you stop? Leo turned calmly and asked, When exactly did you get exiled from the fairy realm? Kieran frowned, thought for a second, and said, About 100 years ago. Leo stared at the invisible wall manifesting in front of them. Look closely. It's an illusion. Kieran replied, Is this the fairy king's magic? But it doesn't feel like my father's power. Leo muttered internally, That's the magic of Father Sinros Rowan, the ancient fairy from the era of destruction. But the spell was only activated about 100 years ago, based on the timing. This spell was triggered by Kieran's wings, a barrier forged from ancient magic and the wings of his own son. That means something insanely important is sealed inside, suddenly from within. A pair of cold, dead feet stepped out. Kieran covered his nose and yelled, You! The figure looked at Leo and spoke, Why is a human in the fairy realm? Leo didn't even flinch at the guy's appearance. He just shrugged. Less weird than an undead showing up here. Turns out it was a skeleton. The creature spoke. This place has been under our control for ages, Tataros. Kieran glared at the skeleton and screamed, This is our fairy sanctuary. What nonsense are you spouting? The skeleton mocked fairy. You call yourself a fairy with that weak power. Kieran snapped, What did you say? Blue energy started flaring up around him. He dashed forward, winding up a punch, screaming, You bastard! But the skeleton didn't even flinch at the attack. Totally unbothered, Kieran landed a direct hit right on its chest, smashing the rib cage. The skeleton's body crumbled and fell to the ground. Kieran landed softly. All bark and no bite, huh? Leo watched and teased. You call yourself a fairy, but you fight like a street thug. Kieran stretched his limbs and replied, If it works, who cares? Fairy and undead powers counteract each other. Suddenly his eyes went wide. What the hell? The undead's body was putting itself back together. It spoke, I see. Even if you're trashed here, you are still a fairy. The stench coming off him was vile. Kieran gagged and yelled, "Gross, you stink and you won't stay dead." Bro hasn't showered in 1,000 years. The undead gripped his sword, unleashing massive energy. Kieran didn't hesitate. He charged in again, screaming, "I'll crush you into dust." Just as he got close, Leo's eyes widened. He shouted, "Kieran, move!" The undead slammed his sword into the ground. Red mana erupted around him, forming a shield. Seeing that terrifying barrier, Kieran panicked and swerved midair, but he crashed right into Leo with a painful yelp. What the hell? Leo stayed calm, easily catching him and propping him up. "It's an ancient monster of Tartaros, a death knight." The skeleton spoke. "I am Kago, a knight serving the Lich King." He swung his sword instantly, charging straight at Leo. Leo pulled out his own blade, one slash forward, blocked. The knight kept spamming attacks from all sides, his voice deep and hollow. "I am the one who will guide you to death." Kago's voice was ice-cold, dripping with killing intent. Leo glanced up, his heart pounding against the intense pressure. Before Leo could even breathe, Kago unleashed a massive strike. The sword came down with terrifying force, aiming right for Leo. The pressure was insane, tearing the air apart. Leo's eyes flashed with determination. He summoned a shimmering blue magic shield to tank the hit. He blocked it, but the impact sent him stumbling. Legs shaking, he stumbled back a few steps, sweat dripping down his forehead just to stay standing. Kago walked closer with a nasty grin. Eyes sharp as knives, he mocked. "You managed to deploy your light aura that fast. Not bad, huh?" Then he gripped his sword tight and rushed at Leo like a tornado, eyes burning with battle lust. The moment he got close, he raised his sword and unleashed a massive, powerful slash. The air screamed violently. Leo was exhausted, but he still reacted in time. But his movements were slow, struggling hard to block the heavy attack. Both sides' growled eyes locked on each other, neither giving an inch in this tense clash. Kago burst out laughing, sounding completely arrogant. "All your resistance is useless." "Ha ha." Seeing his master in trouble, Kieran charged in from behind with burning loyalty, screaming, "Leo, I got your back." He swung a hard hit at Kago, but that skeleton body was way too solid, sending Kieran face-planting into the dirt forehead, swollen red. He clutched his head, mumbling in pain, I really tried my best. If only I had wings." Leo was drained, but he gritted his teeth, eyes shining with unbreakable will. He muttered, voice deep and powerful, "In the name of the contractor, answer my summons." The moment the words ended, brilliant sparks exploded around him, leaving Kago stunned. Stepping back slightly, looking wary, when the spell completed, Leo's body lit up. Violent sparks rose up like hellfire. A majestic, burning phoenix wing appeared on his back, radiating heat that made the air vibrate. He gripped his sword, staring cold daggers at Kago Zero Fear. Kago stammered in shock. This as Kieran looked up from the ground, eyes wide with surprise, mumbling, "What the—" "There's another contractor besides me." Leo didn't hesitate. He swung a terrifying slash, the blade turning into the head of a phoenix. Fire rushed at Kago at breakneck speed. When the flame hit him, a massive energy explosion burst out, ripping Kago's body into two pieces. Out of the fire, a tiny phoenix appeared on Leo's shoulder, chirping peep-peep innocently like a chick. Kieran jumped up to the little bird, asking in surprise, "Is this a phoenix?" The little phoenix side-eyed him with total disdain, making Kieran scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. But Kago wasn't finished yet. He roared, voice full of rage, "A phoenix and a fairy, I will absolutely not let them survive." He stabbed his sword hard into the ground. Fresh red blood flooded out like a waterfall, spreading around him. He shouted, "Army of death, devour these living souls." The call echoed from the dead zone, and the skeletons got the signal, marching forward together. Leo looked ahead, internal monologue sounding anxious. "A curse that endlessly summons the undead." Kieran gasped behind him. "Huh, did you give up?" Out of light aura, hearing that, he just smiled slightly, eyes sparkling with confidence. He took a stance, voice steely. "No way that's happening." Moving forward, he mumbled, "Is this Kai's mana?" "Haven't used this in ages." He activated the skill, Earth Tremor. A huge source of mana flowed from his hand into the ground, shattering the earth, blocking the zombie wave's attack. From afar, Kago couldn't hide his shock at Leo's move. Not giving him time to think, Leo launched himself at the enemy. Getting close, he cast Wind Cyclone, creating a tornado that blew away every zombie in his path. Seeing Leo bypass his minions, Kago yelled angrily, "Stop right there. If you call yourself a knight, face me with honor." Leo gripped his sword, kept moving, voice cold. "A guy who summons a whole army of minions like you has the nerve to talk about honor." Then he powered up his legs, jumped high over the zombies, soaring into the sky. Kago thought Leo was running and screamed, "He's hiding, chase him." While moving, Leo turned to Kieran, voice deep but warm. Little buddy, stop fighting. Get us inside. After moving for a while, Leo stopped to catch his breath, mumbling, "This place should be safe enough." But suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Leo glanced over, seeing a zombie growling and approaching. No hesitation, he drew his sword. Thinking a stray undead, the blade swung, ripping the zombie to shreds, but instantly another sword tip thrust straight at him. A voice rang out. "Did you summon that human?" Leo answered fast. "Hell no, I'm Lumen's student. I got nothing to do with those undead." Checking the attacker's outfit, Leo muttered, "Is that a Saran Academy uniform?" But the other guy didn't care, swinging his sword and yelling, "What a ridiculous excuse, die you necromancer." Leo smoothly spun to dodge the attack, then smashed the sword hilt into the guy's stomach, making him clutch his gut and scream in pain. Suddenly a gentle voice came from the shadows. "That is enough." A red-haired girl stepped out, eyes sincere. "I apologize for the rudeness just now. I am Rina Elvandoa, a first-year student at Saran. Please don't think all of us from Saran are like that guy." Seeing her speak so politely, Leo gave a slight nod. "All right, apology accepted. What brings you here?" From Saran, Rina stepped up, hand extended. "I'm on field training here in Berkia." "How about you?" Leo replied. "Field trip. I got to report to my professor now." He turned around to leave. Rina stood her ground, whispering, "May the forest of Berkia protect you." Leo walked off, muttering, "Rina Elzandoa. Why does that name ring a bell?" Meanwhile, somewhere else, Rina was disciplining that guy, screaming in rage. Worst student in the advanced class. Causing trouble just to flex you, moron. How embarrassing. This seemed to be the norm in the Berkia district. The scene shifts to Leo and Professor Halen meeting Run. After hearing the story, Run questioned. A death night inside the sanctuary. Since when have monsters or tragedies appeared? But the pollution level isn't that serious. Halen cut in. He's not the type of student to lie. Run replied, but a misunderstanding born from ignorance is still a lie. Suddenly something caught Leo's attention. A man walked in, speaking up. A first-year hero candidate claiming he clashed with a death knight. That was Herdiam Greentail, homeroom teacher of Saran's Advanced Class 1. He continued, he definitely confused it for a skeleton knight. I don't believe a freshman could survive a death knight. He side-eyed Leo. You're just a first-year kid. Then he turned to Helene. Professor Helene, you actually believe this student's story? Helene replied instantly. Of course. He's the department representative. Hearing that, Herdiam flinched, thinking, if that's true, this could broaden the horizons of Saran students, even if the Death Knight story is nonsense. He continued, if he's the department rep, he must be confident in his magic. I propose a joint class between Saran's Advanced Class 1 and Lumen. The scene shifts to evening in a luxurious, extravagant room. A massive exchange party was in full swing. Kalo and Chelsea walked in, beaming. Kalo gasped, whoa, they throw events this huge, what a rich school. Chelsea tugged his arm, adding, it's on par with His Majesty the Emperor's banquets. Eliana chirped happily. I heard tomorrow we'll get to experience Saran's teaching style. Nella was hyped. Hey, I can't wait. At the table, Halen and Herdiam were whispering. Leo glanced over, thinking, a joint class proposal. He probably needs to see it with his own eyes to believe it. Suddenly a voice rang out. We've met before, haven't we? Leo turned around, surprised to see Rena walking up. She smiled. Care for a dance? Under the shimmering stage lights, Leo and Rena glided across the floor. She asked, you know this dance? Leo nodded. Yeah, learned it ages ago. Rena shyly added, I still don't know your name. What should I call you? Leo replied. I'm Leo Block. Just call me Leo. Hearing his name, Rena froze for a few seconds. Then she suddenly grabbed Leo by the collar, screaming in rage. So you're the one who stole the contract. Her sudden move left Leo stunned, speechless. Rena leaned in close. I'm going to kill you. He recalled Fiora's words, her voice trembling with regret. Leo felt his heart tighten. Rena is my contractor, and the one who saved Ellen Lana's life. I'm sorry because that child was supposed to be the original contractor. Just thinking about it, Leo's body went stiff as if a cold chill had pierced right through him. He thought to himself, eyes widening in shock. So this girl is Fiora's original contractor. Right in front of him, Rena stood there, face flushed with rage, eyes burning like she wanted to incinerate him. She roared, you filthy contract thief. Leo looked straight at her, let out a soft sigh, and gave a faint smile, his voice deep and warm. Fiora is doing fine. The unexpected words made Rena freeze, eyes wide with shock. But a second later, she gritted her teeth. Her rage exploded again. Go to hell! She screamed, launching herself at Leo with terrifying speed, leaving everyone around in shock, rooted to the spot. A few minutes later, in a vast hall, the atmosphere was still thick with tension. Leo walked with Professor Halen while Rena stood before him, head bowed, voice trembling. I apologize, Leo. Please forgive my disrespect earlier, even though her words sounded sincere. Her fists were clenched tight, masking the rage still simmering inside. Leo gave a gentle smile, replying softly, "It's fine." But inside he was thinking, "Must be exhausting for you to pretend like this, huh?" Once everything was settled, Halen spoke up. "The misunderstanding has been cleared up. We'll be taking our leave now." The two turned to walk away. Herdion pushed up his glasses, looking at Rena with a stern gaze. Student Rena, never make that mistake again, as the representative of Saran's first years. Rena's expression went dark. She gave a slight nod, voice quiet. "Yes, I understand." Herdium continued, voice filled with resolve. "In tomorrow's joint class, we have to prove it." He stepped closer, placing a hand on Rena's shoulder. His eyes blazed. "That Saran is superior to Lumen." Then he corrected himself, laughing loudly. "No superior to all hero academies." The flame of pure will flared up during the chat, making Rena tremble, not out of fear, but because the rage inside her was lighting up again. She thought to herself, eyes flashing with absolute contempt, "Do these Lumen Academy commoners not have bread? Then let them eat cake." Herdium rubbed his chin after that bold speech, actually getting a bit nervous. "Did I push her too hard?" He cleared his throat, about to keep going with a humph from now on, but he couldn't even finish his sentence. Rena clenched her fists and screamed, voice full of fury, "I will never lose to that bastard again. I'm going to crush him." "Don't worry." For the honor of Saran, Herdium actually flinched at her intensity, his eyes showing fear of her blazing anger. Cut to the next day, inside a massive lecture hall. Students from the two classes were sitting opposite each other. The vibe was super hype. Halen stood on the podium, his voice deep and warm. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. First-year students of Saran Academy, I am Professor Halen, an instructor at Lumen Academy. Today, you guys are going to experience a model Lumen-style lesson." The Saran kids started buzzing, eyes sparkling with excitement. Halen called out, "Eliana, Carlo, Tai, step up. You guys are leading this class." The three of them jumped, totally caught off guard. Halen continued, "You are the top students representing Lumen. Show them what you've learned." That praise was like honey to them. Eliana, Carlo, and Tai got all shy eyes glistening. Chelsea, sitting next to Leo, chirped happily. "So that's why he called one person from each department." Leo frowned, thinking, "I feel like he's just too lazy, so he dumped it on them." Then came the show. Eliana unleashed her fire attribute, bright flames dancing in the air. Carlo controlled metal, shaping it into insane designs. Tai summoned these mystical creatures. The whole hall was shook. Saran students were scrambling to take notes. Herdium stood there, arms crossed, smiling to himself. Looking at it differently, we could unlock new methods, but then he frowned, side-eyeing Leo. Weird the class rep hasn't shown up yet. Meanwhile, Leo was just zoning out, thinking about that chair Carlo threw earlier. Rena sat opposite him, glaring with cold, angry eyes. Seeing her team kill it, Chelsea cheered. "Good job, guys." The three of them bowed and went back to their seats. After Lumen's show, Herdium walked up to the podium. "What an interesting lesson. Students of Lumen, one can clearly sense that each of you has developed deep abilities in your respective fields." He grabbed a piece of chalk and drew attributes on the board. Saran Academy follows a different method than Lumen. All Saran students learn magic as a foundation. We aim for a balanced training model, not just relying solely on magic. Leo frowned in his seat, thinking he says balanced, but he's basically mocking us for teaching a mix of everything. But all that magic theory is just for show. He let out a long yawn. He looked so bored the students around him were shocked. But Herdium turned around and kept going. And that is how we reached the final answer. He glanced at Leo, thinking, what is with this kid's attitude? Rumor has it he fought a death knight. His academics are trash. He raised his voice. Enough theory. He raised his hand, creating a brilliant golden crystal in front of his chest. Let me show you the true essence of Saran. We are naturally a race of magic. He poured mana in, pushing the crystal up as countless smaller crystals split off. Bright light flooded the lecture hall, leaving the students in awe. He continued. This is spirit arts, the original magic of our ancestors. This is our true nature, Issa spirit magic. He pointed to the board. This formula is the legacy of Goddess Luna. It is the foundation for all spirit arts, the magic we cast. It's just one branch among countless variations of that formula, isn't it? A hand went up from the crowd. It was Leo. Herdium looked at him, the class rep. Leo sighed softly, smiling to himself. I'm not really into spirit arts, but he spoke up, interrupting. That explanation's wrong. That made Halen and Rena freeze. Everyone stared at him. Herdium frowned. What did you just say? Leo explained calmly. I said that magic can't be activated. The Saran students started whispering, totally confused. Herdium put his hands on his hips. Of course it's incomplete magic. It can't be cast, our ancestors decoded Luna's legacy and restored it to its current form. Leo thought to himself, even so, the real version is long lost. It makes sense that he doesn't know. Luna created that magic specifically to pass on to Kai. Herdium glared coldly. You seem to know a lot about spirit arts, don't you? If our explanation is wrong, would you mind showing us your way? Sensing things were getting out of hand, Hallen sighed, ready to step in, but he stopped startled by Leo. He stood up confidently and walked to the podium. Your elf magic is just a cheap copy. I'm the one who received Luna's true essence. But I died before I could pass it on to other races. Maybe we were destined to meet. Hallen looked done with Leo's antics. Spirit arts are the pride of the elf race, the founder's legacy. If this keeps up, it could start a war between the academies. Leo stepped up to the table, tweaking the mana flow with just a finger. A Saran student asked, puzzled, what kind of logic is this? It looks like spirit art, but I've never seen that formula before. Once he finished, Leo turned to Herdium. I'm done, sir. Seeing the mana flow perfectly, Herdium's eyes welled up with tears, his body trembling with emotion. He stammered, What magic is this? Have you used it before? The scene shifts to the past when Luna cast the spell. Standing opposite Kai wondered, this spell is Luna, cut him off, her voice swelling with pride. Look, I've finally finished it. I'll teach it to you personally, Kai. This is the flower blooming spell. A glittering golden flower appeared in Leo's hand, its brilliant light recreating Luna's miracle. The performance left every student jaw-dropped, eyes wide in shock. Eliana stood down below. Unable to hide her amazement, she shouted, Our class rep just did something insane, didn't he? Nella, standing next to her, nodded slightly. She smiled in agreement with Eliana, her eyes sparkling with pride. Meanwhile, Rena, the girl who usually hated Leo's guts, flinched. She thought to herself, stunned and confused, what on earth? What's with the professor's reaction? She stole a glance at Professor Herdium, who had dropped to his knees on the ground. Tears streamed down his face, witnessing the masterpiece. His eyes shimmered as he stammered, magnificent. How many elemental magics can be derived from this? Don't tell me this is just a spell to make flowers bloom? Leo stood nearby, smiling confidently. He explained, his voice calm yet charismatic. It's not that simple. During the era of calamity, flowers went nearly extinct. To the founder of Nebula. Weren't flowers something special? His words made the room fall silent, evoking memories of a past life. Kai, eyes full of doubt, gently touched the brilliant golden flower in front of him. He muttered, What kind of magic is this? It's useless in combat, isn't it? Luna, standing beside him, turned around, her eyes sparkling like stars. She asked gently, her voice thick with emotion, Do you know how beautiful flowers are one day? I will see a whole world filled with them. Back in the present, Professor Herdium seemed transfixed by the magnificent flower. He mumbled, awestruck. The founder truly imbued the essence of truth into it. Then, as if snapping out of a trance, he turned, puzzled. But who is this student? How does he know all this? Leo approached him calmly. He whispered in a deep, warm voice, I am Leo Bob. I taught myself the essence of magic through ancient texts. I am a multi-elemental user and a natural-born mage. His humble yet confident introduction left Professor Herdium dumbfounded. Eyes wide, he stammered, Does your lineage have any ties to elves? Leo shook his head with a faint smile. Not at all, from down below. Professor Halen stepped up, looking a bit awkward. He sighed. My student has lost. I apologize. Let's end the lesson here. Then he turned to Professor Herdium, his voice serious. For now, it's best we don't take an official stance on this matter. Still dazed, Herdium stammered, Professor Halen, perhaps I was a bit out of line. Suddenly he rushed forward and grabbed Halen's hands. Voice full of excitement, he asked, But can we transfer Leo to our school? The sudden request made Professor Halen jump. Excuse me. After class, the group returned to the dorms, the atmosphere buzzing with energy. Eliana and Chelsea, the two energy balls of the group, decided to cook. Chelsea looked absolutely thrilled. She brought out a pot of deep purple fish, the smell so pungent nobody dared to approach. She proudly announced Tada Aliu Wallen's specialty. Not wanting to lose, Eliana slammed a bizarre-looking salad onto the table, covering it to hide it from prying eyes. She grinned, chirping, and this is the death risotto. It's so good, only one survivor will remain. Staring at the two dishes. Leo, Kai, and Nella looked absolutely terrified. Leo whispered to Kai, his voice trembling, This is the biggest nightmare since I joined Lumen. Kai, pale as a sheet, replied, Do we seriously have no other choice? Standing behind them, Nella frowned. I think I still have some elf bread from the last quest. Before anyone could react, Eliana moved with lightning speed. She shoved a spoonful of food into Kai's mouth. She beamed. Try it, just try it. The moment it slid down his throat, Kai convulsed, sweat pouring off him, his eyes filled with panic. Seeing his lack of cooperation, Eliana frowned. What are you doing, you dummy? From a distance, Rune and Elder watched the students fooling around. He laughed heartily. It's good to see you all so happy. Professor Halen stood beside him. He scratched his head and whispered to Rune. Seeming to take the hint, Leo turned to rejoin the group, but just as he took a step, Rune called out, "Wait," his voice turned serious. "You need to know this. The Berkia High Council has released a decision regarding the Necromancer Knights." Leo flinched, his heart racing. Rune continued. "Simply put, we've confirmed multiple undead and Necromancer Knights appearing in the Elf Forest. Therefore, Lumen and Saran will collaborate to investigate the anomalies in the forest. But for inexperienced first years, this is extremely dangerous." Hearing this, Eliana, Chelsea, and Nella, who were standing outside the door, cheeks flushed with hype, eyes shining like they were about to pop out of their sockets. Inside, Ron continued. "So we propose to Saran when the quest starts, they'll investigate alongside Saran's upperclassmen." Leo replied without a second of hesitation. "Did the council leader come all this way? Just for that?" Ron shook his head, smiling mysteriously. "Nah. Actually, I came for you, Leo." Right then, Irene was standing outside the door, peeking inside shy and blushing. Seeing that Leo stepped out, flashing a friendly smile. "Hey, Irene, how've you been?" Irene stuttered back. I said I'd come, so I took the privilege." Seeing the new girl, Chelsea squealed from inside. "She's so adorable." The girls' squad immediately swarmed her, chirping with questions. Chelsea was hyped. "What's your name? Why didn't you come to the exchange event?" Eliana looked at Leo curiously. "Prez, how do you know her?" Nella just smiled softly and whispered, "So cute." The squad's enthusiasm made Irene turn tomato red, wanting to turn to stone right there. After a barrage of questions, her eyes were swirling, totally dizzy. Finally, she mumbled a quiet apology and rushed upstairs. Irene's sudden exit left Chelsea and Eliana confused. Chelsea frowned. "Did we do something wrong?" Eliana scratched her head and turned back. "She's really just a shy kid, huh?" Witnessing the scene, Ron turned to Leo, voice deep. "Leo, I'm counting on you." Leo just nodded. His gaze drifted to the balcony where Irene was sitting quietly alone. Suddenly, a jacket was gently placed on her shoulders, making Irene jump. Leo stepped out, his smile warm as sunshine. Then Irene asked shyly, "But Leo, aren't you cold?" Leo replied confidently, "Nah, I'm good. Don't worry." Then he asked softly, "So why did you run away from Saran Academy?" The sudden question made Irene go silent, eyes looking far away. She mumbled, "Because I'm not cut out to be a hero," Leo asked in surprise. Why is that Irene spoke softly but with deep emotion? When life at Saran got too overwhelming, I met someone like the sun. It was Rena. She was confident, kind, and a true hero. I admired her, wanted to follow in her footsteps. I tried to climb to advanced Class 1, but in the placement match, I made a huge mistake. I thought Rena would hate me after that. Looking at the small girl in front of him, Leo thought to himself, she's not someone you can hate, and Rena isn't the type to care about petty stuff. Then he smiled and asked, "You like the story of Valkyria, right?" Irene's eyes lit up, immediately nodding enthusiastically. "Yeah, that's the story about our ancestor." Leo continued, his voice warm and deep. "Then you must know Valkyria admired the great heroes and followed them. That's how she became a hero herself, right? Don't worry about other people's eyes, just walk the path you want." Leo's words seemed to touch Irene's heart, making her awakened eyes sparkling. Leo gently reached out his hand. "Let's go down. My class is awesome and super fun." The next day, the two classes were led by Professor Herodium and Hallen to a snow-covered forest. Rena, with flames blazing behind her back, turned to Leo curiously. "Hey, how the hell did you convince Irene?" Leo calmly replied, "I told her she has nothing to fear from you." Rena's eyes widened in surprise. "Fear me?" Why, Leo explained, "She said you were terrifying during the placement match, so she thought you hated her." Rena realized, muttering, "Damn, that was just because Irene was too strong." I had to focus. Leo smiled. "Take care of her. She needs you." From a distance, Professor Herodium looked in one direction, cheering happily. "You're here." A group of students appeared, led by a purple-haired guy with serious aura, Zoda Andra, Saran Academy's third-year representative. He walked up to shake Herodium's hand, voice smooth, "Greetings, Professor Herodium." Herodium beamed. "Zoda, your recent thesis was quite interesting." Leo stared curiously at the ring on Zoda's hand, then turned, asking Rena, "Who's that?" Rena replied, "Senior Zoda, third-year rep. He wasn't anything special until his second year. Then he suddenly leveled up, like crazy. Became the talk of the whole semester." Leo muttered, thinking, "Suddenly leveled up, huh?" When everyone had gathered, Professor Halen spoke up. "Since everyone's here, let's start the group quest. Each group will have 2 to 3 first years and 1 third year." Holding the list, Professor Herodium read aloud. Group 1, Leo, Rena, and Zoda. Hearing the list, Leo froze, muttering, "No way. Why does it feel like this isn't random at all?" Leo and Rina carefully moved deep into the dense forest where ancient tree canopies blocked the sunlight, creating a gloomy, mysterious vibe. Leo took point step steady, but eyes sharp, constantly scanning every bush, every slight noise. He felt an uneasiness creeping in his chest like the forest was whispering warnings. Rina was the opposite of Leo's calm, trudging behind, lips pressed tight, muttering inwardly with a tone full of frustration. Ugh, so annoying, she recalled Professor Herodium's sarcastic insult. Hope you two fail humiliatingly in this mission. To give you a reality check. Anger flared in Rina, making her frown eyes flashing with rage. She suddenly spoke up, voice harsh. Why do I have to be paired with a thief? Leo didn't even flinch. He turned back a sarcastic smirk, playing on his lips. Still haven't dropped the whole calling me a thief habit, huh? He replied, voice calm but definitely teasing. Rina clenched her fist cheeks, flushing pink with rage. She practically screamed, of course not. I still don't accept you as the one who contracted. Yaga Leo just shrugged and kept walking, looking totally unbothered. Suit yourself, he said. His voice was light but loaded with meaning, making Rina freeze in confusion. To clarify the situation, let's check the positions of the survey teams in the forest. Deep inside the forest is Leo and Rina's group. Over at the giant octopus habitat is Chelsea's squad. The air there is damp and smells rank. At the rare herb cluster, Eliana's team is carefully collecting samples. The area with the ancient cypress trees belongs to Nella's group, and the forest entrance is Kai's turf. Rina rolled her eyes around the area, realizing someone was missing. She frowned, voice full of suspicion. Hey, where did Senior Rauda go off to by himself? Aren't we supposed to move as a group? Leo suddenly crouched down, his hands grazing the snow-covered ground. He narrowed his eyes like he was hunting for something important, recalling what Rauda had said. I'm going off on my own for a bit. Meet me in the middle of the forest. Leo muttered, that guy definitely has his own agenda. Leo's hands touched the thick snow where a strange purple mana radiated, making him sense an ancient, threatening power. Rina was still standing behind him, scanning the surroundings, voice puzzled. But deep in a forest like this. And we haven't seen a single undead. Didn't there seem to be quite a few last time Leo was deep in thought? He whispered, looks like last time, but look closer. He remembered a moment from before when his hand touched an invisible wall. That time, Kieran, standing next to him, had spoken up. This is the Fairy King's illusion magic, but it's not like my father's magic. Leo realized something was off. There's a curse on this land, something that didn't exist before. The curse of death. Only those who survived the Calamity era would recognize it. He shuddered, remembering Tataros, the loyal commander of Erebos, a survivor from the Hellkaiser Kingdom's Calamity era. But Tataros wouldn't act on his own. Leo thought to himself, Kago the Death Knight is his real henchman. Suddenly Leo shot up, eyes flashing as he sensed something. There's something over there, he muttered, in the fairyland that Zelos protects. Rina noticed his weird behavior and tilted her head curiously. What's up? Did you sense something? Before he could answer, a series of rapid footsteps echoed from deep within the forest, making Leo flinch, eyes going wide with alert. Something is coming. He shouted, hand instantly drawing his gleaming sword ready for battle. But then a warm, deep voice rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. Boo, how's the investigation going? It was Rauda stepping out of the shadows with a friendly smile. Both Leo and Rina shouted in unison, Senior Rauda. He approached, still smiling, and asked, so did you guys run into any undead? Rina sighed in relief, shaking her head. You scared the life out of me. No, we haven't found a single thing. Leo, meanwhile, sheathed his sword eyes, never leaving Rauda. He reached out to shake Rauda's hand, but the moment they touched, he felt a strange energy from the black ring on the senior's hand. This ring, Leo thought. But Rauda quickly cut off his train of thought. Too bad you're mistaken, Rauda said, his smile holding a hint of mystery. There isn't even a single undead here, let alone a death knight. But it's fine, first years are always so eager. Rauda continued, voice steady. You know high-ranking undead like death knights will vanish if the summoning mage doesn't have enough mana to sustain them, right? So wherever there's a death knight, there must be a demon summoner. Rina frowned in confusion hearing that. You mean there's a demon in this forest? But this is Berkia, the capital of Elsabekia, isn't it? Rauda walked closer to her, raised a finger, and smiled. Student Saran, you must know about the astral magic cast around Berkia, right? She nodded quickly. It's the spell created by Grand Lady Luna. Demons can't enter. But Leo suddenly cut in, voice firm. Is there a rule saying a summoning mage has to be a demon? Other races can use dark power, too. For example, you, Senior. His words left the other two stunned. Rauda smirked slightly, a smile full of hidden meaning. Interesting theory. I guess you don't know what the Pride Alliance is like. With that, he turned and walked away, not forgetting to drop one last line investigations over meet at the forest entrance. Leo fell silent, watching Rauda's retreating figure. He's looking for something, he thought. Rena, standing next to him, also felt something was off. She muttered, "That guy definitely knows something." That night, at the student dorms in a small room, dim yellow light shone on faces full of tension. Kai, a member of the group. "Speak up. Your squad didn't see the Death Knight either." Carlo sat across, letting out a heavy sigh, sounding totally over it. "Forget the Death Knight. We didn't even see a single undead." Chelsea, being her usual impulsive self, slammed the table and shot up. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of hype and suspicion. "That just makes it even more sketchy," she yelled. "The chairman clearly said the undead have spawned. And yet the second we start investigating, everything vanishes. Something's definitely off." Carlo just gave a faint smile and shook his head. "I'm going to sleep. I'm dead tired." But Chelsea wasn't letting him off the hook. She lunged forward and grabbed his tie. Yanking it hard, she shouted, "Hold up." Meanwhile, Leo had quietly slipped out of the dorm, through the window landing on the ground as silent as a ghost. He headed toward the Saran Academy Hotel, where dim moonlight filtered through a room's window. Leo skillfully picked the lock and stepped inside. With sharp eyes scanning the area, he stopped in front of a desk where Rauda's notebook was lying. Knew it. He snuck out of the dorm, Leo thought to himself. Suddenly his gaze locked onto a map on the desk. It had a red mark right at the entrance to the fairy realm. He muttered, "This is." Suddenly a scream from behind made him jump. "What are you doing here?" Rena was standing there out of nowhere, her eyes full of anger and curiosity. Leo spun around fast as lightning, covering her mouth with his hand and whispering, "Keep it down," once they both chilled out. Rena frowned, her voice sharp. "You were acting sus earlier." "Seriously, what are you doing here?" Leo lowered his voice. "I'm looking for Rauda." But he already snuck out. He's obviously heading toward the fairy forest. Suddenly, footsteps and voices echoed from outside. "Didn't you say he was asleep?" Another voice replied, "I heard a noise." Leo and Rena locked eyes, both realizing they were in trouble. Without hesitating, Leo wrapped his arm around Rena, scooped her up, and bailed out the window in a blink, leaving her completely shook. Meanwhile, in Irene's room, she was quietly reading under a dim light. A sudden noise outside made her jump. Irene got out of bed, walked to the window, and froze when she saw Leo holding Rena in his arms. "Leo and Rena, too," she whispered, her hands shaking. Her book hit the floor as a romantic fantasy played out in her head. Leo, looking even prettier than a flower, turned to Rena with a gentle gaze. "Let me join the honorary knights with you, Rena." Rena stared back with love in her eyes. The two were lost in their own romantic little world. Irene blushed, holding her burning cheeks as she thought a secret date in the fairy forest. Leo and Rena pushed deeper into the woods, surrounded by chilling air. Rena trailed behind, occasionally shooting Leo a nasty glare. "Are you going to follow me forever?" "Go back to the dorm," Leo snapped, sounding a bit annoyed. Rena frowned and fired back. "You still suspect Senior Rauda is involved in this? He just got here this morning." Meanwhile, the Death Knight was spotted days ago. Before she could say more, a voice cut her off. "Stop right there!" Irene appeared, panting heavily. She braced her hands on her knees, standing right in front of them. Rena was shocked. "Irene, when did you get here?" Irene's face was beet red from embarrassment. She clenched her fists and yelled, "Oh my God, students are forbidden from having inappropriate relationships. Boys and girls should be separated after the age of 7. Rena was stunned. "Huh, what the heck?" Leo, equally confused, rubbed his forehead. "What on earth are you talking about?" But Irene stood her ground. "I saw everything, you two sneaking into the dorm together. It's so scandalous. Even if Rena is pretty and Leo is totally handsome," her words made Rena freeze, her face turning so red it looked like steam was about to come out. Leo tried to stay cool and turned to Rena. "Rena, say something," she stuttered, looking totally flustered. "No, it's not like that." Suddenly, the vibe got intense. Leo frowned, sensing a bone-chilling cold rising from the ground. An undead arm suddenly burst out, dragging up a whole horde of walking corpses with glowing red eyes in the dark. "It's the undead," Leo shouted, drawing his sword and getting into a combat stance. From deep within the forest, a low, chilling voice echoed. "Welcome to the fairy forest." Seeing the zombies clawing their way out of the ground, their eyes glowing red like hot coals in the dark. The whole squad went on high alert. Leo gripped his sword tight, the steel blade flashing under the moonlight as his sharp gaze scanned ahead. "They're all skeleton soldiers, high-ranking undead," he shouted, his voice low but serious. Rena stood next to him, clenching her fists until her knuckles turned white, biting her lip in tension. She turned to Leo, her voice shaking but still suspicious. "Where did these things suddenly come from?" Leo shot a quick glance at Rena, his eyes flashing with a challenge. "You ready?" he asked, hand still gripping his sword hilt. Rena didn't hesitate for a second. immediately dropping into a stance, planting her feet firmly on the frozen ground. She placed her hand on the earth, her fingers tracing like she was drawing ancient runes. A brilliant magic circle appeared, wrapping around her and glowing with intense red light. Flames erupted violently, as if trying to burn away the darkness itself. Rena looked up, flashing a confident smile, her eyes sparkling with pride. Obviously, she snapped, voice steely. She raised a hand. Skill, pyroblast. A massive flame erupted, roaring like a dragon, rushing straight at the skeleton mob. In a blink, the fire swallowed the undead, turning them to ash. Rena kept the flame alive, turning to Leo with a smug grin. How's that for damage? She challenged. Leo smirked, about to roast her back when Iran screamed. Rena, watch out! Leo flinched, spinning around, a skeleton soldier. Rusty sword raised high, lunging at Rena. Luckily, Iran stepped in, shield up, blocked it cold. The crown on his head flashed, glowing with eerie light. Leo muttered, eyes wide. That's the armor of Animus from Bokia, Iran, charged, sword-swinging, decisive. Slash. The skeleton's head went flying. Body dissolved into thin air. Silence. Rena stood there, stunned, then beamed at Iran. You're actually cracked, she praised for real. Iran scratched his head, blushing. Ha ha, just basic stuff, he said, trying to play it cool. Then he eyed them suspicious. But why are you two out here in the middle of the night? Leo sighed, shaking his head. Rena and I aren't a thing. Rena huffed, annoyed. Exactly. We just went to the seniors' dorm to investigate. Iran frowned, not buying it. For real, Rena pointed at Leo. Voice firm. Yes. You think I'd let some boy distract me from my grind. But wouldn't that be good for you? One less rival? Why block it? Iran panicked, shaking his head. No way, Rena. You're the top student. I want you to stay at the peak. You're gonna be a hero. His sincerity made Rena pause. Eyes widened. Heart skipped a beat. He really thinks of me like that. She thought, shocked and touched. Flashback. Advanced combat assessment. Saran class 1 arena. Tension in the air. Iran. Gripping his shield, sweat dripping, faced Rena. She held her sword tight. Eyes determined but tired. Rena, his opponent, stood tall, just as I thought, she mused. Of all the freshies, only Iran can actually throw hands with me. She smirked. She summoned a massive fireball, lighting up the arena. All right, going all out. She screamed internally, launching the orb at Iran. Boom. Smoke everywhere. Iran was shook by the power, but still raised his shield, determination in his eyes. Rena saw his face and flinched. That look, I get it now. She thought, heart heavy. But why did he go school after that? Back to now. Rena grabbed Iran's hand. Sincere. I want you back in class, because we're friends. Iran stuttered. Wait, Lady Rena, friends. Don't you hate my guts? Rena laughed. A rare, bright smile. We're friends, dummy. Didn't you know, as a friend and a rival? I need you to keep challenging me. Iran's eyes lit up, face glowing. Friend and rival. He mumbled, heart racing. Then he snapped back, looking at them suspiciously. So you two seriously aren't dating? Rena shook with rage, screaming, We said no, Leo. Stood there sighing. Kids really do grow up arguing, he thought, suppressing a smile. Deep in the fairy forest. Atmosphere was grim, crows screeching, an undead silhouette. Eyes glowing red stood in the clearing, like it was talking to someone. Bet you're surrounded by mages, huh? It growled. A figure stepped out. Hood down. It's Rauda. Cold smile. Is that right, Warrior Kago? Kago looked savage, cursed. You bastard, using the king's command on me. Think you can treat me like a lackey? Rauda didn't flinch, raised his hand. Black ring flashed dangerously. Seems you forgot the king chose me, he said. Voice calm but dominating. He turned to leave, dropping one last line. When the summoning circle is done, I won't need Tartaros anymore. Until then, I'm counting on you. Kago grinned in the shadows, evil eyes flashing. Obviously, he muttered, scheming. Back to Leo's squad, deeper into the forest, getting colder. Iran shivered, rubbing his hands. You saying Senior Rauda is behind the fairy forest mess? He asked, skeptical. Rena pointed at Leo. Just this guy's theory. Don't stress it, Iran, but she couldn't stop wondering, wait, isn't this forest way colder than before? Berkey has always been cold, but this feels off. Rena nodded, sounding thoughtful. Now that you mention it, it does feel kind of weird. But Leo cut in with a serious look. I sense a curse. He raised his hand, summoning 2 magic circles right in front of them. Light blasted out, pushing back the darkness. Gear up. It gets dangerous from here. Kieran popped out of the circle, flashing a cheeky grin. Next to him was the little chick Fiora, her feathers sparkling like fire. Seeing Fiora, Rena's face went dark, eyes flashing with jealousy. She rushed over, screaming, How can a chicken be this gorgeous? Fiora, it's me, Big Sis Rena. Do you remember me? Iran, curious about the 2 little creatures, asked, What are these summons? Leo. He pointed at the chick on his head. Voice full of pride, "This is the little phoenix Fiora." Then he pointed to the side, "And this is the spirit prince Kirin." Iran froze, eyes sparkling with shock. "A spirit? That's insane." But Leo cut her off fast, voice serious. "Cut the chatter. We're heading into the heart of the forest. It's going to get brutal from here." The trio pushed forward, facing wave after wave of skeleton soldiers. Leo swung his sword, every sharp slash turning them to ash. Rina fried enemies instantly with fireballs, but the undead were clinging on like leeches, constantly rising from the ground. Iran gasped for air mid-fight, exclaiming, "With this many undead, there has to be a necromancer nearby." Leo, his sword blazing with fire, slashed through 3 skeletons in front of him and replied, "No, there is no necromancer." Rina frowned, confused. "Then what are they?" Leo's gaze darkened as he answered, "This is a curse of death." Both girls froze. Rina clenched her fists and shouted, "A curse of death! I've never heard of that." Iran thoughtfully added, "It keeps summoning undead in the surrounding area, turning this place into a death zone. And the one who cast this curse is Leo," concluded, eyes cold as ice. "Commander Kago from the Kaiser Hell Kingdom." Rina's eyes went wide, voice trembling with shock. "Does that mean Kago is planning to attack Elsa Berkia? We have to tell the professors right now," but before they could move, a massive gust of wind slammed into them, whipping up blinding white snow. From inside the blizzard, a dark shadow appeared. A chilling voice echoed out, "Hello, hero candidates. Welcome to the land of death." It was Kago. The sword in his hand flashed with a deadly steely glint. He rushed forward, roaring, "You're not escaping today." Leo stayed calm, swinging his sword to block Kago's attack dead in its tracks. His eyes flashed with unshakable determination. On the line between life and death, Leo faced down Kago. He gripped his sword tight, steel gleaming under the dim moonlight. Kago, eyes glowing blood red, roared in fury. "Despair. Tremble. I'll make you regret ever stepping foot in this forest." Over on the side, the rest of the skeleton soldiers started rising from the dirt. Ghastly groans echoed as they marched straight for Rina and Iran. Hearts pounding, they held their ground eyes sharp and ready to fight. Leo stayed shockingly calm, shouting, "I'll handle this, Death Knight. Iran, you deal with the undead. Rina, prep your strongest spell." The 2 girls nodded in unison. "Got it." Kago heard their plan and cracked a sinister smile. "Oh, choosing a head-on clash this time," he mocked, voice dripping with contempt. Leo shot back, eyes sharp as daggers, "I'll be your opponent this time." Kago was so pissed, his veins popped out. He screamed, "Stupid brats. You think I'll just let you do whatever you want." He swung his pitch-black sword down with terrifying power, shaking the very air. Leo frowned, feeling the pressure from the attack, and shouted, "Go drown in the darkness." Instantly, he triggered Zinger's secret technique. A massive fireball appeared above Leo. Flames swirled violently like a storm. He raised his hand, launching a pillar of fire at Kago. He dodged fast, but the attack still sliced off one of the horns on his head. Kago stumbled back, eyes wide with shock, muttering, "Fire Phoenix," not giving Kago a second to breathe. Leo stomped the ground and dashed forward, sword blazing in his hand. He smirked, voice full of confidence. "It's not just the Fire Phoenix. It's fused with Zinger's fire spirit." Kago froze panic in his eyes, watching his own sword start to melt under the insane heat. "He's suppressing me with combat experience." A first year, how is he doing this, Kago thought. Leo's gaze made him shiver. Cold, determined eyes that seemed to pierce through every scheme. Leo unleashed another slash, creating a vortex of fire in the sky, shaking the space around them. At the same time, Rina stood behind him, raising her hand to summon Fire Pillar. A massive fireball formed over the skeleton soldiers, its brilliant light chasing away the darkness. She smiles, her eyes flashing with rage. "Die, you damn undead!" A massive pillar of fire crashes down. It incinerates the skeleton soldiers in the blink of an eye, leaving the ground scorched and smoking. Rina flips her hair back. A smug smile plays on her lips. "That's what you get for messing with me." Iran watches Rina's flames wreck the forest. He freezes, muttering, "Is she seriously an elf? Why is she so violent?" Elf Prince Kirin stands there, totally lost too. She's way too strong. Leo scans the depths of the forest. His voice drops low, persistent freaks. This isn't over yet. After them. But suddenly, out of nowhere, countless creepy purple eyes glow in the darkness, making Rina scream in shock. "What the hell is this?" Iran clenches his fists. "It's a death curse." Rina stammers, voice trembling. "The mana pressure, it's insane." Suddenly, a stern voice booms from the deep woods. "First years who gave you permission to investigate the forest at night. Even the Lumen first-year rep is here. You're a disgrace to the Academy's discipline." Volta steps out of the shadows. His eyes are cold. Rina frowns, voice full of suspicion. "Senior Volta, why are you out here?" He replies, "Voice flat undead are appearing in this forest. I'm investigating the cause. Rina clenches her fists. She asserts, the cause is a curse, an incredibly powerful, ancient curse. Volta turns, raising an eyebrow. A curse? You're saying there's an active curse here? His indifferent attitude makes Rina startle, thinking, it's this serious and he can't even sense it. Leo steps in, his voice cutting like ice. Some Lumen first years accidentally stumbled upon artifacts dropped from Tartaros. The words make Volta freeze for a second, but he quickly recovers his composure. Leo raises his hand, summoning a blinding ray of light that illuminates the whole forest. They unintentionally tapped into dark powers. He continues, eyes locked on Volta. Suddenly the air vibrates. Magic circles filled with strange runes manifest around Volta, pulsating violently. Leo shouts, but what about you? Looks like you're willingly working with Tartaros. Only black magic and forbidden arts use monster blood and organs as catalysts. Standing in that eerie light, Volta clutches his face, a twisted smile spreading. Working with them. You're both an idiot and a fool, he roars. The records of the Hero Luna lie sleeping in this very spot. But that useless Elsa Becker council knows nothing. What's wrong with using Tartaros to protect my legacy? Hearing that Iran clenches his fists and shouts, that's the legacy of a legendary hero and you dare claim it for yourself. Rina frowns. Her knuckles crack ready for a brawl. She turns to Leo. Her voice is sharp. Leo, knock him out. Smash that annoying face and drag him back to the professors. Leo nods, voice low. Iran, Rina. From now on, fight with the intent to kill. The command makes both girls scream in unison. What? Volta is cloaked in magical lightning. He summons a purple orb of energy and charges straight at Leo. The crushing pressure forces him back a few steps, but Leo instantly activates defensive magic. The collision shakes the very ground. Dust swirls everywhere. Leo remains calm, staring straight at Volta, his voice full of warning. Wake up. This is what it means to fight Tartaros. Volta strokes his chin, grinning maliciously. A human using constellation origin magic. Just what the hell are you? He thinks he casts and cancels spells that fast? His combat sense is on another level. It'll be a pain if those two girls join in. Volta raises his hand, high dark mana pouring from his ring. It forms a storm of energy. Leo yells, get down. A terrifying explosion erupts. The blast knocks Rina and Iran to the ground. Rina struggles to stand, frowning. No way a basic spell hit that hard. She looks around, then freezes as she sees Volta heading for Leo. 3 purple magic orbs hover over his hand. Rina screams at Iran, we have to help him. Iran nods, stepping up with sword and shield. Leave it to me, but suddenly a skeleton soldier appears, blocking their path. Gripping its blade, it roars. This is the end of the line, you hero candidates. Rina clenches her fist and yells, in your dreams. She turns to Iran. Buy me some time. Iran nods, eyes determined, ready to face the skeleton soldier. Volta looks at Leo with cold eyes. Any last words before you die? Leo keeps his calm smile. You're getting too cocky, senior. Suddenly a small figure flashes by, Kieran the elf prince. Quick as lightning, he detonates the 3 magic orbs right in Volta's hand. Volta stumbles back, screaming in shock. Leo's eyes glow red as he grips his sword and stalks toward Volta. Covered in wounds, he curses under his breath. Damn it. He looks up, panic written all over his face. This guy don't tell me he's actually... With a single slash, Leo takes Volta's head. Kieran stands nearby, pumping his fist and cheering. Nice. That crazy elf is down now. Let's wreck that skeleton, but suddenly a blinding purple light erupts from behind. A magic blast hits Kieran, making him scream in agony. Volta picks up his severed head, reattaches it, and flashes a demonic grin. One of his eyes had turned pitch black. A half-blood who can summon beasts too. Impressive talent, Leo. He laughed, his voice dripping with bloodlust. I love that I'm the one who gets to end you, he continued. The Death King's power ain't bad, huh? If we add Lady Luna's ancestors' power to the mix, then... He paused, eyes flashing with arrogance. Then I can make arrogant pricks like him, the ones who just rely on talent, kneel at my feet. Looking at his state, Leo thought to himself, that eye looks like the demonic energy is starting to corrupt him. Suddenly, from in front of him, a strange dark aura began to leak out. Jada reached out toward Leo and screamed. Die instantly, a magic orb materialized. Shooting straight at Leo. Leo immediately gripped his sword, bracing himself to tank the hit. His eyes went wide as he thought he hasn't fully accepted the dark energy yet. Without hesitating, he dashed in, delivering a clean slash that severed Jada's right arm instantly. The hand hit the ground with a dry thud. Jada gritted his teeth and groaned in pain, clutching the stump that was gushing blood. Leo walked toward him, voice cold as ice scrubs who use shortcuts to get OP usually lack combat experience. Keep regenerating. I'll hack you apart until your mana runs dry. At Leo's declaration, Jota looked up, grinding his teeth in rage. From deep within his mind, a voice echoed, looks like you're struggling mage. The guy in front of you isn't the real target, is he? Hurry up and finish the summoning circle. Awaken the power sleeping in this land. Hearing that, Joda nodded and muttered, Right, I just need to get that power. Leo ignored his mood. Stepping aside to check on Irene's group, praising them, those two are killing it over there. On that side, Irene was shaking from facing such a strong opponent. Meanwhile, Gina kept a serious face, staying on guard. Leo glanced back at Jada, confirming, Just as I thought, I got to deal with this clown first. Jada looked down, tears streaming, as he stared at his right arm, thinking, Why isn't my arm regenerating? Yet Kieran on Leo's shoulder pointed forward, calling out, Leo, look. Right then, beneath Jada's severed arm, a creepy magic circle appeared. Leo froze for a second. Jada coughed up blood, spewing a massive amount of mana, screaming, It's too late. Along with a terrifying power exploding from his body, Irene and Gina frowned in surprise. The magic circle expanded, catching Keigo's attention on the other side. Facing the massive power erupting from Jada, Leo immediately jumped back to keep a safe distance. Suddenly the ground shook violently and a giant hand burst from the earth. Leaving everyone stunned, Kieran gasped, Holy hell, what the actual heck is that? Leo looked at the massive skeleton in front of him and said, Skeleton King. A giant skeletal figure had emerged, gripping a sword 10 times the size of his body. Leo looked up, assessing, That's one of the strongest undead. Joda's arm was finally regenerating. He laughed maniacally. Ha ha, I feel the power flowing. Is this my ancestor's strength? Leo didn't wait. He charged at the skeleton to attack. He thought, when he finishes the summoning circle, he'll fully absorb the dark magic. Leo stomped the ground, launching himself, high, aiming his sword tip straight at Joda, shouting, No way. Something this filthy is Luna's power. Hearing this, Jada just smirked and said, Oh, really? Right then, from the side, the Skeleton King swung a massive punch at Leo. Leo flinched. Immediately jumping back to dodge, his expression grew incredibly tense. Jada looked down, laughing smugly. I don't care if it's the Death King's power or whatever. Right now, it's my power. Kieran whispered from his shoulder. Leo, can we retreat for a sec? That skeleton is way too broken. Leo replied, No. Look closer. This Skeleton King wasn't summoned the normal way. Kieran asked, confused. Say what? At the same time, the Skeleton King swung his giant sword at Leo. Leo used his speed to dodge the slash, thinking. He rushed the summon by making a pact with Hell Kaiser. He barely met the conditions. No way he can sustain it for long. The basic rule of summoning is having enough spiritual energy to maintain the physical form. We just need to stall until the mana fueling that skeleton runs out. Kieran nodded. All right, let's do it. Leo turned and said, Kieran, cover me. Kieran was surprised, but immediately smiled confidently, replying, I got you. With Kieran's support, Leo swung his hand forward, firing a light rune arch straight at the skeleton's head, causing a massive explosion. But the hit didn't even scratch the Skeleton King. Its eyes glowed red as it gripped the sword and slammed it down toward Leo. Given the opponent's slow speed, he easily jumped to dodge, assessing. Just as I predicted, the power gap is huge. We just gotta buy some time. Voda looked down from above, seeing Leo smirk with pure confidence. He screamed, Rasonia. Instantly, a barrage of magic bullets flew straight at Leo. His eyes went wide, and he cursed shit. But from the side, a crisp voice rang out. Phoenix Rena stepped up, popping a skill to tank that hit for him. She turned back to Leo, focus on the Bone King. I'll handle this, Psycho Senior. He shot back. What about the Death Knight? Is Iran fighting solo? She just smiled. Don't tell me you doubt her. Iran volunteered to 1v1 Keigo herself. Meanwhile, Keigo gripped his blade tight and swung a heavy chop straight at Iran's head. She instantly raised her shield, blocking the hit head-on. But the force was too much. She slid back a few meters. Keigo smirked at her. Haha, so arrogant. You really thought you could take me on alone. He swung another slash at her. While he was cocky, Iran hesitated, thinking, Can I actually do this? Then she locked in. If I fail, everyone dies. She snapped out of it and thrust her sword forward, but her blade passed right through him. As she stood there frozen, he grinned. He instantly swung his other hand, landing a solid hit on her chest. Her eyes went wide. She flew backwards, skidding across the dirt. Thoughts raced through her mind. I never wanted to be a hero, but I won't be a burden either. Keigo walked up and smashed her shield to pieces. He mocked her. Compared to those two, you're just a total noob. Iran struggled to her feet, stared him down, and said, Yeah, one day those two are going to be legendary heroes. I know it. Keigo glared. I'm going to take your head, then go help the summoner. She cut him off. You know what? Great heroes always have loyal followers. My ancestor, Lord Berkia, walked in the footsteps of legends. He swore never to doubt them no matter what, so I'm going to believe in them too. As she spoke, her grip tightened, and the sword suddenly burst with pure white light. It was dazzling. Squinting at the blinding glow, Keigo wondered, is that spirit power. Iran stayed focused, gripped her blade, and charged. "You're the arrogant one, you brat." Just then, her eyes burning with resolve, she screamed, "Legacy of the Spirit Knights, eternal power of life. Banish death. Evergreen." She drew her sword back, the blade pulsing with terrifying energy, making the air itself feel heavy. In the blink of an eye, Iran swung her sharp blade. It flashed under the moonlight, slicing right through Keigo. The blade left a streak of silver light in the air, like it ripped the night apart. Keigo's body shook as black smoke poured from the wound, mixing with the dust. He started fading into a cloud of smoke. He stuttered, his voice shaking with shock. I lost to a little brat." His eyes bulged with rage before his body turned to mist, swept away by the cold battlefield wind. Gone into the void. After that desperate strike, Iran was drained. Her heavy sword shook in her hand. She slammed the blade into the rocky ground to hold herself up, her whole body shaking. Sweat poured down, soaking her blood-stained silver armor. She gasped for air, every breath tearing at her lungs. Her dry lips whispered, "I gotta help them, gotta save them." But her vision was fading, her consciousness slipping. Everything blurred like a thick fog had rolled in, leaving only vague shapes. Across the battlefield, Rina was still holding her ground against the relentless attacks from Voda. Under the flickering light of broken magic spells, she stood firm like a mountain, her red hair wild in the wind. Voda smirked and taunted her. "You still breathing? First-year rep." He swung his hand, unleashing black magic that formed an invisible blade. He casually said, "Let's wrap this up." But right then, Rina screamed, "Flame tortoise." A thick, glowing crimson shield materialized in front of her, radiating heat like a furnace. Voda's magic crashed into the shield with a deafening boom, but it was stopped cold. Voda's eyes popped open. He gasped. It got reflected before he could react. His own attack bounced off the shield, morphing into a sharp magic blade that drove straight into his chest. An agonizing scream ripped through the air as blood sprayed across the ground. Rina smiled gently, patting the giant flame tortoise beside her. "Its body is blazing like a mini volcano," she calls out confident. "As hell." "Ha! You think I'm just going to stand here and let you wreck me?" "It's the fire turtle, a fire-type summon built for defense." She follows up instantly, voice hard as steel. "Bet you can't tank this." A brilliant golden magic circle lights up beneath her feet, shining blindingly bright like the sun itself. A tiny spark flashes right in Rauda's face, making him flinch. Then boom, violent explosion. It turns into a massive blast. Red-hot flames swallow up everything around Rauda. Center of the blast. He's cooked, charred black. He drops to the ground, smoke rising from his burnt body. Rina steps up full of swagger. She looks down at him and sneers coldly. Weak, nothing special at all. But then her eyes go wide in shock. "Rauda, he's not done." He suddenly raises a hand. His eyes flash a malicious red. He grins like a psycho and launches a barrage of razor-sharp magic blades. Straight at her, the blades tear through the air, leaving deadly trails of light. Slash after slash tears into Rina blood, sprays out, staining her armor, red. Leo watches fists clenching and screams Rina, but suddenly he freezes. A terrifying pressure hits him from behind. The Skeleton King's giant hands. Cold and deadly they appear right next to him. He takes the full force of that massive hit. He gets launched like an arrow, slides across the ground, carving a deep trench and smashes into an ancient tree. The tree shatters into pieces. He finally stops in the rubble, clutching his body. He's covered in wounds. Blood soaks his armor. Leo groans, breathing hard. Kieran flies over, sounding panicked. "Hey, you okay?" Leo clutches his left arm. It's bleeding and throbbing from the impact. He gasps, voice weak. "My arm." Kieran doesn't miss the chance to roast him. "You're not dead yet. Quit being a drama queen." But then the Skeleton King lets out a mournful roar, sounds like thousands of trapped souls screaming. That creepy sound shakes everything. A crushing pressure weighs them down. Leo grabs his head in serious pain. He mutters, "A curse right now. Worst timing ever." No hesitation. He summons his little chicken and shouts, "Fiora, let's go." The little chick chirps with determination. Its body lights up, glowing with red energy. Like a flame burning in the dark, the energy spreads, covering everyone. Over on the other side, Kieran and Rina feel themselves healing. Their wounds close up, strength coming back. The two girls gasp in sync. "We're being healed." Leo's eyes burn with willpower. He commands again. "Come on, Fiora. Summon. Magic manifest." He and Fiora merge into one. His body radiates a brilliant aura, burning like an undying flame. The sword in his hand bursts into flames. The red glow lights up the whole battlefield. The Skeleton King doesn't wait. It swings its giant sword straight at Leo's head, but he's too fast. He leaps up, dodging perfectly. Bathed in that fiery light, Leo looks like a blazing sun, unbroken. Rena watches him. Stunned, she thinks he's not afraid to die. He's like a real hero. She turns gently to the little turtle. Fire turtle, good job. Go get some rest. The turtle vanishes in golden light, but when she looks up, she sees Rauda. The guy who should be down is slowly standing up, eyes full of hate. He tries to fight back, but Rena, she's not giving him a chance. She summons a blazing fire on her hand and slams it into Rauda's right arm, but he just glances at it, mocking her. Your fire used to terrify people. Now it's fading. Rena, what are you going to do with that weak little spark? Rena snaps back. Voice hard. You call this fading. This is the fire of the Zandua clan. We kept our oath to the phoenix. My first ancestor swore to burn himself to ash if he had to. Just to burn down all of Tartaros Rauda just gives a nasty grin. What are you yapping about? Giving up already. He looks down at the fire on his right arm, thinking, wait, this fire. Why won't it go out? Rena steps in, grabs his burning arm tight, and screams, as long as my ancestors' will burns. We are the heirs to the phoenix's oath. This fire will never go out until every demon is burned to ash. And another thing that left eye. It's a demon eye, isn't it? She presses in close. Rauda starts shaking in fear. She squeezes his arm and shouts, this move is called Holy Flame. The air around them explodes into fire. The flames take the shape of a massive phoenix. Its fiery wings cover the whole battlefield. She speaks voice rock, steady. It's the Zandua clan's forbidden art. It burns the user's life force. Shocked by her insanity, Rauda stammers. You've lost it. Rena's face went totally stressed out. She thought, ain't no way I'm letting you escape. But then, boom, that eternal flame just vanished into thin air, leaving both of them completely shook. He gave her a nasty smirk. Not gonna stop. It got sucked right into this ring, didn't it? A magic circle flashed from his ring, catching even him off guard. Rena stepped back, gasping, what the hell is going on? The second that circle popped up, it started draining his life force. He screamed in total panic. Stop, cut it out, I said. Stop. In just seconds, the ring sucked him dry, leaving nothing but a pile of ash drifting to the ground. Rena stared at the ring rolling on the floor, her expression dark. It absorbed him too. What is even happening right now? The summoner is dead, so the energy flow should be cut. Right. So why is the Skeleton King still standing tall? Suddenly a beam of energy shot out of the ring, straight at the Skeleton King. Sensing that insane power, its eyes glowed blood red. Leo watched the scene unfold, muttering, so that's it, this is Hellkaiser's power. Deep in the abyss of hell on a freezing throne, a massive figure sat looming. Its eyes snapped open, flashing a terrifying red. A deep voice boomed like an echo from the void. Charge forth and complete the mission you were given. Like it got the order, the Skeleton King roared, its giant body exploding with new power. Leo gripped his sword, thinking, just as I thought, that's Hellkaiser's power. He's funneling energy through that artifact. Sneaky as ever. He turned to Kieran and yelled, Kieran, cover me! Kieran nodded instantly, pouring power into Leo. He dashed straight at the Skeleton King. The sword blazed in his hand, but the Skeleton King didn't hesitate either, swinging its massive blade right at him. The two attacks collided. Clang. The sound tore through the air. Leo's body trembled under the insane impact. He thought the barrier. It's about to crack. The moment he thought it, the Skeleton King smashed his barrier to pieces. His body flew like an arrow, slamming into some ruins in the distance. Dust and smoke covered everything. When the dust settled, Leo was nowhere to be seen. Nobody knew what was going on, just a tense, heavy silence on the battlefield. Silence blanketed the spirit realm, where withered ancient trees twisted together, painting a desolate picture under the cold silver moonlight. Suddenly, a gentle but firm voice echoed in Leo's ear, calling his name over and over like wind, whispering through the deep woods. It was the warm energy of Kieran and Fiora merging, flowing into his body, waking him from the daze. Leo shot up, gasping, sweat pouring down his forehead. He looked down at his trembling arm covered in battle scars. He cursed, damn it, I'm completely out of spiritual power and aura. He looked up, his gaze locking onto a massive stone gate in the distance, covered in moss and the cracks of time. He muttered, voice deep with regret, the spirit realm, how I never thought this place would end up so ruined. He walked slowly deeper inside, every step kicking up dust that mingled with the damp air. Suddenly his eyes were drawn to a sword lying quietly on an ancient stone table nearby. The blade glinted with a faint silver glow in the dim light, like it was whispering stories from thousands of years ago. Leo's eyes went wide and he gasped. This is memories, flooded back like a tidal wave. In a vision of the past, Berkia looked at him curiously and asked, Are you throwing that away, Kai? He answered calmly, Yeah, Berkia, you keep it. Standing next to him, the kid examined the sword. Confused, why does it not suit you? The kid pouted. sounding totally unimpressed. It doesn't look cool, and it doesn't look useful either. Hearing that, Leo felt a bit awkward and shot back. What? Hey, do you have any idea how many life or death battles this weapon and I survived together? From the gate, everyone's voices called out. Kai flinched, glanced back at his companions, then turned to Berkia. He patted the kid's head, saying his goodbyes. I'm off, kiddo. With that, he walked away with the others, leaving Berkia standing there deep in thought. His small figure looked so lost in the vastness of the spirit realm. Leo walked up his hand, trembling as he touched the sword. He murmured, voice thick with nostalgia, that arrogant little brat. Picking up the sword, he sighed. Back then, he said, he didn't need it. But right at that moment, the sword suddenly vibrated. A surge of mana poured out, wrapping around the blade like ribbons of light. A blinding light exploded from the blade, leaving Leo's stunned eyes wide in shock. That powerful mana slammed straight into his body, making him shake violently. He threw his head back and roared. His voice echoed through the desolate space. Feeling a new power rising within him, Leo thought. The magic sealed within this blade for thousands of years, it's reacting to its true master. It's me. He grinned, his eyes burning with determination. With this kind of magic power, which spell should I use first? Facing down, the Skeleton King, eyes glowing blood red, swinging that massive greatsword, ready to land a fatal crit. But right then, boom, a massive explosion blasts from behind. Rena, red hair blazing, launches an attack straight at the Skeleton King's head. Smoke everywhere. Leo smirks, thinking, those kids. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rena and Iran are exhausted but struggling to get back up, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Rena screams, totally furious. Stay right there, you damn bag of bones. Iran stands next to her, quickly correcting, Lady Rena, it's over there. Suddenly, she feels a terrifying surge of mana, muttering, that amount of mana is insane. The silence of the ruined castle shatters instantly. A massive pillar of mana erupts, shooting straight into the sky. Blinding light and terrifying pressure shake the very ground. Rena frowns, saying, if she's the one who made a pact with the Phoenix, this level of power is the bare minimum. Not quite the original power, but for those kids, it's a great gift. Leo appears like a god descending to earth, his body wrapped in massive mana, glowing like an eternal flame. Around him, the scene turns surreal, like a veil of light covers everything. Above in the sky, countless stars twinkle into existence, illuminating the wasteland. Rena and Iran look up, eyes wide with shock, muttering in unison. I read about this in an ancient tome, Astral Magic, bathing the world in the dawn of the stars. Iran's eyes go wide. The ultimate spell. Instantly, countless stars rain down like arrows of light, violently bombarding the Skeleton King. Each hit triggers an explosion that shakes the air. After the relentless barrage, the Skeleton King's giant body dissolves into smoke, leaving the two girls completely stunned. Leo calmly steps out of the spirit realm, raising his hand to summon Kieran. As soon as Kieran appears, he clenches his tiny fists and yells, I'm going to kill you, Skeleton King. But Leo cuts him off. It's already done. Kieran flinches. Since when? Leo doesn't answer, just says, go find your wings first. Kieran's eyes light up and he zooms off, cheering, oh, right, my wings. Leo turns to the girls. You guys okay? Rena replies, surprised. You're worried about us. The one who looks the worst right now is you. Iran smiles warmly. I knew you two would make it, Rena asks. But seriously, what was that magic just now? It was like a legend coming to life. Holding the blade, Leo says, I feel like it came from a spell sealed in this dagger. Definitely related to some great hero. Iran asks curiously, a great hero's artifact. Rena frowns. Did Tataros target this place just to steal that thing? After searching for a bit, Kieran returns with an item, bragging excitedly, Hey, Leo, look, I found the wings my old man hid for me. Sitting on Leo's hand, the little guy struggles to unwrap the cloth, screaming in frustration. Gah, help me get this off. Leo smiles. Sure. Watching the little guy, Rena asks, Wait, isn't that a hero's memory fragment? Her words stun both Leo and Kieran. As the cloth is fully removed, a blinding golden light erupts. A system notification echoes, opening Hero's Record World chapter. All three of them are suddenly teleported to a completely new space. Here, vibrant flowers are blooming everywhere, filling the air with a sweet scent, creating a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Rena looks around, gasping. What is this? From deep within the forest, a clear voice rings out. You planning to take down the area boss? The familiar voice freezes Leo in place. His heart stops for 5 seconds. The voice continues, Are you crazy? Actually, whatever, I like that vibe. Small feet step out from the forest, her long hair shimmering like moonlight. She continues, Hunting the area boss, what an art, I love that goal. That's what I said right now, I finally get what Tataros is really looking for. I'm Luna. I'm going to shine like the stars in the night sky, so be honored to have me in your party, okay? It's really me. Seeing his soulmate right in front of him, Leo freezes, a storm of emotions hitting him at once. His current self merges with Kai's memories from the past. It's a fragment of Hero Kai's memory, as vivid as if it just happened. A bit later, Halen and Herdium rush deep into the forest, panting heavily. Herdium calls out, "Student Rena!" Student Iran. Run's group is right behind them, rushing in. Meanwhile, on this side, Leo's trio is safe and sound. Seeing the group rushing over, Rena calls out, "Professor Herdium." She steps forward, holding out a piece of paper. "Please look at this. It's the Founder's Hero Record." Herdium looked at the piece of paper in his hand while the girl stammered that this is over on this side. Halen walked up, patted his shoulder, and praised him. "Good job." Then he asked, "So is everyone who left the dorms present?" He replied, "There's still one person missing." Just then, Iran ran toward Ron and said, "Grandpa Senior Rauda is," before she could finish her sentence. He immediately reassured her, "Calm down, let's go talk." After that, everyone returned to the academy together. Leo looked back at the space that was slowly crumbling away, muttering Luna's name under his breath. On the last day of the field trip, everyone had gathered in front of the teleportation gate. The two professors shook hands happily as they parted ways. Herdium said, "Thanks to today, the students have learned a lot." Holland smiled back and replied, "I'm really grateful." Rena turned to him and cheerfully said, "Next time we meet, I'll be stronger than you just watch." He smiled and replied, "I'll be waiting." While they were talking, from afar, Iran came running in a panic, shouting his name. Then she boldly declared, "I'm going back to Saran Academy." Her statement made Leo delighted. A satisfied smile bloomed inside him, and he reached out to pat the girl's head. "All right, see you later then." After saying their goodbyes, the group turned around and entered the teleportation gate to return to the academy. In the dorm, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. "Ha ha ha, I finally got my wings back." Kieran was incredibly hyped now that he could fly again. He cheerfully shouted, "Take this punch, you red monster." He was messing around with Fiora. The little chick was furious, but could only let out chirping sounds. Cheep and kept dodging. Seeing the little chick dodge his attack, Kieran's eyes grew even more determined. "Oh, you dodged that. Look at Fiora's eyes right now, mocking me like you're total trash." Kieran changed position again. He attacked the little chick once more, shouting, "So what if you can't fly? I'll show you fairy magic." While they were having fun, a hand reached out and grabbed his wings, leaving him completely stunned. The person who grabbed him was Leo. He had just finished training and looked at the little guy, struggling in his hand. He warned, "Do you pull this stunt every time I leave? Do I need to confiscate your wings for good?" The little guy shook his head frantically. No, this is the only pair I have. Don't you feel sorry for me?" Suddenly a voice called out his name, catching his attention. He glanced over and saw that the little chick, Fiora, had turned into a girl about 5 or 6 years old. She bowed respectfully and said, "It is a pleasure to officially meet you. I am Phoenix Fiora." Seeing this familiar trick, he turned to Kieran and asked, "Kieran, did you do this?" Kieran confidently replied, "How about that? Don't you think my power is peak top tier?" He looked at the girl and said, "No need for introductions." Fiora. But she continued to use formal language. "My mother said I must be polite to those I have a contract with." Kieran suddenly rushed over and grabbed her hair, shouting, "Ha ha ha, how's that? How are you going to dodge this time, you little lump? It's different now." Fiora reached out and squeezed him tight, making it impossible for him to speak, ignoring him struggling in her hand. She turned to him and said, "Leo, please open a path to my mother. I want to show her this form." He immediately agreed. "Sure, and take that guy with you too." As he spoke, he raised his hand into the air, creating a spatial gate. The gate gradually opened wide enough to enter. The girl didn't hesitate, and immediately walked toward the portal while Kieran was struggling violently in her grip, screaming, "Hey, wait! Wait!" His words had barely fallen when the two of them were teleported away, and the gate vanished. After kicking those two brats out of the room, Leo sighed with relief inside. Finally, some peace and quiet. He walked over to his bed, sat down, and thought about what had happened. I handed the Hero's Chronicle and the dagger I found in Berkia over to Saran. In Lumen, there's the monster queen Silatuna, and in Saran, the Death King Hellkaiser is behind everything. With all this, it's clear. Tartaros erased all records of the great heroes. For an internal enemy, that's just the same old dirty trick. There are still Tartaros agents in Lumen who haven't been eliminated, and in Saran, there are direct traitors like Rauda. Lumen must have someone like that too. I have to find him as soon as possible, the traitor hiding in here. The scene shifted to the next day. At Lumen Academy's main lecture hall, students were standing neatly in rows down below. Up on the stage, Professor Analandia announced, "As notified first-year students line up by department, the principal will be arriving any moment now." Down below, the students were super confused. Why are we gathering by department instead of by class from the inside? The principal stepped out and asked, did everyone enjoy the field trip? The reason I gathered all you first years here today is to get ready for a major upcoming event. It is the interdepartment tournament. Hearing the principal's announcement, Chloe asked, the interdepartment tournament? Chelsea chimed in. So that's why they grouped us by department. According to Chelsea's intel on Lumen Academy, every year they pick the top department from each grade. The interdepartment tournament, where every department's honor is on the line. This is a massive event. The principal continued, to prepare for the tournament, your professors will guide you. But we've also invited special instructors for more intensive training. Hearing this, Chelsea, down in the crowd, looked super hyped. Special instructors, totally contrasting her excitement. Carlo next to her let out a long, tired yawn. Am I the only one who's exhausted? Then suddenly from a distance, someone walked up and spoke. I read your report on alchemy using qualitative magic. Carlo Thomas being called out so suddenly made Carlo look up at the person speaking. A dark-skinned girl approached and sneered. That report was absolute trash. You know that facing this harsh criticism. Carlo didn't even try to dodge it. Instead, he started shaking with fear and stammered. Senior Toro, Ian, introduced herself. Hello, first years. I'll be blunt. I think every single one of you is pathetic. As a mage, this is Toro Ian, a 5th year from the magic department at Lumen Academy. I've read every magic essay you submitted for midterms. Most of them were cookie-cutter garbage, zero creativity. While the whole crowd was getting roasted, a student raised his hand and asked, you really read every single paper we submitted. The guy raising his hand was Emio Lucan from the magic department. He challenged her. Then do you remember the research paper on efficient mana conversion from fire attribute to light attribute? That was mine. Seeing his confidence, Toro Ian turned back and said, oh, that 17-page essay, the content was mediocre at best. It was about using thermal energy to boost magic output. Fundamentally, this field demands creative thinking and personal flair. It's hard to achieve that with the copy-paste methods you're using. She followed up with a brutal lecture that left the first years below looking completely dumbfounded. But right when the mood hit rock bottom, a handsome guy stepped up from the back and introduced himself. Nice to meet you all. I'm Lee Jamua, a 5th year from the Night Department at Lumen Academy. He held up the Night Department sign and hyped them up. A knight is someone who crushes every hardship and crisis with pure physical strength. That's right, body training is the foundation of all knights. I'll be training with you guys until the interdepartment tournament. I'm really looking forward to it. Pumped by this epic intro, the students raised their hands and shouted, yes, senior. Then another blonde guy walked in and asked the juniors, in your opinion, what is the most important ability for a summoner? This guy is Unta Reddy Tyson, a 5th year from the summoning department at Lumen Academy. Eliza answered, the power to control spirit beasts. Unta immediately shook his head. Jay Warren chimed in from the side, overwhelming power. Unta replied, nope, not that either. Then he explained, the most important ability of a summoner is love. That incredibly cheesy line made their faces freeze and cringe. After a few awkward seconds, the principal spoke up. All right, the top students from the 5th year at Lumen Academy will be guiding you first years. Then the principal looked over at Leo, who was standing there in deep thought, and asked Leo, why are you standing over there? That spot doesn't belong to any specific area. He was standing in a spot where no other student dared to go. This grabbed everyone's attention. He spoke up clearly. This is the all-department zone. Hearing his confident declaration, Toro Ian shouted in shock. What, the all-department zone? She warned him, Leo, are you crazy? Can't you see how many people are here? This is a competition between departments. Everyone's eyes were glued to him. Celia called out, hurry up. Come back to the night department. Chelsea reminded her, Leo is in the magic department, remember? Looking at him, the principal stroked his chin and chuckled. Ha ha, the all-department zone, huh? You're technically right, Leo, but getting guidance from a 5th year Lumen student is a rare opportunity. You aren't planning to waste this golden chance, are you? He answered firmly. I'm not saying I don't need help from the seniors. I just plan to participate in all the classes like normal. This made the principal even more interested. Ha, excellent. Then let me ask you one more thing. His voice suddenly turned cold. If you don't change your mind, you understand that you'll have to face them all alone, right? He wasn't scared by the threat at all and calmly replied, of course. The students down below started whispering, debating which department they should join for training. Looking over the crowd of first years, Toro Ian turned to Jay beside her and said, we should really keep focusing on magic research. Didn't he analyze that spell? Left by the Constellation's founder during the field trip, Gil smiled softly nearby, remembering Leo's words. I like your class the most, Mr. Giel. He nodded in confirmation. Agreed, he's definitely magic department material. Lee Jamua watched him with pure amusement. He muttered to himself, that upright posture, you've got the potential of a true knight. Professor Yura, currently choking out Unta in a headlock, reminded him, as a fifth year, you need to train your juniors way harder. Her move made the other students standing behind her shake in terror, but then the principal's voice rang out, stunning everyone. He announced, I have decided this year's interdepartment event for freshmen will be a survival match. Cut to the principal's office where a professor asked in confusion, Principal, I don't get it. I thought the competition was to boost unity between departments and grow through sparring, but a survival match implies individual competition, right? This is unprecedented. The principal replied, as you know, we have a pretty special student this year, right? Ain Ireland spoke up. You mean Leo Block? The principal nodded. Correct, Leo Block. At first, everyone was just surprised he's an all-rounder. We thought he'd hit a wall soon, right? Yet he still maintains a rank, near the top in every field, so the Academy Council is watching him closely. The three professors looked totally shocked. Ain Ireland asked, they want Leo Block recorded in the Hero Chronicle as an all-rounder. The principal nodded. Exactly. The founding families of Lumen Academy, Giron Regat and Tercia, are backing Leo. Hearing this, Gil clenched his fist in excitement. If that happens, it's not impossible for the next generation to inherit Leo's power and create a totally different class of students. Seeing the professor's hype, the principal interrupted. Of course, he eventually has to choose one department. Cut to the next day at the Academy Stadium. Students stood shivering before a giant ice block, complaining, why are we doing this? It's like walking into a freezer. What is that thing? While the students murmured, Ain Ireland clapped to get their attention. All right, listen up. I made this ice wall to teach you aura skills for the upcoming tournament. Between departments and to conquer the hero world. He turned to Celia. Celia, draw your sword. He explained, think your fire can break that wall. She gripped her sword tight, but energy started wrapping around her sword and body. Her voice was full of confidence. Piece of cake. She unleashed a cross-shaped slash straight at the ice pillar. The impact caused a massive explosion, sending dust flying everywhere. Leo watched her attack intently from the back. But surprisingly, the ice block was still intact, not even scratched. She cursed inwardly. It's hard as a rock. Her teacher stayed thoughtful. The professor spoke. The technique I'm teaching today is Hero's Breath. It comes from the unique breathing style of Biskin to Sakpao Badninkyo, adapted for human vitality. He walked past Celia, drew his sword, and gripped it hard. The sword glowed with brilliant flames. Ready, he swung a powerful slash at the giant ice pillar, causing a huge explosion. Looking at the blast, Duran narrowed his eyes, thinking, incredible destructive power. So that breathing style makes the aura explode. With that much force, other students were just as amazed, asking, how can he create fire like that? Isn't Professor Ain Ireland an ice type? Duran explained, Professor Ain Ireland was a dungeon conqueror. It's not weird if one of his inherited hero abilities is fire type. Ain Ireland nodded, praising him. Duran is right. Since it differs from my innate aura, it should have been weaker than Celia's. But thanks to Hero's Breath, it can be amplified. Then he told everyone, let's start training. As he spoke, he looked at Leo, who stood deep in thought with a shocked look. Leo muttered internally, wait, isn't that Ariel's technique? After that, the students ground through tireless training. Some failed after a few tries, while others made some progress after practicing. And the one who improved the most was Celia. Watching her, Ain Ireland exclaimed in his heart, good job, Eliana. Tongue hanging out, panting like crazy. From exhaustion, she flopped onto the ground and groaned. I'm dead, but at least it's over. Then someone walked up and handed her a handkerchief to wipe the sweat. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she chirped happily, thank you, even the head of the East Division recognized my skills now, haha. Then she and Chelsea turned their gaze toward Leo. He was still standing there like a statue, not moving an inch. Eliana was totally confused. Is the class rep really still standing there? Sweat was pouring down his face. His fists clenched tight, and his whole body was trembling from something. Watching from the sidelines, Ain Ireland was impressed. This is actually wild. I didn't expect Leo to be the only one who hasn't snapped out of it yet. Maybe this is a chance for you to focus more on learning swordsmanship. But then he seemed to notice something and muttered, wait a minute, the way he's breathing. Realizing something was off, he looked at him and asked, hey, who taught you that aura technique? The sudden call snapped him out of it. He looked at the old man and replied, excuse me. The man walked closer and spoke. The Hero's Breath originally comes from the Beastmen of Asnia Academy. I tweaked it so humans could use it. But the way you're breathing, it's just like a beastman's. Remembering Ariel's image, he replied, That is correct. It wasn't human. Then the old man stepped closer and suggested, "Can you change the origin point of your aura? Try channeling mana right from the source of your breath using the technique I taught you. But imagine you are an actual beastman." He followed Ain Ireland's instructions. Instantly, a massive fiery aura exploded from his body. Duran stared in absolute shock. As the dust settled, the students started buzzing. What the hell just happened? How did he even do that? Seeing this unexpected result, Ain Ireland's eyes lit up with pure excitement. He grinned and said, "Haha, Leo Block, you really are something special." Leo looked down at his own glowing hands. He happily said, "Thank you, Senior. I finally did it." Meanwhile, Chloe was carrying a stack of books alone down the academy hallway. Suddenly, Leo's voice rang out from behind. "Is that heavy?" Hearing the voice, she jumped and turned around. Leo walked up and asked, "Are you on your way to the practical magic class?" "Let's go together, then." Hearing that, she nodded. "Yeah, thank you." Her eyes became incredibly shy. She thought to herself, why can't I just look Leo in the eye while she was flustered? Toru Ian walked over from a distance to break the ice. "Getting cozy, aren't we?" she said. "Hello." Seeing Toru Ian recognized her. Chloe was super confused. "You know me." Toru Ian nodded. "Of course, I really loved your presentation on Northern magic." The compliment made Chloe delighted. "That is such an honor." Then she turned to ask Leo, "So when are you finally transferring to the magic department?" He replied, "Senior. Pressuring students to transfer departments is against school rules, you know." They walked a bit further and ran into Professor Amby standing in front of the first-year students. Toru Ian was stunned. She marched over and yelled angrily, "Professor Amby, why are you at the first-year lecture hall?" He turned back and replied, "At Professor Jen's request starting today, I will be teaching a special class for the first-year students in the magic department." Toru Ian felt this was totally unjust. She screamed, "What the heck, Professor Amby? That is so unfair. We asked for a special class so many times and you never agreed. Even now that we're final year students." He smiled and replied, "Haha, I was busy." Kalo and Chelsea were also shocked that they got to join Professor Amby's class. Professor Amby is a rare mage who can control fairy magic with a human body. Every mage wants to attend his class. Professor Jen walked up from behind and greeted him, "Senior. You're here." Then he turned to everyone and said, "Attention, everyone. This is Professor Amby, whom I personally invited to teach you first years. Consider this a great honor." Then he scanned the crowd. Suddenly he saw Toru Ian standing in line clapping nonstop, which confused him greatly. "Is there some trash mixed in here?" He walked over, grabbed Toru Ian by the collar, and dragged her out of the class, reminding her, "Let's go. We still have to prepare materials for the inter-department tournament." She was completely dissatisfied and screamed, "Ah, I'm a first-year student. I want to take Professor Amby's special class." Once the lines were settled, Amby spoke up, "All right, then let's begin the special class. As you all know, my nickname is the Demon Eye Mage, but there are also many people who call me the Tartaro Slayer. That should tell you how many battles I've survived. What do you think is the most important thing in a magic duel?" One student raised their hand. "It's the amount of mana, sir." He shook his head. "Wrong. Next person." Chelsea raised her hand. "It is casting speed, sir." Amby looked at the rest of the students. Next, Kalo also raised his hand to speak. "Is it the spell types we can use?" he asked the next student. As soon as he finished, his eyes locked onto Leo. He called out, "Leo, you tell me, what is the most important thing in a magic duel?" Leo raised his hand and answered clearly, "It's mobility." Finally, someone got it right. Amby praised him spot on. Meanwhile, over in the corner, Toru Ian and Gail were prepping the gear for class. She muttered under her breath. I knew that, too, noticing her saltiness. Gail changed the subject. Yeah. Just cast your spell faster, then." Suddenly, Emio spoke up from the back. "Professor, I don't get it. Sure, mobility matters, but I don't think it's the deciding factor in modern magic combat. Besides, hasn't magic already solved the whole movement issue?" He asked back, "You mean the flight wing spell, right?" Emio nodded. "Exactly." Kalo turned to Chelsea and whispered, "If we have flight wing already, aren't we good?" Chelsea nodded in agreement. "True point. The truth is, the flight wing Kalo mentioned is a hover spell invented 10 years ago. It's way easier to learn than true flight magic. It has been used for ages, offers faster movement speed, and is considered the superior version. Its main feature is giving objects the ability to fly." To prove a point, Amby called out, "Leo, Emio, get up here." Both of them stepped forward. Emio side-eyed Leo, fuming inside. A guy who's not even in the magic department. What a pain, sensing his killing intent. Leo thought, did I live my school life wrong or something? Amby turned to Leo. Do you agree with Emio's opinion? Leo answered bluntly, no. This made Emio jump and shout, excuse me. Ambi continued, then let's test your mobility. We'll see who's right in this debate. Do you both have your own flight wing magic tools? Emio nodded. I do, but Leo shook his head. I don't. This just made Ambi even more interested. He continued, then use whatever method you can. Leo smiled. Yes, sir. Then the professor explained the rules. The turnaround point is Monster City. Whoever gets there first wins. Hearing the rules, Emio got hyped. For real. Then get ready to be my stepping stone. As he spoke, a surge of magic power erupted from his body, wrapping around the hoverboard under his feet, making it float in midair. Without hesitating, he zoomed forward, shouting, let's go. Then he glanced back at Leo and mocked him. A guy with no magic gear dares to. Before he could finish, a lightning storm suddenly struck Emio's position, making him scream, what the hell? Seeing this, Kalo was just as shocked. Hey, Leo, what are you doing? Leo turned to explain, because this is a duel to understand why mobility matters for a mage, so hindering the opponent's mobility makes sense, right? This answer made Ambi smile. Absolutely. Then Leo used magic to create a fire vortex under his feet and stomped hard on the ground. Stepping on the air to fly higher, Kalo down below was stunned. That's aura. Is he allowed to use that in magic class? Ambi explained, Kalo, think about who you'll face in the inter-department tournament. The toughest fighters from other departments. This made Kalo zone out for a second. Emio was still zooming on his hoverboard, but it was smoking from Leo's attack. He looked down, cursing angrily. Damn it, you lunatic! This thing is expensive. A sneak attack. I won't let this slide. Just as he finished speaking, the air behind him vibrated violently. He glanced back. Realizing Leo had caught up, he screamed, he's here already. Leo's eyes were full of determination, charging forward without hesitation. After a few seconds of shock, Emio regained his composure. Shouting ice arrow. He launched countless ice arrows at Leo to attack. But Leo easily waved his hand, neutralizing every incoming attack. Then he rushed in and landed a heavy blow on Emio's body, snapping the hoverboard in half and sending him falling toward the sea. Not wanting to just watch, Leo summoned Phoenix Wings and dove down to grab Emio's arm before he hit the water. This insane speed left every student completely stunned. Ambi explained, as you can see, Emio, who relied on the flight wing spell, lost. Once his tool broke, he immediately lost his mobility. Meanwhile, Leo flew across the lake using the most basic flight magic. The flight wing spell was developed based on flight magic, but because it focuses on convenience, it lacks precise control. So from now on, what you need to train is true flight magic. Is that clear? The students below shouted excitedly, yes, sir. Then everyone started. Diving into training tirelessly, everyone achieved some results, but there was one exception. Carlo still hadn't mastered the basics, so bro was just dangling upside down in midair. He just laughed it off awkwardly, going, haha, guess I'm just hanging out now. Ambi turned to the class saying, a first-year student already using flight magic. This perfectly, I honestly don't even know what to teach him. Does anyone have questions? Leo stepped up. I do, professor. Can I get access to the Academy's forbidden library? Ambi flinched. Excuse me. Entering the forbidden library of... Lumen is way above a teacher's pay grade. Not wanting to make things awkward, Leo clarified, I'm not asking you as a student. I'm asking as a member of the Jaren clan. The professor asked back, why do you want to go in there? Leo replied, I need to find a document, a record about a hero that's never been released in history before. Hearing that Ambi summoned a letter, then I'll write you a letter of recommendation, but to get into the library. You need permission from the Jaren clan head. That's my older brother, Antek Jaren. Leo repeated the name Antek Jaren. They call him the Infinite Mage because he can spam magic without limits. This won't be easy. MB continued. However, the clan head is currently deployed to the southern front of... Tadaro, so you'll have to meet his proxy, Leo asked. His proxy, Ambi nodded. You can find that person right here in the academy. She's your upperclassman. Leo wondered about their identity. Who is it, Professor? Ambi sighed softly, pushing up his glasses. That would be the third-year student, Elena Jaren. My niece. Cut to Phantom Beast Island. The students were already gathered on the beach, buzzing with gossip. One of them spoke up. I heard the Night Department and Magic Department already started their special training. Then another added, wait, didn't Professor Ambi go teach the Magic Department? Leo stood off to the side, deep in thought. He stared off into the distance, flashing back to his conversation with Carlo and Chelsea. Carlo had asked, bro, you don't know Senior Elena. Chelsea chimed in. It's actually weird if you don't know her. He looked totally confused. Is she really that famous? The two of them just happily kept eating across from him. Chelsea looked amused. Famous is an understatement. She's the third-year class president, Elena Jaren, 18 years old. She's currently ranked number 2 in the entire magic department. Even though she's only a third year, she's only behind senior Semitola. Carlo grinned, hype as hell, and she's absolutely gorgeous too. Her nickname is literally the Queen, because she has a ton of guys chasing her. Even as a third year, she's a heavy favorite for the next student council president. Back in the present, he thought to himself, guys chasing her, huh? Haha, how am I supposed to approach her? While he was thinking, Professor Yura grumbled angrily from behind. Where the hell is he? A lecturer behind her replied, he should be here soon. A student asked, who are we waiting for? Professor, she snapped, Unta. Hearing that name, the students got super hyped. So finally, it's our turn for special training before the interdepartment tournament. Training under Senior Unta, the guy with the Pegasus oath. But then someone else spoke up, but wait, isn't that Senior kinda? Just then, from inside the forest, someone stepped out calling, sorry, I'm late. Hearing that voice, Professor Yura. Yura flinched and spun around. Unta walked out holding a massive pile of bug-catching nets, grinning as he said, hello, first-year students. Staring at the guy in front of them, the first years, looked totally blank, whispering he really is a weirdo. As soon as he stepped out, Unta waved a net around and started flailing wildly, making Yura scream in rage. What is with that stupid look? Is that a butterfly net? Unta explained, I'm sure you've heard, Professor. Fairies have appeared on Phantom Beast Island. That claim left the other students totally confused. What fairies? They imagined tiny angels just like Kieran. Leo narrowed his eyes. No way. Unta's words just made Yura even more furious. She got right in his face, snapping. So you're planning to make the first years go catch fairies? He grinned and replied, that is exactly it. Yura's last shred of sanity just snapped. She remembered the time she went crazy training. Unta, her stomach knotting up just from working with this lunatic. She screamed, exactly my foot, you psycho. How long are you going to act dumb? We're drowning in prep work for the interdepartment tournament. And you pull this clown show. Seeing her rage, the lecturer next to her stepped in to calm her down. Please calm down. But she couldn't chill, screaming, trusting you with these training sessions was a total mistake. Meanwhile, Unta just acted like he didn't hear a word Yura said. Turning to the first years, he speaks up. Hey, freshies as summoners. I bet you've all been dreaming of meeting some magical beasts. Some majestic illusionary creatures, right? Y'all want to see them? The students shouted back in unison. Yeah, we do. Seeing the students get all hyped up, Yura shouts, hey, don't get the kids excited with unproven rumors like that. Then she chills out and reminds Unta, the tournament is right around the corner. You're not seriously thinking about hunting fairies right now, are you? He puts on a confident face and replies, of course not. Flashback to a few days ago. Unta stands before the class and asks, who remembers what I said is the core philosophy of a summoner? Elizabeth, it's tolerance. Unta shakes his head. Nope, it's love. And not just loving the spirits you've already contracted. You gotta love all summoned entities. Become one with the spirit. Total harmony between human spirit and nature. That is the true love of a summoner. His speech gets mixed reactions. Some kids are into it, others look totally bored. Leo looks at him and sighs, thinking he looks like a weirdo, but he actually understands the essence of summoning perfectly. Yura sums up what Unta is trying to say. He means we need to train our compatibility until we can communicate even with spirits we haven't contracted yet. Unta confirms, might be a bit early for first years, but we're going to try that direction anyway. Professor Yura adds, you guys are going to stay on the Illusion Beast Island for 3 days for a special class. Unta chimes in with an excited look. I already submitted your dorm leave request, so no worries there. But this surprise announcement makes the students jump. They scream what no way I was planning to go to Lemuria City this weekend. How are we supposed to survive out here for 3 days? Eliza lets out an amused sigh and says, 3 days living with illusion beasts doesn't sound too bad to me. Then Unta walks around, handing everyone a net, leaving them totally confused. He explains, for these 3 days, summoning is banned. Aura and magic are banned too. You have to survive in the forest, using only your own physical strength. This weird rule makes the students freak out. What the actual hell? Unta completely ignores their feelings, turns around and walks into the forest, waving back, see you in 3 days. Try catching a fairy with that net. The students at Blue Pearl Island start buzzing. That forest is crawling with wild beasts and spirits. Duran asks Professor Yura, Professor. Before he can finish, Yura cuts him off. I told you from the very beginning. We aren't like the students from other faculties. We summoners are humans who communicate with entities that hold the power of nature. In that sense, we have to adapt to nature while also being able to control it. That is why Senior Unta spoke about tolerance among all of you. How many have actually witnessed the true nature of a summoned spirit? Has anyone here ever established a contract on their own? Most of you inherited them from your families or were given spirits right here in class, weren't you? Then she smiles and tells the students, see you all in 3 days. Then the students' survival trials begin. Inside the forest, everyone's having a totally different experience. No two are the same. They're all trying to find a connection between themselves and the spirits. Holding some red berries, Leo mutters, these wild berries are edible. The summoning class is surprisingly hardcore. Then from behind him, a loud scream rings out, fairy, there's a fairy. The scream catches his attention, so he turns to look where the noise is coming from. He follows the voice. The scene that hits his eyes is a student getting swallowed by a giant flower. Half his body is inside struggling, but he can't get out. Another student down below mocks him. Man, that is pathetic. You rushed in there without realizing it was a plant monster. Eliza sighs, looking bored. I feel stupid just watching you rush in blindly like that. Leo notices something on the monster's body. It's Kieran. He's out now, and he's definitely the mastermind behind these stupid pranks. Leo gets annoyed. Looks like that guy needs a beating to wake him up. Kieran is having way too much fun with what he did, flying around wildly in the forest. He says excitedly, now who should I wreck next? But right while he's hyping himself up, he gets snatched by a net. The one who caught him is Leo. Suddenly getting caught, Kieran panics. What? No way did I just get caught by a butterfly net? Leo walks up and says coldly, I told you to behave yourself. He grabs the little guy, lifts him up, and questions him. You think you came here just to cause trouble? Kieran puts on a scared face and stammers, it's a misunderstanding. I was just investigating the strange phenomena happening on this island. Leo asks, confused, strange phenomena? He replied, yeah, something super weird is definitely going down here. After listening to his explanation, Leo realized something and spoke up. So you mean the beasts on this island are getting violent and you're investigating why? Right. Seeing the meat skewer in Leo's hand, Kieran's eyes lit up with excitement. That's exactly it, he continued. I saw some students and just wanted to mess with them for fun. Who knew I'd go viral? Leo asked angrily. You expect me to buy that? This is Purina's territory. There's no way she wouldn't detect something like that. Kieran grit his teeth and said, that Phoenix Fiora isn't on the island right now either, for real. This statement puzzled Leo greatly, asking what Kieran explained. When we first got here, it was already like this. The letter sent to the kid said, if you're reading this, you must be back on Phantom Island Fiora. Mom is going to meet the Oath Keeper for a bit. Kieran continued. Just like the message said, she only left a note saying she was going to meet the Oath Keeper. He teased, I thought I'd get to see a full-grown phoenix. Guess that plan's cooked, huh? Fiora ignored him, scanning the forest before speaking. The beasts in the forest are showing really strange signs. She spotted a pair of glowing red eyes staring right at her. Sensing danger, she immediately dropped Kieran and said, something is definitely happening here. We have to go check it out. Feeling like he was about to be ditched. Kieran darted after the kid, yelling, hey, wait for me. After hearing Kieran's story, Leo thought to himself, Fiora. Purina's daughter ranked second among the beasts on the island. She definitely would have noticed the anomaly here. This happening right when number 43 is away. Is it just a coincidence? He used telepathy to call out to Fiora. If you can hear me, answer. When there was no response, he muttered internally, maybe she's too distracted. And can't sense me calling, sensing something himself. Leo clenched his fist, put Kieran on his shoulder and said, let's go find Fiora. I sense an aura from the west side of the island, being dragged into work when he was just trying to chill. Kieran was incredibly frustrated. Why does it have to be me? The scene shifts to a lake on the west side of the island. At that moment, countless sparkling stones appeared beneath the clear blue water. Their light radiated out, making the whole lake surface glow, creating an incredibly magical atmosphere. Picking up a stone to examine it, Fiora exclaimed, so pretty, it's so sparkly. Under the night sky filled with twinkling stars, the kid continued to praise it. So beautiful. It's so pretty. OMG. Then she immediately popped the mana stone into her mouth and chewed it eagerly, holding her chubby cheeks in delight. Suddenly a voice rang out, what are you doing here? Seeing someone approach, the kid glanced toward the sound. She said, huh, Leo? This is a fishing village, heh. He approached and interrogated her. Have you been eating mana stones here this whole time? He looked down at the lake surface, thinking to himself, in places where spirits and spirit beasts live, these form naturally when their energy converges. Young spirit beasts and spirits absorb these stones to grow, so to prevent reckless mining. This area was declared a restricted zone. The kid put on a stammering expression and said, well, I was taught when I was little that eating a lot makes you grow fast. Kieran chimed in with a taunt. For high-ranking spirits like us, we can grow without mana stones. He explained, "Even if they're a delicacy, they're just dessert. But Fiora, don't tell me you chased away all the other beasts and spirits just to hog this stash for yourself." Seeing he hit the mark, the kid replied shyly, "It wasn't that bad. I was planning to share." Seeing Leo was right, Kieran added, "Seriously, are you a phoenix or a pig? You chased everyone away just to stuff your face alone." Hearing that, the kid turned around furiously. "Did you just call me a pig?" Seeing the two kids fighting again, he intervened. "That's enough, you two." Then he turned to the kid and said, "Fiora, you said there was something strange in this forest, right?" The kid nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, I felt a really nasty energy coming from inside the island." Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, sending a chill down his spine. Thinking to himself, this energy, could it be that beast eater guy from before? He immediately drew his sword, entering a combat stance. "Kieran, Fiora, get ready." He fixed his gaze on the lake's surface, focusing intensely, shouting, "It's coming!" As soon as the words left his mouth, a monster with a massive maw shot up from beneath the lake, lunging straight at him. But being prepared, he leaped back, creating distance from the opponent. The dark mage looked at him, musing. "I was wondering why the beast population dropped so sharply. Turns out it was caused by that phoenix from last time. Looks like we really are fated, Leo." Recognizing a familiar face, he readied his stance, smiled, and said, "Our grudge from the past life, it wasn't exactly pleasant." The dark mage summoned a tentacle. He lunged straight at him, screaming, "Time to wrap this up right now." Moving with crazy agility, he smoothly sidestepped, dodging the attack like it was nothing. That strike looked basic, but the damage was insane. It could have easily punched a hole through a massive tree. From behind him, the dark mage scoffed, "I'm going to crush you right here and now." Suddenly, he sensed something coming from the ground. Two tentacles shot up and wrapped tight around his legs. He was shook, thinking, a spirit beast. Did he hide it underground? I didn't sense a single trace of them. Relying on pure instinct, he instantly put up a magic barrier to shield himself. He thought, "Don't tell me it's..." Before he could finish, the dark mage swung a massive attack, screaming, "Die already." He closed his eyes, charging up something. Suddenly, magical missiles started manifesting, swarming around him. Then a burst of fire energy erupted from his body, unleashing a massive wave of power. The force easily sliced through the tentacles gripping his legs, but watching the severed parts instantly regenerate, he mentally tipped his hat. That regen ability is actually pretty cracked. After dodging the mage's attack, he called out, "Let me ask you something. Those tentacles that grabbed me felt exactly like Gorgon snakes, a species known for hiding their presence. Don't tell me this is a chimera hybrid hearing." "This," the dark mage sneered. You're just a first year, but you act like you know everything, huh? Who even are you?" "Leo." He didn't waste a second, instantly dropping into a combat stance. Beside him, Fiora awakened her bloodline power, transforming into a fully grown phoenix. Leo stared him dead in the eye and said, "You heard what I said, didn't you? I'm a first-year hero candidate." As the words left his mouth, Fiora spread her wings and gave a powerful flap. He roared, attack on cue. Fiora shot forward like an arrow, diving straight for the enemy, causing a massive explosion. Watching the strike, Kieran crossed his arms and laughed. "Haha, not bad for a tiny little chick." After landing the hit, Fiora shrank back into her baby chick form and hopped onto Leo's shoulder. Leo stared into the heart of the explosion and said coldly, "It's not over yet." As the dust settled, the dark mage walked out of the smoke, shielded by countless tentacles wrapped around his body. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "My spirit beasts, they're all destroyed. I'm making you pay for that." As he spoke, he formed a magic orb in his hand and slammed it violently into the ground. He screamed, "Come forth, death slime." Immediately, a green, gooey substance oozed up from where he struck the ground. It started expanding rapidly. Over on the side, Kieran and Fiora covered their noses, gagging at the horrific stench coming off that slime. Kieran yelled, "Bro, what is that smell? What even is that thing?" Leo instantly waved his hand, creating a wind barrier to block the stench. Staring at the creature, he thought, "No way, a high-rank slime." The dark mage smirked arrogantly, "You're not dodging this one." Just then, a voice boomed out of nowhere. "What exactly do you think you're doing to my respected senior?" Dark clouds instantly swarmed the sky, and then a massive bolt of lightning struck the slime, vaporizing it instantly. Leo watched, completely stunned. It was Unta riding in on a flying unicorn. The unicorn spoke up, "Monster Mage, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Seeing his summon get one shot, the dark mage clutched his body, reeling from the backlash. He gritted his teeth. "My beast destroyed that fast. As expected of the strongest student from the Lumen Summoning Department, Unta Redison." Watching the horse hovering above, Kieran asked, "What is that winged horse yapping about? Get down here already." Looking at the creature, Leo explained, That's a Pegasus, a spirit beast, on the same level as you guys. Unta looked down from his mount and said, looking at monsters always gives me the creeps. Arya, destroy this disgusting thing. It's polluting our world. The dark mage clenched his jaw, thinking, I need to stall until my tentacles regenerate. He summoned the death slime again. The slimy monster lunged toward Unta, ready to strike, but another lightning bolt instantly crashed down from the sky, vaporizing the monster, just like before. Down below, Kieran turned to Leo. You're telling me that thing is on our level. Leo explained, it's not that the Pegasus itself is that strong, it's the power of... The summoner's domain buffed that power way up. One light tap and boom, situation handled. Clean. Down below, the dark mage was fuming. I've been meaning to ask about that. Perfect timing. Now things are getting interesting. How about this? As he spoke, a massive red magic circle lit up beneath his feet. Another surprise for Leo. But suddenly, Professor Yura stepped in front of him, staring the mage dead in the eye. Interesting, you're literally about to die, she screamed. You dare use Spirit Beast to make a chimera. Ignoring her, he kept the ritual going. Next thing you know, a giant monster started rising from the magic circle. He was loving it. Come forth, Cyclops. The summon finished, and he glared right at Leo. He laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. So what beast do you have? Doesn't matter, my Cyclops won't lose. Professor Yura glanced at her own summon. Just a rat. Even Kieran, hiding in stealth, was confused. Wait, just a single rat. You kidding me? He explained. That's an omnivore rat. Looks cute, but just wait. Suddenly, magic circles popped up everywhere. Hundreds, no thousands of rats poured out. Yura pointed forward with a smirk. They'll strip everything clean. Won't even leave a bone behind. Leo thought to himself, these tiny things are brutal monsters. The swarm rushed the dark mage like a tide of ants ready to feast. The rats hit like a tsunami tearing into the Cyclops' flesh. The beast screamed in agony. The dark mage panicked quickly, pulling a magic scroll from his inventory. He thought, damn it, at this rate, all my beasts are going to get wiped out, but up in the sky... Bolts of lightning crackled. Boom! They struck right on top of the dark mage's head. Pain surged through his body. He desperately unrolled the teleportation scroll, not wasting a second. He ripped the scroll and poof teleported away instantly. Watching from above, Unta sighed, disappointed. Desai missed him after the intense battle. Silence fell over the forest. The two professors walked up to Leo, ready to scold him. Yura got right in his face and yelled, You brat, why would you enter a forbidden zone? He pointed at Fiora. For Fiora. She was eating the lake's magic stones. The professor's mood did a total 180. She beamed with joy. For our little Fiora, oh, that is so cute. Unta was touched too. He stepped forward. Such love for a summon enough to brave a forbidden zone. Seeing them being so dramatic. Leo thought this is too much pressure. Once things settled, Professor Yura hopped back onto her mount. Seems that Beast Tamer was trying to corrupt the magic stones. I'm reporting this to Principal Kalian. With that, she flew off. She shouted back, Unta, stay safe and keep the special training going. He nodded. Roger that. He turned to Leo. So, Leo, you're the one contracted with the Phoenix? Leo glanced at Kieran beside him. Also, Unta nodded. I knew it. Leo noticed the horse behind the professor. Is that your Pegasus, sir? He smiled at his little horse. Arya, say hi to Leo. Arya stepped closer. She spoke softly. I am Arya. Nice to meet you, contractor of the Phoenix. Leo smiled and patted her head. Nice to meet you, too. I'm Leo. Suddenly, Arya looked really happy. Unta was confused. Pegasus usually hate strangers touching them. You're an exception, Leo. Have you ridden a Pegasus before? Leo replied flatly. Never. But he thought, back when I was Kai, my contract beast was a Pegasus. Now I'm feeling nostalgic. Unta looked him over. Doesn't look like you're badly hurt. Get back to special training. I'll overlook the fact that you used your ability in that fight. Yes, sir, Leo replied, judging by that beast Tamir's strength. The enemy in Lumen Academy isn't a student. It's likely a pro. A few days later at the training grounds, Eric spoke up. First time everyone's gathered since the entrance ceremony, huh? Never a quiet day. In the corner. Looking at his friend, who looked absolutely drained, Kalo asked, So how was the summoning department's special training? Tears streamed down his face. I'm so dead I haven't even showered yet. Eliana rolled her eyes, scanning the crowd. Where's the class rep? Kalo sighed. Didn't you hear the block reps got summoned separately? Talk about bad luck. Seeing him get an attitude, Eliana spun around. She gave Kalo some loving slaps, making him yelp in pain. Scene shifts to a tent. Right then, Leo walked in from the outside. The moment he appeared, someone called out, You made it, Leo. The voice continued. Now the class reps are all here. The girl with light blue hair stared at him, eyes totally sparkling with admiration. She thought to herself, the all-rounder senior, from the rumors he looks even better in real life. Suddenly, I kind of want to do more than just healing. That girl is Lynn Lucer, the second-year summoning department rep at Lumen Academy. And the guy lying on the hospital bed, that's Huckleberry, the fourth-year night department rep. Leo didn't pay any attention to the two of them. He was scanning the room, looking for someone else, thinking, where are they? Then from behind, a girl approached lightly, touching his cheek, smiling as she spoke, "Oh, you're cute." This was the person he was looking for, Elena Giron, the one who can open Lumen's forbidden library. She asked, "Are you that famous first-year rep?" She immediately dropped a bombshell. "Want to be my boyfriend," faced with this totally unexpected offer. He froze for a second, then coolly replied, "I'll have to pass." She leaned in close, stroking his hair, and asked, "Why, though I'd spoil you rotten?" He splashed a bucket of cold water right in her face. "Because you're ancient." His savage bluntness made her eyes go wide with shock. Then she burst out laughing to kill the awkwardness. "You really are an interesting kid, huh?" Watching their conversation from the side, Lynn Lucer thought, "Whoa, Leo isn't losing any ground to Senior Elena. He really is the first-year rep everyone talks about. He's definitely built different. Ugh, I really want to stop doing this." From the outside, a handsome guy walked in, cheerful. "Long time no see, Elena. How's the quest going?" She sighed, sounding bored. "Total snooze fest." He cracked up, "Haha, knew it." Then he walked over to the guy paralyzed in bed and called out, "Time to wake up, Huck." Hearing his name, Huck jolted awake instantly and demanded, "Senior, let's fight right now." The guy smiled. "Maybe later. I'll fight you then." Standing at a distance, Elena cut in, just woke up and already wanting to fight. "You're actually a savage." He scoffed, mocking her. "What would a person dragging around a useless posse like you know about real battles?" Elena Giron's eyes narrowed. "Are you implying I'm a fake?" He replied confidently. "Is there any other Elena Giron here?" Seeing the tension skyrocket, Lynn Lucer started shaking in fear, stuttering, "Professors. If you seniors fight here, it's going to be a disaster. We're going to die." In another corner, the senior turned to Leo. "So, what's your impression after meeting the department reps?" Leo gave a polite laugh. "Haha, seems like everyone's really close." A moment later, the group stood before the principal. He spoke. "Good to see everyone gathered here. I'll be brief about why I called the department reps. Starting today, all students and teachers at Lumen Academy, until the first-year interdepartment competition ends, will be cut off from all outside communication." He officially enacted a lockdown order. As soon as he finished speaking, Leo realized exactly what was going on. They're trying to catch the traitor. In his mind, all the suspicious names started popping up. Scene shifted to the classroom where Eliana complained, sounding bored. "Who cares about the competition? I just hope this lockdown ends fast. How are we supposed to get to the city? To buy sweets at Lumeria?" Chelsea added, "Exactly. Self-study without snacks." "That's not even studying anymore. Hearing the girls only talk about eating," Kalo pouted. "You gluttons." Then a guy ran in from the hallway, panting. "Breaking news, guys. The competition location has been decided." Chelsea turned and asked, "Where is it?" He answered, "Negram." Chelsea was confused. "Negram, isn't that a restricted zone?" Kalo started analyzing the situation. Negram is a city in the southeast of the continent, famous for being destroyed in a single morning by a hero dungeon outbreak. The dungeon was conquered later, but the hero dungeon's influence turned it into a cursed land. "Humans can't live there anymore," a pink-haired girl asked worriedly. "Is it really okay to go to a place like that?" Chelsea replied confidently, "I heard, even though it's restricted, it's not that dangerous. Just some low to mid-tier monsters and a curse covering the place." The blonde guy started sweating bullets hearing that. "That sounds super dangerous. How can you say it so casually?" Hearing the familiar name, Leo started checking his info. "That's the place where Lysinus first defeated the commander in my past life. He was now in the library." Starting his search, Negram City has a total of 5 large lakes. Which one is Lake Erdiana? Somewhere among these lakes lies the forgotten corpse of Lysinus, the great spirit of light. Luminous might be resting peacefully, but time flies, and finally the day of the interdepartment competition is here. Parents showed up early looking totally hyped. Everyone's buzzing, talking about witnessing the first steps of these future hero candidates. Looks like this batch is stacked with potential heroes, but one fancy lady is looking down, totally worried. She sighs. "Hasn't the competition started yet?" "Our daughter." Her husband comforts her. "Don't stress. She knows how to handle herself. So please don't worry." Meanwhile, up in the hero tower, the principal and Professor Yura are looking down at the crowd. She sighs. "If we have to accept this many people all at once, I'm worried an intruder might slip in again." Then she suggests, "Maybe we should keep up the lockdown order for the near future." But unlike her, the principal sounds super confident. "A powerful deterrent has returned, so what happened last time won't happen again." The person he's talking about, the Fire Phoenix. Phoenix Fiora's mom. Yura thinks nervously. With Phoenix right behind me, I couldn't sleep a wink last night. It's go time. In the middle of the square, someone speaks up loud and clear. We are delighted to welcome all our distinguished guests here. I am Seymour, the one in charge of running today's inter-department competition. Students, as announced, this competition is a life-or-death battle. Prove your strength. Show us your strategy and survival skills. If you want to be the last one standing and take the glory, that is how this competition ends. The department with survivors at the end takes the win. That bracelet is an artifact checking your vitals. If it detects your life is in danger, you will be instantly teleported back here via the bracelet settings. Also, one more thing. This competition doubles as your final practical exam. As soon as the professor says that all the students look completely shook, they all shout in unison, "Say what?" The professor continues. The goal of the competition is survival, but the final exam is different. If you just hide to survive, your practical exam score might hit rock bottom. Every move is being recorded by those bracelets. A student eliminated early could still score higher than someone who lasts longer, so be careful with every move you make. Hearing this, Leo down below smiles and lets out a sigh. He thinks smart move. If you sacrifice yourself for the department, your final exam score tanks. After explaining the rules, the professor declares, "All right then, from now on. The inter-department competition officially begins. The moment he finishes, magic circles appear under everyone's feet. Light bursts out, blinding them, and in just a few seconds, everyone gets teleported somewhere else. As soon as Leo opens his eyes, he's surprised by the view again. He lowers his voice, then shouts, "What the hell is this?" All the students are floating in midair, totally freaking out. They scream, "Ah, use magic quick!" Leo stays calm, though. He thinks the whole city is covered in all kinds of curses. I see why this land was abandoned. Curses are activating and dispelling in a totally random pattern. The only spot without curses is the ancient ruins. Everyone's definitely gonna group up there. Thinking this, he looks down at the ruins. Guess I should go find Lake Erdiana first then. Meanwhile, Eliza is riding her summoned beast, right next to her. Mora uses his insane speed dashing forward, just as they're about to clash. She thinks Knight Department Rank 3, Prince Mora. He mutters too, summoning Department Rank 2, Eliza. They both get into fighting stances, looking super determined. But just as they're about to throw down, Leo sighs from behind. He gently moves his hand and a few missiles start spawning. Then bam, he zooms past them at light speed. Eliza screams, "Huh, what?" She grits her teeth. "You again." Mora is just as shook. He rages that damn Leo block. Meanwhile, Leo picks his ear and mumbles, "My ears are so itchy." After just a few minutes of moving, he lands in some random area he thinks 10 minutes west from here. He sealed himself before getting wrecked. Wonder if it's still there. He stared at the map in his hand and started analyzing the situation. Then he glanced over at the ruined city ahead and flinched a little. He thought, sensory chaos curse, I'm used to this stuff, but others are going to suffer for sure. While he was lost in thought, Chelsea came out of nowhere and shouted, "Young Master Leo." He was actually pretty surprised she showed up. He put the map away and asked, "Isn't the ancient city ruins in the other direction? Are you stalking me?" She explained, "I've got business to take care of," he asked. "And what business is that?" She raised her hand, got into a combat stance, and challenged him. "Fight me." He was surprised by the request, but started channeling his energy, getting ready to throw down. He asked, "Why so sudden?" She replied, "Since the moment we met, I've wanted to know just how big the gap is between young Master Leo and me." The second she finished speaking, she vanished. Then she dove from above, aiming a punch right at him. She was insanely fast, but Leo wasn't slow either. He instantly put up a defensive magic barrier. Blocking her attack, he scoffed after dropping his defensive barrier. Chelsea summoned a magic circle under her feet and praised him as expected of young Master Leo. "In a split second, you used a flame armor aura to cancel out my water aura. In that case," she stepped back, getting ready to strike. Her move made Leo flinch. She's a high-rank water spirit user. She instantly summoned a spirit and swung her arm forward, ordering it to attack Leo. He started channeling magic in his palm too. Boom, he created a firewall to block her incoming attack. He realized her plan immediately. This move was definitely just bait. The real attack is over here, just as he predicted. The moment he finished his defense, Chelsea was already in his face, fists clenched, ready to gift him a lovely punch. Boom, two massive powers clashed, shattering the space around them. Dust and debris went everywhere. The pressure from the intense attack sent Chelsea skidding across the ground. Clutching her arm, she stared at him with total focus, thinking he countered in that tiny opening. Surprise attacks won't work on him anymore. Leo praised her. "This isn't like your usual self, Chelsea. Water is a power that changes with the flow. But right now you're too stiff." His voice was ice cold. He gripped his sword and dashed toward her, ready to strike. Sensing the danger, she grit her teeth. Taking that hit head-on is bad news, but she had no choice. She instantly used defensive magic to block him. But in just a few seconds, her barrier started cracking. She was shook. No way, just like that. While she was distracted by her thoughts, Leo appeared right behind her and whispered, "I told you, you're too stiff." A fireball appeared in his hand. Boom. A massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, he walked up, pointed his sword at her, and said, "You lost." She sighed and asked, "Young Master Leo, are you seriously only 16? You fight like an old veteran who's seen war." He cut her off. "Stop talking nonsense. Go back to the ancient city ruins." His unexpected move made her jump. "What, you're not eliminating me? Is this pity or something?" He turned to leave and replied, "This is a life or death battle. How I treat the loser is my business. Just help me deal with the guys trailing us." Before she could even process what he meant, 2 massive energy signatures rushed towards them from behind her. She gasped, "Who is it?" Those 2 power levels weren't strangers. It was Duran and Eliza. Seeing them, she just gave a tired, awkward laugh. Seeing them block the path, Eliza screamed, "He's my target." Standing next to her, Duran smirked. "Don't make me laugh. Leo Block is my prey." Seeing how stubborn they were, Chelsea shouted Eliza, "Duran, the ancient city ruins are over there. Why are you guys here?" Duran stepped forward. "Looks like you went after Leo Block too. You lost." "Where'd he go?" She replied, "Yeah, I lost." "Slow down, bro. Duran, I'm literally injured here. Can't we just go to Venus' place together?" He let out a long sigh, sounding totally done with life, as he asked, "Why would I do that?" She smiled, breaking it down for him. "We're in the middle of the department wars right now. And you, Duran, and me, we're in the same department, right? Don't tell me you'd ditch a teammate just for some solo glory." Her logic was razor sharp. That roast made Duran's face twitch. She kept going. "And Eliza bestie, I can barely walk. Can't you give me a ride?" Eliza pouted and clapped back Chelsea. "If you were in the summoning department, I'd help you out, but you know we're literally enemies right now." For real, hearing that, Chelsea gasped. "Oh my God." She started listing receipts. "I literally help you study all the time." Flashback to what Eliza said before. "It's not like I'm asking you because I can't solve this problem or anything. I'm just checking to see if you were paying attention in class. But I swear I'll pay you back for lending me these notes." Chelsea had replied, "I'll be waiting for that." Back in the present, Chelsea brought it up again. "You said since you borrowed my notes every single day, you'd definitely pay me back." Realizing she just got played, Eliza clasped her hands and pleaded, "A debt is a debt, sure, but I don't have to pay it back right this second, do I?" Facing that flat-out rejection, Chelsea hit them with the sparkling puppy dog eyes, leaving her 2 friends completely speechless. With no other choice, Eliza screamed in frustration, Fine. We just have to go together. Are you happy now?" She warned her, "Listen, Chelsea, we're only traveling together until we reach the center of the ruins. After that, it's on sight, we're enemies." The second she finished speaking, Chelsea had already hopped on. She sat on the back like she owned the place. The 2 of them zoomed off immediately. She glanced back over her shoulder, thinking to herself, "I don't know why you aren't heading to the center of the ruins, but hurry up and get here, young Master Leo." Meanwhile, a group of students was sprinting, frantically led by a guy with orange hair. That's Jordan Lassen, from the summoning department. He looked hype as hell, shouting, "If we just get inside the city, we can break the curse." Right. But while they were moving, suddenly a massive fireball came out of nowhere and slammed right in front of them. Everyone flinched. From behind the smoke, a pair of long legs stepped forward. A cold voice spoke up, "What are you looking at?" The arrival wasn't a stranger, it was Celia. Jordan froze. They were guarding the north gate. Immediately, Jordan's squad pulled a U-turn and ran the other way. He cursed internally, damn it. "We were so close," he shouted to his team. "No choice now. Guys, we're hitting a different gate." They headed straight for the west gate. But the second they arrived, Chloe was already there waiting for them. As soon as she saw them, she raised her staff high, ready to unleash a magic attack. Jordan flinched, screaming inside his head. Crap. They kept moving. Only the south and east gates were left. Eliza had already gone after Leo. Their only hope was praying that Warren had secured at least one spot and could get into the city fast before the curse activated. While they were rushing, suddenly in the sky, a massive black shadow swept over their heads, making everyone look up in terror. A student in the back, sweating bullets, stammered out, "It's a black wyvern," Jordan corrected him. "No, that's a summoning department spirit beast. It's the variant Celia rides." The students were confused. Why is it suddenly here, though? Scene changed to the central square. Everyone was glued to the battle between the departments, up in the observation deck. Ziz crossed his arms, eyes locked on the screen. He thought Celia is crushing it, but Leo still hasn't made it into the ancient ruins. The feed switched, and there was Chelsea. Seeing her, someone shouted, "Look, she's out." Watching his niece fight with so much confidence, Joseph stood up and praised her. Looks like she's truly become a battle mage of the Loravkap-Lauren family. This man is Joseph Loravkap-Lauren, Chelsea's uncle, the royal mage of the Rodran Empire. Jess, standing nearby, laughed out loud. The king of Rodran is going to be thrilled about this. Joseph, tearing up with joy, cried out, "When did she grow up so fast?" He was flashing back to the days when Chelsea was just a 1-year-old baby. Suddenly Ziz narrowed his eyes and shouted, "What is that?" On the screen, a giant buffalo appeared, roaring violently. He asked, totally confused, "Isn't that a magic beast?" But elsewhere, the moment they saw the situation change, 2 professors rushed into the central control room, shouting, "What is going on? Why are monsters spawning inside the school?" A professor watching from inside spoke up, "Is this a major emergency? But we can't reach the control room on the other side." Realizing things were spiraling out of control, Hallen turned to the person next to him and shouted, "Sejan, we need to recall the students immediately." He instantly confirmed on it, right after he rushed to the teleportation magic circle. As soon as he arrived, he channeled his mana, pouring it into the magic stone to initiate the teleport. But just as the light flashed, it instantly flickered out, vanished into thin air. Sejan was completely baffled. "The teleportation, it's not working. What the hell is going on?" "No, there's no time to think." Professor Halen spun around to leave, shouting back, "Sejan, keep trying to connect and find a way to bring them back. I'm going to the principal scene change to inside the competition, somewhere the battle between departments was still raging on." A brown-haired guy panted heavily, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, these guys are actually cracked. We need to take out this magic department squad fast, before that monster notices us." As he spoke, he glanced upward. Up there, Warren was standing there, completely chill. He was the one guarding the south gate. Then from the distance, a horrifying screech ripped through the air, followed by a massive dragon appearing right above their heads. Its mouth gaped open, charging up an attack. Once ready, it aimed straight down, blasting toward the group of students, who still had no clue what was happening. Sensing the anomaly, Warren instantly flashed in front of the students, thrusting his hand out to summon a protective magic barrier. His sudden appearance shocked the students. "Hey, Warren, why are you saving us?" He gave no explanation, just turned back and commanded coldly, "Open the city gate." "Get everyone inside." Bristling at his bossy tone, one student shouted angrily, "What kind of nonsense is that? They're from a different department, and why the hell should we listen to your orders?" But before he could finish, Warren was already in his face, his hand clamping tight around the guy's throat. Then he did what he had to do, and after dealing with him, he spoke coldly. No time to explain. He whispered a warning, "Go to sleep." "I'm taking command now." His voice dropped serious and heavy. "Open the damn gate." Scene shift to Leo, who was still grinding away at his search. After checking a few spots with 0 luck, he sighed, bored out of his mind. "Nothing here either. Is the lake at the ancient ruins the last spot? I bet everyone's fighting like crazy right now, huh? Guess I'll slowly head over there." While he was casually strolling through the forest, his eyes suddenly froze, spotting something off. He looked up at the sky, noticing something was definitely wrong. "Is this an AoE curse? It's not a remnant from Negram. This is a brand new curse. This is the curse of isolation, the kind Tartaros spams during large-scale wars." Realizing the danger, he bolted like an arrow, cursing internally. Damn it. The curse itself doesn't damage people, but its effect cuts off all communication with the outside. It's a powerful barrier-type curse, isolating an entire specific zone. Did the traitor at Lumen finally make a move? I need to regroup with the others fast. At the center of the ancient ruins, everyone had just survived a brutal battle. The pink-haired girl was healing Carlo, encouraging him. "Hang in there, Carlo." In another corner, a guy gripped his sword tight, his whole body shaking with fear. Why won't it activate? Why, meanwhile, at the east gate, Chelsea was spamming lightning attacks at the monster, but it wasn't taking any damage at all. It roared loudly, swinging its arm to smash her. Just as the axe blade was about to come crashing down, someone shouted from afar, "Barrier activate." Following the shout, a barrier materialized, blocking the monster's attack cold. Chelsea slumped to the ground in terror, shaking uncontrollably. Avon appeared in front of her, scolding her gently. "Did you forget your multicasting training already?" Seeing him, Chelsea regained a tiny bit of composure and gasped, "Big brother," she asked, voice trembling. What is actually happening? The interdepartment competition before she could finish. Screams of agony echoed from the distance, grabbing their attention. Avon gripped his staff tighter and explained, "The competition is over. Something bad has happened in this zone. Now is the time for everyone to unite." He raised his staff high, firing a magic orb into the sky. It immediately spread out, covering the entire sanctuary. The smart ones will head to the main castle, and right now we need to prep for a siege defense. Seeing the signal flare, Eliza looked up at the sky. Behind her, Chelsea pointed upwards and cried out, "Over there, that looks like the rally signal." Eliza replied, "I don't know what's up, but something weird is definitely going down here." Duran clenched his fist, his voice cold as ice. "I'll clear a path. Everyone fall back." He barely finished talking before he bolted like lightning flashing past 2 orcs. Just like that, in a couple of minutes, they were standing right in front of the central ancient city gate. Seeing people rushing in, a student on the wall screamed, "Last group coming in, open the gate, hurry." As soon as the gate cracked open, the 3 of them shot inside, safe at last. Chelsea let out a huge sigh of relief. "Phew, I survived." Then Celia jumped down from the wall, walked over to them and asked, "Wait a sec. Where's Leo?" Chelsea answered, "Master Leo went out to the outskirts." Avad walked up, confused. "Why'd he go that way?" Eliza replied, "He's probably got his own plan. I don't know what he's thinking, but he definitely won't get eliminated." Chelsea piped up to encourage them. "That's right, Leo's going to be fine." Celia continued, "Then let's swap intel first so we know what's going on." She glanced down at her bracelet and said, "First off, this thing isn't activating. The people who are badly hurt aren't getting teleported out." Avad added, "And magical beasts aren't just around us, they're inside the city too." Chelsea spoke up. "This is just my guess, but besides the basic curse in Negrang, maybe new curses were added, like a communication block." Chelsea confirmed nearby makes sense. After putting all the info together, Eliza summarized. "So basically, we're trapped in the middle of Negrang because of this glitch, right? Plus, we're getting attacked by monsters and beasts inside the city, so the best move is to use the city walls to defend ourselves." She barely finished speaking when a voice from afar suddenly cut in. "Ma'am, I think now is the time to attack. This situation might be a surprise event set up by the school." The guy spouting this was Emio Lucan from the magic department. Note that he ranked 3rd in the magic midterm. He continued, "If we show off here, we can score points with the outsiders watching. Just sitting back and defending would be a huge loss." Facing his reckless decision, Celia immediately stopped him. "You can't just treat this like some simple surprise event. The injured people are in critical condition. If we didn't have Bella's healing magic, more than 1 or 2 people would be dead." Carlo, getting treated by Bella in the corner, wheezed out, "Yeah, maybe if he had a hole in his gut, he'd wake up to reality." Seeing him unable to sit still, Bella warned, "Stop talking." Getting shut down by everyone made Emio furious. He gritted his teeth, then pointed at everyone with pure rage and yelled, "This could be the professor's idea too. If I fail this final exam because of you guys, are you going to take responsibility? Compared to just defending, wiping them out will get us higher scores." Duran immediately cut him off. "If you throw away the wall advantage, without even knowing what's going on, there's no guarantee you'll get high scores." Having his words constantly rejected made Emio so mad his clenched fists were shaking. He stomped forward, muttering to himself, "I'm going out to kill beasts. Don't come crying to me later." As soon as he finished speaking, something slammed down right in front of him, making him jump and yell, "What the hell?" Looking closer, he realized it was the head of a monster, and the guy who did it was Warren. He had jumped down in front of Emio, looked up and ordered, "Shut up and defend the inner city." Celia, super determined, pointed forward and said, "All right, we're doing this defensive battle." Split into 5 groups to guard the gate and the walls. At the city gate, the frontline defense got easily pierced by a minotaur, making a student scream. It's breached, immediately from behind. Duran dashed in like a bolt of lightning, easily subduing the monster. The mages in the back unleashed a barrage of attacks, taking it down with 0 effort. On the walls, orcs were marching straight forward. A student saw this and yelled, "Take down that orc first. Don't let it get near the gate." A mage gripped his staff tight and shouted, "Ice Lance." As soon as he said it, countless ice spears appeared in the sky, then shot straight at the orcs. But those attacks didn't slow the orcs down one bit. They kept hugging the rocks in their hands, marching straight for the wall. This made the mage furious. "Damn it!" Then suddenly, something from behind shot straight up into the air, creating a giant pillar of fire, and that person was none other than Celia. She gripped the sword in her hand, used the skill fire wings, and prepared to attack. Outside, people watched the battle unfold on the screen. The seniors and instructors looked stressed out of their minds, shouting, "You juniors crushed it." I was low-key worried at the start, though. So Lucky, hearing that the blonde girl next to them clapped back, "Lucky, you seriously think it's going to end just like that? If the enemy pulled a stunt this huge during an official Lumen event, getting isolated isn't going to be the end of it. Worst case scenario, We're all cooked. Everyone dies, along with the professor stressing out. The parents watching the situation were freaking out too. Eyes glued to the screen, one of them shouted, "See that? It's starting." Back inside the battle zone, a magic vortex suddenly ripped open the sky. Then a massive arm reached out from inside and snatched an orc, leaving everyone completely shook. Seeing the scene unfold, Eliana's eyes went wide with shock, gasping. Is that she flashed back to a lecture. The professor had said, going through the hero records of past legends out of all their diverse experiences. The most crucial thing is combat experience against monsters. The hero record we're studying in today's class is this. 10th grade Eliana, who wasn't paying attention, turned to the pink-haired girl and whispered, "Where are we?" Bella replied, "Page 157. The professor continued, "It's the Spear Night of Hermelen, the Battle of Berlin Fields. The monster that appeared in that battle stood nearly 15 meters tall. It was a giant." The students were terrified, shouting, "No way, if we have to fight that thing." The guy next to them was shaking like a leaf, begging, "Please don't look this way." The giant stomped hard on the ground, then charged straight at the students. But the second it moved, chilling frost aura instantly erupted from the ground, right after countless massive ice pillars shot up from the earth and skewered the monster. Chloe stood behind them yelling, "What the hell are you guys doing?" "Get ready to fight," now she commanded. But everyone was frozen in fear because it was a literal giant. "Look closely, that giant isn't fully grown yet." A student turned back and replied, "How are we supposed to beat that thing? Running is our only option." Another guy chimed in, "Exactly right now. We need to scatter and wait for reinforcements." Chloe was shaking with rage, but she forced her voice to stay calm. "Everyone, do you really think running means you'll live? I'm terrified too." The giant turned its glowing red eyes and stared right at the students. Ignoring the pain from the ice pillars, it swung its massive arm straight at the wall, right where everyone was standing. Then the ice pillars impaling it started to melt away. A student noticed and screamed, "Its wounds are healing. The attack didn't work at all. Everyone run." Seeing the students only looking out for themselves, Chloe stood her ground and said coldly, "But someone once taught me that a hero is someone who fights head-on when things get dangerous. So no matter how hopeless it looks, I'm going to fight." The moment she finished speaking, she summoned countless magic circles all around her. Instantly, pillars of light shot up, blocking the monster's attack. She looked up, her voice full of determination, no matter how hopeless. But in a split second of distraction, the monster reached out and swung straight at her. Seeing her just standing there, Celia panicked and rushed forward, screaming, "Dodge it!" But Chloe was still lost in her own headspace. "I'm not afraid." Suddenly, countless slashes appeared out of nowhere in the sky, instantly slicing off the giant's arm. In the blink of an eye, the giant let out a scream of pure agony. Celia rushed over to check on her friend Chloe. "Are you okay?" Chloe was basically exhausted and gasped, "That slash just now," understanding what she meant. Celia nodded. "Yeah, that was Leo. He had shown up at the perfect moment, standing tall and staring down the monster. The second he landed on the wall, Kieran immediately shouted, "Oh my god, what kind of stupid move was that?" Leo the fairy magic's healing ability isn't all-powerful. Once you hit your physical limit, it won't work anymore. Hearing the kid yapping in his ear, he recalled him back into his inventory. "Quit yapping. It's dangerous, so stay back." After dealing with that, he immediately jumped over to where the two girls were sitting on the ground, totally dazed. He walked up with a smile and said, "You really looked the part, Chloe." His compliment made Chloe's cheeks turn bright pink with shyness. He continued, "You look just like a hero." She shyly replied, "I was just copying a certain someone." Seeing him come back with the two girls, the crowd shouted in unison, "Brother Leo Master." Leo, looking over at Carlo. He asked for a status report. Carlo replied, "Since we got inside the walls, no one has been seriously injured. Everyone's freaking out just because of that monster." Celia chimed in, "But Leo dealt some serious damage. No way it attacks again immediately." After thinking it through, he looked up at the sky and made his decision. "What we need to do is simple. We team up and take it down." His decisive tone made Kalo jump and shout, "What? How do we even do that?" Turning to them with total confidence, he asked, "Why is everyone so surprised? If you want to be a hero, this is just basic stuff, right?" Eliana immediately stated her view. "Fighting that thing is impossible." He then told everyone, "I'll take command, because I'm confident I can beat that monster." Eliza, standing to the side, judged him. "Acting self-righteous again, Leo. Who said we'd follow your orders?" Warren chimed in. "I'm counting on your leadership skills, Leo." Seeing the big guy beside her disagree with her point made Eliza a bit surprised. She turned and scolded him right to his face. "Someone as arrogant as you, why are you suddenly listening to someone else?" He replied, "It's a fact that we have to destroy that monster. Everyone knows that." Then a gentle voice spoke up. "Then following the orders of the person confident enough to defeat it is the right move." It was Chelsea. She walked over, grabbed the hem of Eliza's shirt, and continued, "Trying out young Master Leo's leadership. Just this once could be fun, don't you think?" Seeing everyone agree made Eliza a bit annoyed, so she had to accept it. "Fine. I was planning to do that anyway." On the other side, Avon thought to himself, "Just like during the entrance exam, Leo. Back then you didn't hesitate to rush into an impossible battle either." Finishing his thought, he spoke up. "I thought I'd close the gap a little, but I'm still far behind, right?" Celia. Hearing her name suddenly mentioned, Celia grumbled, "Shut up, blabbermouth." The next person he wanted to recruit was Duran. He walked over and made an offer. "Will you lend me a hand?" He glanced down at his arm, then turned and lightly bumped his shoulder against him, saying, "The one to land a hit on that monster will be me." It was an indirect acceptance that made Leo grin. That works too. Outside, watching that scene unfold made everyone cheer in excitement. These first years are actually insane. But with that lineup, they might actually beat it. The blue-haired girl glanced at Elena's darkened expression and asked worriedly, "Senior, are you okay?" But she didn't answer right away, thinking to herself. The moment that boy appeared, the atmosphere shifted. There are many great heroes in this world, but that boy is on a completely different level. He turns despair into hope, an existence that lights up the path in the darkness. It's true, he deserves to be called a grand hero. Scene shifts to the melee fighter. After taking countless hits from the monster, he groaned softly, reaching out to try and stop the bleeding. Two people. Eliza and Avon approached the monster from above. Seeing the monster showing signs of weakness, Avon shouted excitedly, "Awesome." But Eliza coldly replied, "Not yet." The monster immediately opened its mouth wide, firing a beam of energy right at the two of them. But Eliza commanded her summon to swoop past and dodge. After moving behind the monster, Avon gripped his staff tight, preparing to launch an attack the moment he found the right opening. He unleashed the skill storm. Instantly, a massive hurricane swept across the monster's body, causing its head to vanish into thin air. But immediately, a new head regenerated, making Eliza gasp. No way. How on earth are we supposed to kill that monster? From above, Celia was preparing to dive down. She shouted to warn everyone. "Move it." Avon happily reached out to welcome her. "Over here." But Celia huffed, "Hell no." Then she swooped down and hugged Eliza tight. "Sorry, but I can't let that guy Llewellyn hug me." Seeing her suddenly appear, Eliza cried out angrily. "Wait a second. If there are 3 or more people, the Wind Dragon's mobility will drop." Celia calmly replied, "Leo said to group up here before the magic is complete. Let's hit that big guy with a heavy blow." Realizing Leo's plan, Avon leaned close to Celia and said, "So that's it." Fire and wind combine really well. Ignoring the two of them, Eliza shouted, "I don't know what's going on, but tell me when you're ready." Down on the ground, Chloe was standing on the castle wall facing the monster. She mumbled a few incantations. Being constantly attacked from all sides made the monster furious, roaring in rage. Once the spell was complete, countless sharp ice spikes appeared in the sky, aiming straight at the monster. In another corner, Duran and Chelsea also began preparing for battle. Duran turned and asked, "You ready?" Chelsea cheerfully replied, "Of course." Then she thrust her hand forward and shouted, "I'll clear the path." Immediately her water spirit shot towards the monster, then wrapped tightly around its legs. Just as his legs were locked down, Duran started channeling energy, making his whole body glow with blinding light. "Here I go." He transformed into a bolt of lightning, riding the path the water stream had created. Water and electricity linked up, forming a massive water dragon that swallowed the monster whole. The beast's entire body convulsed as it got zap-fried by the shock. While it was screeching, countless chains shot up from below and wrapped tight around its neck. The one pulling this off was Warren. His whole body was shaking like crazy from the monster fighting back. Up in the sky, Avon kept unleashing more attacks. Barrage after barrage slammed into the monster, making it howl in agony. Down below, Leo turned to Chelsea. "Ready," she nodded. "Yeah." The monster charged up another magic orb in its mouth to fight back. Once fully charged, it blasted it straight at the fortress. Sensing the moment was right, Chelsea conjured a tornado and sent it barreling straight at the beast. Then she shouted Leo, just as planned, using the wind force Chelsea created. He easily leaped high into the air, coming face to face with the monster. He gripped his sword hilt tight, his gaze turning ice cold. Unleashing the skill, Kalu Tornado, Phoenix Breath, he spun his body, delivering a slash straight into the monster, leaving it doing nothing but screaming in pain. As soon as his attack ended, Chloe took a deep breath and called out, "Frozen world." She instantly froze the monster into a statue. The monster tried to fight back, causing cracks to appear on the ice surface. The ice shattered, and at that same moment the monster's body disintegrated into smoke. Seeing the result, the students cheered wildly. We won. We actually took it down. Hearing this, Chloe finally floated down to the ground. She let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly a hand shoved a potion right in front of her face, and a voice called out, "Chloe, you were seriously like a hero straight out of a legend." That was awesome. Catching this surprise compliment from Carlo, Chloe replied a bit shyly, "Thanks." She gripped the potion bottle, her eyes drifting to the distance as she thought to herself, "Where did Leo go?" Meanwhile, he appeared in a space that looked incredibly peaceful. He gently placed his hand on the water surface and started sensing something. Looking at the glowing magic circle in front of him, he cheerfully said, "Long time no see." From inside the magic circle, a pair of eyes slowly opened. A girl with white hair appeared, looking at him with a hint of suspicion. The person he was addressing was Luminous. Hearing someone speak to her, Luminous turned and asked, puzzled, "Who are you? How did you manage to wake me?" He looked straight at her and replied, "It's me, Kark." Hearing that name, realization hit her. No wonder the aura here felt, "It really is you, Kark." "Right," she continued. "I don't know if she's here, but where is Leonard?" He replied flatly, "Leonard is dead." These words took her by surprise. She fell silent for a long while before speaking up. "A blue sky I couldn't even imagine in the era of calamity. How long have I been asleep?" He answered immediately, "About 5,000 years. The number shocked her. 5,000 years. "It's fortunate I didn't wake up during all that time since I fulfilled that child Lucinus's wish. Thank you for bringing the light back to this world. Kark, but I still sense dark energy on this land. Kark, will you fight again this time?" He looked at her, smiled, and answered, "Of course, I can't let this peace be lost." His gaze then shifted to countless small swallows, flying in front of him, forming the image of a spirit. He asked her, "What is this?" She explained, "This is the jewel that the great light spirits have possessed for generations. It doesn't have any special power, but if you show it, you will be treated like a great spirit by the spirits of light." Taking the jewel and looking at it, he smiled, "I'll take good care of it." Then she glanced up at the sky, praising, "By the way, the sky really is beautiful." Following those words, she dissolved into the air, merging with the deep blue sky. Scene shift to the academy. Looking at some student information sheets on the desk, the principal asked, "Is this all for the list of suspicious individuals?" Surgeon replied, "For now, that's it, sir." The principal continued, "Quite a few people were nominated by the board of directors, huh?" He rubbed his forehead gently. "Starting the second semester, we'll need the vice principal to return to work." This statement shocked the two professors, and they exclaimed in unison, "The vice principal." Scene shift to the classroom in the academy, where all the students screamed after getting their test results, making the whole academy feel like it was shaking. Carlo gripped his report card tight, his whole body trembling with joy as he blurted out, "I survived." Next to him, Bella was just as happy. "Me too." Professor Halen looked at Kalo and sighed. "Your way of getting expelled is certainly creative." Hearing that, Kalo immediately lowered his head, stammering, "Please give me a break." Then he warned, "Don't cause any trouble during the holiday. See you in the second semester." After saying that, he turned his back and left. Not getting punished got Kalo super hyped, so he started spinning around, leaving the two girls next to him completely stunned. Eliana couldn't hold back her emotions either the moment the teacher stepped out. She shouted, "Semester 1 ends just like that." "Wow, that is so." Professor Halen. Bella turned around to ask the class rep, "Are you going back to the Rodran Empire?" For the whole break, Chelsea stepped up and added, "Leo is from the Dlan Kingdom." The name sounded unfamiliar, so Bella asked, "Where's that first time I've heard of it?" He explained, "It's a kingdom on the western border." But Chelsea made an excited face. "I definitely have to visit Leo's place this break." Leo smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "It's been so long since I've been home." As soon as he arrived, a huge banner suddenly dropped down right in front of him, leaving him stunned. "I knew I had a place to return to, but I didn't think it would be this extra." His mom and everyone were there early to welcome him. When she saw him, she spoke up, "Welcome home, son." Returning here gave him an indescribable feeling. Only now did he truly feel relieved. During the meal, after hearing the stories, his father praised him. "I didn't expect you to be talented in every discipline like that," he replied. "I only found out after getting to school, father," he continued. "Even if you are my son, I really don't know how we produced such an extraordinary kid." His mom immediately changed the topic. "Is Professor Halen still doing well?" He sighed. "He's still teaching?" She started explaining, "I heard there's a schedule for Lumen's homeroom professors. to visit during the break, including Professor Halen, so I'll get to meet him as a parent. Meanwhile, Professor Halen's ear suddenly started itching like crazy. While the whole family was eating, a maid walked in and shyly spoke up. "Madame, the young master has a visitor." Knowing who it was made Leo's mom visibly annoyed. Turning to her husband demons again. Truly a bunch of pests. Then she turned to the maid and ordered, "Tell them to leave." The maid stammered, about that. They said they're from Azonia Academy. Hearing that name, Leo was startled and repeated it in his head. Azonia Academy. Before he could react, the mysterious person had already appeared in the family dining room. He looked inside and asked, "Excuse me, is this Mrs. Rena Jordinger?" "Hello, I am the messenger spirit of Azonia." Then he stepped forward and handed him a letter, catching him a bit off guard. His mom spoke up. "Here comes the trouble. It's for you, take it." He opened the letter to read inside. It said, "Congratulations. You have been selected as an admission candidate via nomination for Azonia." This made Leo even more confused. Selected. Scene shifts to Azrael City, the city of Beastmen. He was already there, exhaling a depressed sigh and muttering, "Beastman Hero Military Academy, Azonia Academy." Unlike other schools, their entrance ceremony takes place in the summer, and it's famous for having the most brutal entrance ceremony. He recalled his mom's words. "When I was young, I used to help out Azonia Academy, so they gave me a free pass to Azonia Academy to show their gratitude. They sent me an admission recommendation letter for you, and I think I might have signed a contract too." He sighed. People really shouldn't sign contracts so recklessly. His father was angry. "How was I supposed to know it would turn out like this?" She comforted. "Anyway, you're studying at Lumen Academy. It's just a sightseeing trip. How you want to spend your break is up to you. Just do what you want, Leo." He walked down the street thinking, "I heard the entrance exam here is a marathon across the desert. An academy of beastmen who worship strength and live by instinct. I'm curious what the hero candidates and beastmen will be like." At this moment, he appeared looking like a real beastman, rabbit ears on his head, a little trick from Kieran. Thanks to his help, he transformed into a beastman hybrid form. He continued reading the letter. The entrance exam location is Azrael's Coliseum. He suddenly noticed a statue placed in front, inscribed with, "In memory of Aaron the warrior with indomitable courage." He muttered, "Could it be Aaron?" He looked at the statue sarcastically. Indomitable courage, my ass. He was shaking with fear in every single battle. But looking at it like this is fine too. Scene cuts to the Coliseum where he was standing in a massive arena. Suddenly a pair of hands with sharp claws appeared next to him, accompanied by an amused smile. But he was still lost in thought. "Looks like the examinees are here." From afar, someone walked up and sneered, "Hey, mongrel, you're not planning to tell us someone like you is an Azonia candidate, are you?" Another guy chimed in. "At least get rid of that mongrel stench." He didn't understand what they were saying, pointing at himself. "Are you guys talking to me?" The redhead shouted angrily. "Who else here would be called a mongrel besides you, a mixed-breed rabbit, dare to act tough?" He couldn't care less, turning to leave. "You guys aren't even Azonia students yet. Quit acting like you own the place. You only just got into the entrance ceremony. Don't act like you're some big shot already." That sarcastic remark made the redhead absolutely furious. He walked up, grabbed his shoulder, and challenged him. "You dare look down on an Azonia candidate? I hate seeing weaklings like you." Seeing this guy was begging for a beatdown, he glanced back without hesitating. He spun around and slammed him into the ground. With his superior beastkin physique, the floor shattered and the guy's whole body was shaking. From the pain, the guy next to him asked Dakan, "What's wrong?" "You going easy on him." Dakan clenched his fist, answering angrily. "No, hell no." He waved his hand dismissively and walked off. "See you at the entrance ceremony." On the other side, Dakan suddenly jumped up, eyes shining. "That guy's freaking badass. He's actually strong." Then he started screaming like a maniac, running around the city looking for him, looking towards the noise. He thought to himself, "Among beastkin, the strong get worshipped. Pretty unique." All of that caught the eye of another beastkin. He said with interest. "I was worried it'd be full of boring losers, but finally someone interesting." Inside the plaza, a fierce battle just finished. A young man walked up from behind and said, "Subjugation complete in 36 minutes. All achieved good results, instructor." The other man replied clearly, not satisfied. "Just good isn't going to cut it." The blonde guy was shocked. "Huh, but that's a pretty good score, isn't it?" He immediately shot back. "Haven't you heard about the first years over at Lumen? Our freshmen need to have some monsters among them. This is Bergaton, an instructor at Azonia Academy." The young man explained, "It's true Lumen seems to be leading this generation, but our candidates are pretty outstanding too." He looked down below and replied plainly, "Especially this time." Instructor Bergatin's daughter is participating after all. The person he mentioned was Atun from the Toon family, a recommended student for Azonia. Thinking about it, he gritted his teeth confidently. My daughter Atun is more than capable of being the year representative, but then his eyes suddenly caught something. He focused on Leo, thinking, that kid looks so familiar. Then he turned back and asked Vice Instructor, do you know anything about that rabbit beastkin guy at the end of the line? The blonde guy startled, digging through his files. First time seeing him. He's not on the watch list either. He asked again, is he a recommended admission? He nodded. Yes, that's right. He's a recommended student. His eyes were still fixed on Leo. He kept thinking those eyes, they're just like Rena's. Just then, from the stands, the announcer's voice boomed, Group D of the Monster Festival. Part 1 has entered the arena. Group D has a notable candidate right, the heir of the Toon family, Atun. Following that, she confidently warmed up and stepped onto the stage. Amidst the cheers from the stands, everyone focused their attention on her, thinking to themselves, if she's the hope of the strength-worshipping beastkin, can she inherit Aaron's techniques? Then he looked away. Confused, wait, isn't Azonia's entrance ceremony supposed to be a marathon across the desert? What the hell is this monster festival? He asked the girl, hey, is this part of the entrance ceremony too? She turned around, surprised. You don't know about the monster festival? He answered awkwardly. I'm a half-blood, so I don't really know beastkin culture that well. She explained Azonia's entrance ceremony isn't just a simple ceremony. It's one of the biggest festivals around. The Monster Festival is also entertainment for the visitors, and it's a ritual for us students. He asked. A ritual, she continued, with the ongoing threat from Tataros. Persisting, this is a declaration to our kin that we have arrived. So fight well like you did earlier, Black Rabbit. He smirked and mumbled, we have arrived, huh? Just as he finished speaking, a gate suddenly opened. From inside, a monster rushed out. It let out a terrifying roar. Immediately, it locked onto Leo and charged. But then suddenly, sizzling sounds rang out, startling the monster. It was that girl. Atun, along with other beastkin, rushed in to attack, making its eyes go wide in shock. Then it turned its attention to Atun and charged. But a light flashed in the air. Atun leaped, high up, exhaled powerfully, and dove down, unleashing countless claw slashes all over the monster's body. The attack was blindingly fast. After finishing it off, she landed softly. Then she looked over, startled at Leo standing still, and shouted, what are you doing? Black Rabbit. A monster was charging right at him. But then his arm muscles tighten. He throws a punch forward. Bam! The fists collide so hard the air itself feels heavy. The monster's eyes turn savage, but with his insane power, he wrecks that beast effortlessly. One shot, just like that. His eyes stay totally calm, looking just like a wild animal. Seeing that the crowd goes wild, they scream, so fire Black Rabbit. You're the goat. Atun watches him with interest, thinking, no doubt about it, that Black Rabbit guy, he just went beast mode. As she says that her eyes narrow suspiciously. When the moon rises, it awakens the power of instinct. The beast inside us. Our ancestors studied beastification forever, but no one's ever been able to control it freely. Except for one guy, Hero Aaron. That monster Leo just destroyed was the last one, too. The loudspeaker booms, the Magic Beast Festival is over. Head back to the changing rooms. Atun walks up to him and asks, hey, Black Rabbit, I've got a question. But then another voice cuts in, yo, that was actually decent. A guy steps up and says, I'm Dion Zen. And you, Dion Zen Wolf Beastkin Azonia nominee. Kai just gives him a dry look and replies, Kai, hearing the name Dion sighs Kai, I was worried this place would be full of weak trash. Seeing someone with actual skill like you makes me relieved. Atun gets annoyed at being cut off and clenches her fist. She snaps, this muscle brain is talking trash again. He turns and says, oh, is that Atun? She ignores him, completely gets right up in Kai's face and says, Black Rabbit, talk to me for a sec. I need to ask you something. Taken aback by the sudden request, he's like, me? Suddenly, something outside grabs everyone's attention. Someone walks in and speaks softly. You guys are too loud. It's Bergatin. He praises them good work, participating in the Magic Beast Festival, everyone. Seeing him, Kai thinks Hero Bergatin looks way cooler up close. The man continues. As you know, tomorrow's test is crossing the Great Azrael Desert. The rules are simple. Start at Azrael. Cross the desert and finish at Azonia. But be warned, the Great Azrael Desert is one of the harshest places on the continent. So here's my advice, don't be stupid and mistake recklessness for courage. After his warning, the deputy instructor speaks up nominated students. You haven't taken the free classes for the past 6 months. Since you don't know the other students, step up and introduce yourselves. Just so you know, to enter Azonia, you usually need to take the free classes and get a recommendation letter. Nominated students are considered so OP they don't even need the classes. After hearing this, He turns to Atun and asks, "Why didn't you join the free classes?" She lets out a confident sigh. She replies, "I don't need that stuff. I'm already strong." Another girl steps up to introduce herself. "I am Stay Lure. My specialty is magic. Nice to meet you all." A girl with short hair says, "I'm Red Vega. I'm a spirit summoner." Then it's Atun's turn. "I'm Atun. Let's all do our best." But Kai stays cold. "Kai, pleasure." Bergaton takes it all in. Dion Zen speaks up. "I'm Dion Zen." Immediately after, his voice turns ice cold. "If you're weak, don't get in my way. You'd better just quit now. It looks like a fight is about to break out." The deputy instructor steps in. "Go check the bulletin board for your dorm assignments, then head back." Hearing that everyone heads outside, Kai follows them out. But then a hand lands on his shoulder, surprising him. It's Bergaton. He says, "Stay behind. I need to talk to you." When the room is empty, Bergaton speaks up. "Kai, I'm asking just to be sure." He nods. The man continues. "You're Rena's son, right?" The question shocks him. His eyes go wide. He knows my mom. He hesitates for a few seconds before answering. "Yeah, that's right. You know my mom." Hearing this, the man bursts out laughing. "Definitely Rena's son. I'm an old friend of hers. We used to represent the 5th year of Lumen and Azonia in the competitions. I bet she told you a lot about me, Bergaton, right?" But Kai replies flatly, "No, she never mentioned you. Not even once." The man's smile twitches. "No way Rena and I were super close," Kai explains. "My mom barely ever talked about her school days." He replied, "I guess that makes sense." Then his grip tightened. Thinking back on the past, he gritted his teeth in anger. "Eleni, if it weren't for that idiot Xena would be..." He cut him off instantly. "She didn't talk about the past, but my mom never regretted her choices. Not once." Hearing that, he went quiet for a sec, then nodded. "Right. That's why she's the one and only flower Xena Jodinger. Still a beautiful and majestic woman." Hearing him hype up his mom, he frowned, thinking, "Mom, a flower. This guy's kinda..." Then he switched topics. "All right. I saw you pop off at the Beast Festival. I'll be expecting big things at the entrance ceremony tomorrow." He nodded. "Got it." Back in his room, after a long day, he looked around and stepped into the shower. When he came out, he couldn't stop raving about it. This dorm is way better than the one at Elsa Vecchia. Then his eyes snapped to the window. Some noise out there. Suddenly the window flew open, and there stood Atun. She yelled, "Black Rabbit, I'm here to expose your secret." But the second she saw him buck naked, she covered her eyes, screaming, "Why are you naked?" He replied, "Bro, this is my room." Cut to a bit later. He got dressed, sat on his bed, and asked, "I'm decent. Now open your eyes. You said you were going to expose what?" She turned and asked, "I saw you at the Beast Festival. You can use beast transformation whenever you want, right?" Playing along, he shifted into his beast form and said, "You mean this?" She gasped. "No way, it's real." Looking at his form, he thought, "Weird. When I use Hero's Breath while shifting, the beast transformation triggers instantly. Of course, keeping it up too long has nasty side effects." She looked at him with stars in her eyes. How is that possible? In history, the only one who could freely transform was Lord Aaron. Then he made an offer, "Want to learn?" Hearing that she hyped up, stuttering, "Really for real?" He thought, "I need a successor for Aaron. For the fight against Tataros coming up, I need more firepower. Maybe that's why I reincarnated in this era." After thinking it through, he gave a condition. "You just got to prove it," she asked. "Prove what?" He replied. "Prove you've got the chops to be a hero." She started overthinking. He's looking down on me. He's on a whole other level. He smiled cheerfully. "I'll be waiting here, Atun." Cut to the next day. The speaker blared, "Day 2 of the Azonia entrance ceremony starts now. We can see the students lining up for the aptitude test, crossing the great Aztec desert, holding the registration list." Professor Ura exclaimed, "From Tungan to Vega, our kids are cracked. But this year's Azonia nominees are no joke either. Sucks I missed the Beast Festival." Elendil sighed. "Yeah, too bad." Then Eliza asked, "Hey, there's a student named Kai. Kind of weird, right?" Elendil smiled. "The great hero's name, wonder if it's Kai the Fraud or Primal Hero Kai. Reminds me of that kid Leo." Then he looked down. Atun was stomping forward angrily. He asked, "Isn't that Atun?" Ura added, "Beastkin competitive streak. Let's see who she's beefing with." She marched toward him. Sounding salty Black Rabbit, "You didn't forget yesterday's promise, right? I'm going to make you acknowledge me. I was so hyped I couldn't sleep. So for today's test, don't miss a single second of my show." He sighed. "Sure." Watching from above, Elendil noted, "Interesting. Is her opponent that Kai kid?" Ura looked amused. "That student really makes you curious." But then she froze. Elendil felt it too. They realized it was Leo. They gasped. "What's he doing here?" The 5 students were now in the center square. Bergaton looked at them and warned the nominees sternly. The speaker announced, "Now, before the ceremony, the candidates will take an oath." In the stands, Ura and Elendil flinched. What the hell is that guy doing? The speaker continued. 5 nominees, place your hands on Lord Aaron's hero record. Hearing that he thought Aaron's hero record, what didn't expect to see it like this. The announcement went on. Recite the oath, one by one. 1 Atun. She stepped up, put her hand on the record, and started her oath. 1 on the honor of the great brave. I won't act like a coward. Standing down there getting ready, he looked totally hopeless. After thinking it over, he stepped up, placed his hand on the hero records, and started the oath. 2 on the honor of the great brave. The second he stopped talking, the hero records suddenly lit up. Then boom, a massive pillar of light shot straight into the sky, leaving everyone staring in shock. Up in the stands, Eliza was confused. Senior. No way is it Ellendale was thinking the exact same thing. Is that Bergatun was stunned by the scene too. The pillar of light just kept getting bigger. The light finally started to fade. Now there's a book floating in the sky, and that's the hero records. The book opened the chapter Aaron's World, the beginning of the start. That massive light engulfed the two of them. This made the assistant instructor gasp. Instructor Bergatun, what is going on? Could it be a hero world Bergatun? Tried to keep a straight face and replied, that's right, Lord Aaron's hero world has been opened. The blonde guy next to him was shaking like a leaf. What the hell does this mean? The hero world is overloaded. He acted calm on the outside, but inside he was panicking. No matter the reason, a never-before-opened page of Lord Aaron has appeared. Even if it mutates into a dungeon because of the overload, if they clear it, it's a chance to inherit Lord Aaron's power. But the real question is, can those kids actually clear Lord Aaron's world? The two of them got teleported to some unknown space. Long, long ago, when darkness covered the world, a gloomy space started to fade in. They woke up and looked around the scene. Atun jumped up and yelled, what the hell just happened? Then she turned to him. Black Rabbit, you saw that too, right? The hero records definitely just opened. He answered calmly. Look up at the sky. Above them was just a gray, empty void, making Atun gasp. What is that? Why is everything so gray? Voices echoed through the space. A hero has appeared. A hero who brings the light. A hero who brings the future. A voice rang inside his head. This must be 5,000 years ago, back when Aaron was still alive. The era of despair. Those voices kept echoing around them. Please save us. Be careful not to get eaten by the Rappawalks. She looked around, assessing the situation. Is this the world where the hero Aaron lived? He replied, yeah, looks like the refugee city Daisa. Atun kept wondering, why did the hero world suddenly activate for thousands of years? There's never been a single record of Lord Aaron's page opening. He didn't know how to answer either. Thinking to himself, in Hero Studies class and back in Berkia, whenever I touched my own record page, a hero world opened up. But those were always my pages. This one, anyone can see it's clearly Aaron's page. The system sent a notification. Clear objective. Find Aaron in Daisa, looking at the notification board. He wondered. Clear objective. Does that mean this isn't a hero dungeon? He kept thinking. If this is an officially opened world, why can't we contact the outside? Then he glanced over at Atun, who was trembling, and asked Atun, you okay? But she just made this super excited face and yelled, it says the clear objective is to find Lord Aaron. Does that mean we actually get to meet him? Finding Lord Aaron's going to be a piece of cake. He's super famous after all. He just gave a wry smile and said, yeah, that's true. She was practically bouncing with excitement. So let's start asking around. He let out a tired sigh, thinking to himself, I guess people from our time would think that, since recorded history is way different from reality. She quickly stepped forward. Black Rabbit, hurry up. He continued his thought. But the Aaron of this era is... Just then a man's voice boomed out. I told you already. I ain't never heard of no Aaron or whatever. Then he angrily shooed them away, leaving the two of them standing there confused. Atun wondered, how is that even possible? No one knows about Aaron at all. Then she turned to ask someone else, hey Beastman, have you ever heard the name Aaron? He shook his head. Nope, not at all. A while later, a voice suddenly piped up, hey, you snot-nosed Beastman, if you got nowhere to crash, come to my room. She turned to him, looking a bit fed up, and whispered, the vibe here is getting weirder by the second. He replied, we need to find a place to rest before it gets completely dark. He thought, it's probably the year 1462. Antagra calendar. This is 20 years after the era of disaster began. If that's the case, no need to look for Aaron blindly. There's someone else we got to see right now. The two of them head to a certain spot. He thinks bet he's around here somewhere. Atun runs up confused, asking, hold up, Black Rabbit. Where exactly are you taking us? I mean, you're leading the way, but... She groans, there isn't even a decent inn around here. This place is trash. He speaks voice a bit guarded. Suddenly she spins around, launching a kick right behind her. But a stranger grabs her midair. She grits her teeth furious, but Leo instantly yells to stop her. Wait, Atun, don't fight. The stranger's arm tightens, then he reaches out and chokes her, catching her completely off guard. She struggles to gasp Black Rabbit Run. The stranger stares him down, interrogating. Why are you here? Spill the truth, or I'm ending this beastkin right now. Him, the legendary hero, the world's honorary student. Aaron. Then a man says, Who are you, voice, little rabbit? Jabberwock is out there. Be careful. He replies, calm as ice. We heard he hangs out here. The stranger presses, says, Who? This is a restricted zone. He answers, that coward Aaron told us. So here we are, hearing that he finally lets go, dropping Aten to the ground. He turns to leave, commanding, follow me. The two get a place to sleep. He warns you guys can crash here tonight. Come find me tomorrow morning. He steps outside, scanning the view, thinking to himself, this damn sky, no matter how many times I see it, I can't get used to it. Still gives me the creeps. Outside Jisa is just fog and smoke. Does that mean the playable area in this world is limited to just this place? The mysterious voice echoes again. Our two oars with skills still so green. Steered by tiny little arms. In the midterm exam, the objective, the clear condition didn't pop up until Jabberwock was defeated. If so, this isn't a glitch. But why is the outside unable to control the hero world? He recalls the quest notification, find Aaron in Jisa. The key needed to open a hero world is known to be its owner, or an item with a deep connection to them. But what if there's another key, like a person with a deep connection? The voice rings out, little rabbit, do you want to call a friend to row the boat? He keeps thinking. Of course, this might just be a theory, but if I'm the reason Aaron's world unlocked, then the outside, being unable to control this place, makes total sense. And me reincarnating with my memories, no shot, that's just a coincidence. If the hero records page was a setup for a great hero destined to be reborn, and what if I can inherit their power? The voice rings out again. Little rabbit. A childish story. Then wiping out Erebos completely isn't impossible. He looks up at the sky, lost in endless thought. Suddenly a loud voice shouts, Wake up, Black Rabbit. Turns out it was all a dream. Atun is the one waking him. He stretches, saying morning, then asks, You up? That guy yesterday was crazy strong. Are you okay? She replies cheerfully. I'm built tough, you know. Then she wonders, What was the deal yesterday anyway? He answers, Seems he mistook us for intruders, and I talked our way out of it. She replies, You're so polite. He thinks to himself, That impact was definitely heavy. But our beastkin descendant is pretty solid, huh? The man drops by. You two are up early. Recovered already. This is Agon, the sky god, hero of the Calamity era. He walks toward Atun, asking, I know beastkin are strong, but I'm still surprised. Also, she asks, annoyed, Also what? He sighs, You guys look younger than I thought. About yesterday, my bad. Then he makes an offer. Follow me. Breakfast is on me as an apology. She looks a bit worried at that. She whispers to him, maybe he's not a bad guy. He nods. Yeah, he's even feeding us breakfast. So they follow him. After walking a while, Aden wonders, He's not lowering our guard to jump us, is he? Where are we going? He sighs. Dunno. But he doesn't look like a bad guy. He thinks the sky god. Aegon is a hero active during the Calamity era, just like Yura's dad. We were originally planning to recruit him. But for some reason, when we met him the first few times, his spirit was already broken. What happened in the last month? Suddenly, the scene in front of them shocks Atun. What is this? Right then. Ahead, a bunch of kids are running towards Aegon. One brat yells, Uncle Aegon, let's eat. Then they looked at the two of them, wondering, who's that big sister and big brother? He replied, their guess. Don't worry about my share. Just serve these two. Atun suddenly stomped her foot hard on the ground and exclaimed, Uncle, I totally misunderstood you. You're such a good person. Then she went over and rubbed the little girl's head with pure delight. Right then, he noticed a silhouette sitting all alone in a corner nearby. Realizing who it was, his eyes suddenly went wide. He thought to himself, long time no see, huh? Memories from the past suddenly flooded his mind. He exclaimed internally, Great dark spirit LC. A strange voice continued to echo. That man said, Little bunny, how about going with that shadow? The scene shifted back 5,000 years still at this very spot. Kai led the trio toward a man sitting all by himself in the cemetery. Luna spoke up, I heard the plague is running rampant. Such a tragedy. She looked at Aegon and asked, Are you the god of the sky? He looked up confused. Who are you people? The girl beside her added, I'm here to invite you to join the conquest team. Kai added, We need the power of a hero like you. He hung his head dejectedly and replied, Leave. I'm not joining any conquest team. Luna tried to persuade him. But for someone who holds the title of God of the Sky, she couldn't even finish her sentence. He stepped up from behind Drop It Luna. He placed a hand on her shoulder and explained, "His will has already been broken." She replied, "Willpower can be reignited, you know. It's a waste to pass up a big shot like this." The black-haired girl then turned to leave. "Luna, you're right. A lost will can be restored, but someone nursing hatred in their heart cannot save the world. Let's go find someone else." Then the man suddenly spoke up. "I can recommend someone. Go look for Aaron." After that, the three of them left. Luna wondered Aaron, but how are we supposed to find him in this massive place? If he's going to give a tip, he should be specific. He sighed, "We've still got time. So we can just take our time searching. Someone recommended by the god of the sky is definitely no ordinary guy." Then he turned to Luna and warned Fix, "That impatient attitude of yours, Luna." This made her snap. "Excuse me, you want to die?" The black-haired girl's gaze suddenly locked onto someone's silhouette. A dark spirit. Then she cheerfully called out, "Oh, hey, look, it's a dark spirit." Back to the present. As he took his bowl of food, he thought to himself, "Didn't expect to run into LC here. In the past, we met while assembling the Conquest team. Too bad now isn't the time to chat with LC, because neither Kai nor I are supposed to meet LC for another year." He carried 2 trays of food out. Just then, Atun, sitting opposite him, cheerfully suggested, "Come eat with us, Uncle." He helplessly held his bowl. "All right, you said Aaron sent you here, right?" he asked in confusion. "You don't know where Aaron is either, Uncle." The old man shook his head. "I don't. That idiot disciple of mine, he's been off the grid for the last half year." This took Atun by surprise. She jumped up and shouted, "Uncle, are you Lord Aaron's master?" He nodded. "Yeah, I'm the master of that incompetent fool, the noble, great, and brave hero. You raise someone like that, yet you call him incompetent." She sighed. "Being too humble isn't good, you know." Not understanding what she was getting at, Aegon spoke up. "I think you've misunderstood something, kiddo. My disciple isn't noble, and he's certainly not great or brave. Sure, he possesses impressive strength for his age, but the guy's a total coward, unworthy of that power. The only reason Aaron left Jacer was because he was scared to fight." Those words completely shattered the image of Aaron in Aden's mind. She clutched her head and screamed, No way, it can't be true, Lord Aaron." Her reaction made Aegon jump a bit, and he turned to ask, "What's wrong with your friend?" He replied, "She's a massive fan of Aaron." Crying a river. The girl ran off, shouting, "Lord Aaron can't be a coward. My idol is ruined. Boo-hoo. I can't accept this boo-hoo." The old man closed his eyes, idolizing Aaron unbelievable. He added, "It's because she was saved by your disciple. And sure, Aaron is a coward, but in places you don't know about. He saved a ton of people. Long ago, when darkness consumed the world, I was also one of the ones he saved. So you can be proud of your disciple." These words left the old man stunned. That kid in just half a year. Has he really grown that much? Atun was sitting in a corner, crying her eyes out. "I can't believe Aaron used to be a coward." He walked over to comfort her. "So what if Aaron is a coward? Why are you so shocked?" She replied, "Because Aaron was the one who gave me courage. When I was little, I was so timid and shy. Every time I trained, I wanted to quit, but my dad told me I was named after Lord Aaron. So I decided I'd be brave just like him, Sir Aaron, the man who never backed down no matter what. But now I hear people calling him a coward." He walked over and patted her head. "That coward saved the whole world, you know. That coward was braver than anyone when everyone else was hopeless. That's why the gods called him the brave. Isn't that way more respectable?" His words hit right at her heart. Her spirits lifted a little. She jumped up, beaming. "Hearing you say that makes me like Lord Aaron even more." He shook his head. "You really just flip-flop with the wind." He thought to himself, "Wait now. That I think about it, aren't all these kids going to die when our group arrived? Everyone in this region was already dead from the plague except Aegon. Hold on, does that mean all these people will die? In just 1 month, plague or not?" Suddenly a voice rang out from the distance. "This camp is as filthy as ever, huh?" Looking at the approaching group, he recognized Levitt Lord Riza's right-hand man. In the era of calamity, not everyone stood up against evil. The world was divided, and the enemy within was harder to deal with than the enemy outside. That guy walked straight toward Aegon and spoke up, "Greetings, Sky God Lord Aegon." He kept thinking, "This piece of trash just wants glory in the subjugation squad to play the hero." Aegon replied coldly, "What do you want?" "That guy." Levitt started sneering. "A great hero like Lord Aegon rotting away in this cursed land, in this chaotic world. I'm afraid even the gods who abandoned the earth wouldn't accept this. What do you say about ending this long seclusion and joining the Hero Legion?" Aegon pushed him away. "I told you last time. If the Lord guarantees these kids' safety, I'll think about it." Levitt looked down at the children trembling in fear. "I understand. I'll report that the sky god isn't ready yet. However, I have received strict orders to retrieve the sword at all costs. Saiten, the darkness devourer. Sitting nearby, he was startled. Wait, isn't Saiten one of the strongest swords of the Calamity era? Eren kept it. I never heard him talk about this. If Aegon had a sword like that, he definitely would have given it to Eren before he left. Aegon sighed. I've told you countless times Saiten was broken in battle 10 years ago. He didn't care. So the Sky God intends to defy the Lord's orders out of personal greed. Why lie like that? Aegon's voice turned ice cold. Why would I need to lie? And even if I were lying, what could you possibly do to me? His words carried a terrifying, killing intent, scaring the group senseless. Levitt ground his teeth in rage, then turned to leave. I'll retreat for today, but the Lord will come find you soon, as long as you remain in this land. After they left, Aegon turned to the two and said, Sorry you kids had to see that unsightly mess. He replied, No worries, we're used to trash like that. Atun fumed. They're such cowards, he asked. But what's this about joining the Hero Legion? Aegon explained just like they said. It's joining the army to fight Erebos. Atun's eyes showed a hint of fear. So isn't joining the Hero Legion a good thing? He explained, I can't do that. If I join the Legion, no one will be left to look after these children. Atun argued, but surely the nation will... Before she could finish, he cut in, Reza won't care for these kids. He'll throw them away. They sacrifice the few for the greater good. Atun jumped up, shocked. Throw them away. How can they call themselves heroes? And think like that, he smiled strange. Are you two really children born in this era? Of calamity, I didn't expect to hear such distant, idealistic dreams. So realistic, he stepped forward. So what if it's an ideal dream if it's the right thing? Then walking the right path is only natural. That's why you're taking care of these kids, isn't it, Aegon? Aegon focused on him, thinking, he's just a kid, maybe 15 or 16. But what's with this depth? Then he asked, what are your names? Atun replied, I'm Atun, and this black rabbit is Kai. Kai, that's going to be rough. Sharing a name with the survivor hero is a real curse. Hearing that, Atun froze. Kai is a real person. She jumped up the survivor hero. Not wanting her to say another word, he reached out and yanked her tail, pulling her back, leaving everyone totally stunned. The old man asked, What's wrong? He explained, Nothing at all, sir. Then he turned to remind her, Keep running your mouth with that nonsense and the strategy is going to be cooked. She blushed and shot back, Hey, but grabbing a lady's tail is totally against the rules, you know? Aegon sighed. If it is the right thing to do, then walking the righteous path is only natural. Yeah, that sounds about right. I've forgotten that obvious truth for way too long. He turned to them. So why did you kids come to Risa? He answered. We're here to see Eren, sir. The old man stood up. Then stay here until he gets back. Even though I haven't heard a peep from that disciple of mine in 6 months, this is still his home. He'll come back eventually. With that, he turned and walked away. The moment he was gone, a system window popped up right in front of them, catching Atun completely off guard. System notification, capture target. Eren returns home in 3 days. Atun was barely containing her excitement. Progress on the quest. And in just 3 days, I finally get to meet Lord Eren. He nodded. Exactly. Inside, he thought, coming to find Aegon was definitely the right move. She jumped up and sprinted after Aegon, shouting back, Hey, Black Rabbit, I'm going to go grill Uncle Aegon for more info on Lord Eren. He sighed, helpless. Just don't say anything stupid. Then another system screen flashed in front of him, making him jump. Hidden quest. Save the sky. God Aegon. He stared at the screen, confused. A hidden quest. Am I the only one seeing this? Back when I was Kai, by the time we got here, Aegon's spirit was already broken. Protecting him means making sure his will doesn't crumble any further. And in the 3 days before Eren gets back, something is definitely going down. Am I missing something? Suddenly a voice whispered right in his ear. Hey there, you know I'm not human, don't you? He glanced over to see it was LC. Yeah, he replied. You're a spirit. She beamed. Takes one to know one, you really are a great spirit master. Watching her, he thought, LC can actually smile like that. Then her eyes narrowed slightly. And an all-class user to boot. It looks like the rumors about the surviving hero Kai were true. He cut in, sorry, but before he could finish. She cut him off. Don't try to gaslight me. Someone who's an all-class and holds the Gem of Light. Aside from that idiot, the only other option is a teammate of Leonidas. Realizing what she meant, he thought, I can't believe she confused me with Kai just because of this gem. She went on, I heard the rumors, you know. That Leonidas took his team and left Gastron to go raid Erebos. I was actually planning to come find you guys myself. Why would you do that? He asked. She smiled. Isn't it obvious? To help save the world, duh. Looking at the kid in front of him, he felt a bit defeated. Is this girl seriously the great dark spirit? Elsie, who made a pact with me in the past, she's completely different. He asked, why do you even want to save the world? I'm a spirit born in an era of catastrophe, she replied. So I really, really want to see the stars in the night sky. I heard they're so beautiful. They're blinding. She pivoted. So where is Leonidas anyway? He's on his way to Risa, he lied. Probably going to take him a while to get here. Hearing that, she chirped happily. Thank God I was about to go looking for him. Good thing I didn't go the wrong way. He pressed on. What's the reason you want to make a pact with Leonidas? Like I said, the rumors, she replied, that you guys took down Legion Commander Yomungus. In this day and age, someone claiming to clap a Legion Commander and then go raid Erebos. Isn't someone like that totally worthy of being my contractor? The sight of her made him sigh internally. She's just too different. I can't get used to this. In the end, the one LC chose to make a pact with was me, but I never got to hear her reason why. Suddenly, she remembered something. Oh, right. She leaned in and whispered, keep this a secret from Agon, okay? The sword that swallows darkness, Satan, that's actually me. Scene shifts to the Lord of Risa's castle. After hearing the report, Lord Rodion scoffed. Agon refused my invitation again. Levitt replied, yes, my liege. He continued, Aegon needs that power if he wants to protect Risa. What is over there that makes him so? Levitt interjected. It seems he is still concerned with those orphans in the cursed lands. The Lord slammed his hand on the armrest in fury. Fool. He refuses the greater good just to protect those useless brats. Levitt poured oil on the fire. Oh, and according to the rumors in town, a plague is currently spreading through the cursed lands. This made the Lord even more furious. A plague. What do we do if a plague breaks out among the refugees? The entire city will be in chaos. Levitt stepped forward with a proposal. Then we must pull it out by the roots before it spreads. Sir, of course it breaks my heart to dispose of those helpless orphans. Rodion looked worried, but Aegon won't stand for that. Levitt reassured him. Rumors of the plague have already spread throughout the city. Stopping the infection is the will of the people. No matter how dense Aegon is, there is no way he'd be dumb enough to pull a stunt like pushing the whole city, with all these people into danger. Rodion let out a sigh. Right. Thank God you're here, Levitt. I'm handing full security control of Giza over to you, he replied. I'll do my best to repay your kindness, my lord, and I will definitely bring Satan back. The scene shifts to the outside, where the crowd was buzzing with gossip. Cursed land, you crazy. It's a plague, another guy replied. What the hell's the Lord doing? If that disease spreads here, then what, they gotta do something. The other guy suggested, for now, let's just stay far away before we catch it. Looking at the group of kids in front of him, he thought to himself, ever since Levitt visited Aegon's shelter, these plague rumors just blew up. Remembering his old conversation with Elsie, she spoke up. Lucinus is a top-tier summoner and a black dragon too, so he's a perfect match for a dark spirit like me. He replied, why bring up something everyone knows? All right, just go make a pact with Lucinus already. She turned and asked, do you think this world is worth saving? The question threw him off a bit. What are you talking about? She continued, just like I said, does this world actually have a reason to exist? He sighed. Stop. Can't we just save it first and figure that out later? She watched him gazing through 5,000 years of memories lost in thought. He continued thinking. The Elsie I met a year later was already disillusioned with the world. It wasn't bright like this back then, and seeing Aegon completely broken, having lost all his will, he came to a conclusion. These kids aren't dying from a plague. From afar, Atun approached. Black Rabbit. Where were you? I've been looking everywhere. Come help me with dinner. He turned and asked, first, where is Uncle Aegon? She looked puzzled. Uncle Aegon. Someone claiming to be from the Lord called him away earlier. Just then a group of soldiers marched in from outside, raising their voices. By order of the Lord of Jaisa, starting now, we begin the operation to wipe out the plague nest. A blonde girl walked up, confused. Misters, didn't Uncle Aegon just go to the Lord's castle? The soldier ignored her, angrily raising his sword and shouting, get away from me, you filthy infected brat. He swung his sword down, terrifying the little girl. Luckily, Atun dashed in, grabbed the kid, and jumped back. She screamed furiously, are you out of your mind? He stepped forward, getting serious. Atun prioritized the kid's safety first, hearing that the soldier got angry. You lot planning to rebel against us? A woman stepped out from behind them. I am Jeline of the Jisa Hero Knights. Obstructing our work is the same as defying the Lord's orders. He tightened his grip on his sword. Probably Levitt's orders, not the Lord's right, using a fake plague as an excuse to slaughter kids and take Satan back. His eyes filled with killing intent. If you want to call yourself a hero, at least have some standards. Otherwise, it's an insult to the ones actually betting their lives to save this world. His words ticked Jeline off. She charged at him. A punk like you trying to play hero. He blocked her attack and continued. With that level of skill, you dare call yourself a hero. A corpse. You're not the real Hero Corps. You're just a bunch of knight wannabes, being breastfed by the system. He suddenly burst out a blazing red aura, surprising Jeline. Fire attribute aura. That's a special ability. He dashed in and slashed. She raised her shield to block. She mocked him. That little flame can't scratch my aura shield. But then his sword started burning through her shield. Startling her, a massive explosion erupted. He stood there, pointing his sword at her, trembling on the ground, mocking her. Your skills and your gear both trash. Meanwhile, without hesitating, Atun shot forward like the wind. A soldier flinched in fear. Immediately she kicked him square in the face, smashing his mug and sending him crashing down. She landed calmly, then jumped back into the air, ready for another round. She unleashed a barrage of kicks right into the soldiers' faces, giving them zero time to react. She landed, scoffing coldly. You're this weak, and you want to be heroes, please. Watching her show, he asked, Elasticity aura, right? She nodded. Yep. And your fire aura, huh? She smiled. A spar between us would be pretty interesting. Jeline finally stood up, shaking, cursing, you idiots. Clutching her face, she screamed, you dare touch our Hero Corps. The Levitt family won't let you get away with this. Making an enemy of Jisa over some dirty orphans, I'll make you pay. Her words made Aden flinch. She asked coldly, so you're begging for a beating. Standing beside her, he warned Aten, can you get the kids out of here? His voice turned cold. I've got business to settle with this guy. I'm counting on you, she nodded. Sure thing. As she rushed the kids away, she glanced back, thinking to herself, that aura, it feels totally dangerous. She comforted the little ones. Hey guys, let's leave this place for a bit, okay? Back to the fight. Jeline's voice rang out. Finally planning to beg for your life. Guess you didn't want the kids to see that, huh? You're absolute trash. A voice suddenly cut in. Looks like she's got it all wrong. The little black rabbit is dancing. He's dancing all right, since that's not a sight for kids to see. I told them to look away. The air felt suffocating. Jeline's voice trembled with fear. No, stay back. But it was already too late. He finished her with a single strike. The voice continued, oh my God, you really are the March Rabbit, aren't you? After taking out the boss, he calmly walked toward the remaining soldiers trembling on the ground. He struck without a shred of hesitation. The voice rang out, Black Rabbit. The March Rabbit actually killed a knight. See that zero hesitation? He turned back and replied, I'm used to it. Dealing with corrupt trash like them, I mean. LC walked up and asked, were they seriously planning to kill my friends just to get Satan? He looked at her, thinking to himself, the LC from back then was still such a naive and inexperienced great spirit. This was probably the first time LC witnessed the ugly side of this world. Even so, LC died while trying to save the world. Back in the past, seeing LC's image fading into the air made him feel a pang of regret. She spoke cheerfully. Kai, I still want to find it anyway. That's the reason to save this world. I just want to see the starlight in the night sky like it was before the age of calamity. He told himself, after saving the world, LC, I bet the starlight in the night sky will be even more beautiful than anything you can imagine. So this world is totally worth saving. He walked over and patted her head, gently, helping her emotions settle down. She replied happily, yeah. Then she added, I was thinking I want to become a star, to guide those poor lost stars out there. And now I'll say goodbye. Good night, and see you at dawn. Staring at the massive bonfire, he was still deep in thought. The clear condition hasn't been met yet. Does that mean Aaron's shelter isn't safe yet? Aaron left for the Lord's castle, and LC stayed here, even without me and Acton around. LC alone is enough to wreck Levitt's minions. So the deaths of the orphans, it was something even a great spirit couldn't stop. If that's the case, the current strategy can't guarantee the kid's survival. While he was thinking, Acton called out to him, someone's coming. LC immediately vanished into thin air. He turned and said, Acton enemies way stronger than the trash we just wrecked are coming. She was startled. Wait, what? He continued. Because we messed up their plans, she replied with confidence. Even so, if Black Rabbit and I team up. He cut her off before she could finish. It's not just about us fighting. Protecting the kids while holding the line won't be easy. She stammered. Then he replied, there is a way. She asked, what is it? He answered, finding Aaron. Hearing that name, Acton clenched her fists with determination, but then she suddenly gasped. But isn't Lord Aaron supposed to arrive in Geisa in 3 days? He replied, Aaron is already in Geisa. I confirmed it last night. The hero world's restricted area has narrowed down to Geisa. She was super hyped. For real, then just like you said. Lord Aaron is definitely in Geisa. He put his hand on her shoulder. But hey, we've done our job. So there's no need to take this kind of risk? She smirked with satisfaction, then spoke up. That's what you say, but you're not backing down from this, are you? He replied. It might get seriously dangerous. She stayed confident. I dream of becoming a hero because I admire the brave Eren. How could I run away like a coward? Besides, if you go solo, then later on, will Lord Eren only spoil you? He frowned. Excuse me, she continued. Anyway, you figured out how to find Eren, right? He sighed. Yeah, she immediately suggested. Then go bring him back. I'll hold the fort until then. Images from the past flashed before him again. A voice spoke up, Eren, you're this cracked. When we were in Geisa, did you never think about fighting Tartaros? Eren replied. Because I'm terrified of demons, the other person asked. But you did want to fight, didn't you, Eren? Nodded. Yeah, that's why one day I decided to go to a spot where I could see all of Geisa to build up my courage. The other person was confused. Don't you hate heights? Eren replied. It's because I actually want to protect this city. I got to protect Geisa. This is the only spot with a full view of Geisa. The moment he arrived, a voice cut in, Who goes there? He looked up at him, thinking to himself, the only hero among the great heroes. Born in the age of calamity, unbelievably cowardly, yet possessing courage that defies logic. He looked up and spoke, I'm here to pick you up, Eren. Eren paused, confused. Wait, you know my name. He nodded. Yeah, and your little siblings at the Agon orphanage. They're in danger right now. Eren flinched. Say what? He continued. They're probably going to die tonight. Only your power can save those kids. Zero hesitation. Eren unleashed a faint purple aura around his body. Instantly, it shifted into golden energy, cloaking his entire form. He turned to him, confused. Have we met somewhere before? He stayed calm. In the not-too-distant future. But now's not the time for chat. The moment he finished speaking, Eren bolted like the wind. Watching him leave, he thought to himself, running to save the ones you love, whether it's back then or right now, you really haven't changed a bit. So send a message to all the lost stars wandering this land. I will be the star that guides you through the night. Let's light up this path together. Scene shifts to Acton. The girl looked out at the chaos, terrified. A brutal battle was raging. A thug's voice rang out, useless trash, making me get my hands dirty. Acton used her insane speed to effortlessly dodge his attack, replying coldly. You've got strength, sure, but you're basic. Realizing he was being mocked, he spun around for another slash. This one was infused with mana. Acton flinched, thinking mana. She landed, mocking him. A mage trying to cosplay a warrior. Have you no shame? He gritted his teeth in rage, thinking, did this brat really wipe out my entire order of knights? I thought if we just stalled Eren, there'd be no one left in our way. He charged in, screaming, pathetic. You're just relying on magic tools. Your actual skill is trash, fast as the wind. She dashed in and delivered a kick straight to his face, making him yelp in pain before sending him flying backward, slamming hard into a nearby wall. She sighed. It's not over yet. Get up. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed. Not bad, actually, I should say impressive. Mother was right. Fighting heroes on the surface is still dangerous business. This girl was the demon Talantonia Tartaros, daughter of the demon beast queen Silatuna. Seeing her approach, Acton snapped, there's still trash left to clean up. She charged, yelling, I'm going to delete you right now. But Talantonia effortlessly nullified the attack. She covered her mouth, mocking her. Oh my, you really think you can, little kitty. You should count yourself lucky I haven't eaten you yet. Watching the wounds heal instantly, Acton froze. A demon. How is that possible? There was no scent of a demon at all. Talantonia explained, oh, maybe it's because I devoured, and crunched on the Elf King's arm. Anyway, I'm not looking for a boring beastkin like you, so die. She swung her hand to strike, but the moment the attack launched, something blocked it dead in its tracks. Seeing the figure appear, Talantonia grinned. Finally decided to show your face, Satan LC replied coldly. My name is LC. Satan is merely the sword I inhabit. She smiled. Whatever. Names don't matter as long as the great dark spirit tastes delicious. She was about to lunge, but LC's magic threads instantly bound her. LC extended her hand forward, eyes filled with resolve. Looking at her immobilized spider legs, Talantonia gasped, oh my body is moving on. It's instantly her legs lost control, twisting back to impale her own body. With disbelief in her eyes, she watched herself collapse to the ground. LC continued. Compared to 10 years ago, when Aegon and I defeated you, you haven't changed a bit, have you, Spider Princess? Witnessing the scene, Acton stood behind her completely awestruck. That was incredible, so you're actually a great spirit. LC replied shyly, oh, it's just a little trick. While her guard was down, one of Talantonia's legs began to twitch. In a flash, it shot forward, piercing straight through LC's chest. As LC stared in shock, the impact sent Acton flying backward. The demon laughed in delight. Ha ha ha, this is getting interesting. So interesting. Come on, do it again. Let me see. Without a second of hesitation, LC unleashed a barrage of attacks straight at her. Acton rushed up from behind, asking, "Are you okay?" Even with half her face missing, Talentonia's voice kept speaking. "How's that taste? Way different from 10 years ago, right? You really think a great spirit with zero contractor can solo me, the Beast Queen's daughter? You're dreaming. Let's see here, wonder what a great spirit tastes like. Come on, let me get a little nibble." Staring right at her nasty maw, Ashton jumps in and launches a kick straight to her face, screaming, "Don't you dare." But that hit did absolutely zero damage. Her voice twists into this creepy distortion, "You little kitten." Hearing that terror just floods her eyes. Then she remembers his words. That coward saved the whole world. If she wants to follow in a hero's footsteps, she can't be scared now. Don't just freeze up, hyper-restored. Ashton charges back in for another round. But Talentonia is ready this time. One of her legs whips out from behind, aiming straight for her. She just freezes watching the strike come in. She tanks the full hit, sending her flying, smashing hard into the wall behind. Talentonia calls out, "Get in line, I'll eat you later for dessert." She's shaking all over from the pain, slowly trying to stand. Her eyes are heavy, thinking, "I gotta get up, I have to. Move, damn it. Please." Then a familiar voice hits her ears from behind. "You okay?" Seeing him, her eyes just light up. Aaron shows up looking like a total superstar and speaks. "You did good." Meanwhile, Talentonia hasn't noticed him yet and just keeps going for her meal. "Ha ha ha, just give up already." Then Aaron's voice booms from a distance, "Let her go." That actually startles her a bit. Aaron's body starts shifting. Talentonia checks him out. Beast transformation. "It's not a full moon, though. You some kind of mutant." Aaron's fully transformed now voice, cold as ice. "I said let her go." She just challenges him. "Make me don't interrupt my dinner. Get lost. Why? Are there so many annoying pests today?" She throws an attack, but Aaron just reaches out and catches it. Easy. Then he yanks her hard, dragging her right to him. His hand shoots out and chokes her. She gasps in fear. What is this power without wasting a second? Aaron slams her massive body into the ground, shattering the pavement, hiding behind a wall. Ashton catches that whole scene after the scuffle ends. Aaron carries Elsie's small frame away. She whispers, "Who exactly are you?" Aaron just asks. "You heard anywhere." She's a bit flustered by that. Meanwhile, Talentonia screams in rage. The audacity. Aaron stays chill, warning them, "I'm going to end this demon right now, so stand back," before he can finish. She leaps at him, screaming, Who's ending who?" She unleashes a full power attack. But Aaron's dead calm, zero fear. She keeps shrieking, "You arrogant little pests. I'll kill you all." Suddenly, Aaron's whole body glows a brilliant golden hue. He clenches his fist. "I'm not going to sit around waiting for your magic to charge up." Energy bursts from his arm, shaking the air around them violently. Countless streaks of light rain down like arrows straight at Talentonia, making her scream in agony. The cries fade out, leaving the night sky silent again. Cut to the south. Levitt's running for his life, gritting his teeth. Damn it, who knew that woman was actually a demon? Colluding with demons, if this gets out, I'm dead meat. Execution for sure. Suddenly a weird sensation hits him. Something feels off, bam. His hand gets sliced clean off. He collapses in pain, gasping for air. A cold voice approaches, "Dealing with traitors." It's something I've done plenty of times before. Realizing what's coming, Levitt looks absolutely terrified. Wait, spare me, I can get you fame, status, anything," but before he can even finish, the sword swings, sending him to the afterlife. Job done. He sheathes his blade, looking down at the body. He mutters, "If the world ends, what good are fame and status anyway? Peace returns to the shelter." Just then, Ashton rushes over, grabbing Aaron's hands. Mr. Aaron, I've been your biggest fan since I was a kid." This intensity totally freaks Aaron out. "I told you, I'm no hero to admire. Seriously, go get those wounds healed." He walks back to Elsie to check on her. "Hey, you made it." He asks, "You good? Any injuries?" She beams at him. "I'm fine. Besides, we beat the Spider Princess." He just sighs. She won't die that easily from just that. He thinks to himself there's a reason why she's the monster that wiped out an entire nation. Suddenly, a girl calls his name, catching him off guard. "Hey, should we recommend Aaron to Lycinus? With that kind of power, he'd definitely be a huge help in saving the world." He patted the kid's head and replied, "Sure, let's do that." This made her a bit shy. Then she spoke up, "And also, I changed my mind. Not Lycinus. It's Kai. I want to make a pact with you. You really caught my eye." He sighed helplessly. "What an honor. But I'm not strong enough to make a pact with you right now, and I'm not exactly Kai at the moment." She jumped. That's actually kind of weird. Even for an unclassed, your power isn't that great yet? but still, I want to make a pact with you. If it's you, you can definitely beat Erebus. I want to bet my future on you. Seeing her determination, he reached out. If that's what you want. They connected. Elsie announced, I am the Dark Spirit Elsie. I swear to be your sword and shield for as long as this contract lasts. After the pact was sealed, he smiled internally, even though this contract will end when the hero's world finishes. But the feeling is pretty fresh. He looked at the mark on his arm and said, I'm counting on you. Meanwhile, in another corner, Aaron's scared voice rang out, I told you to stay away. Aston clung to him like glue. I admire you so much. You're so cool, Lord Aaron. Suddenly a voice called his name, making Aaron freeze. Everyone looked toward the voice. It was none other than his master Aegon. He walked up and asked, Did you go somewhere far? He nodded. Yes. Aegon angrily rushed over, put Aaron in a headlock and scolded. Then you should have come to greet your master sooner. He was in too much pain to speak. Aegon continued. And you gotta say hi to your brothers and sisters, too. Where have you been rolling around that you only show your face now, huh? Aaron looked embarrassed. I know I was wrong. As soon as he appeared, the kids ran out shouting. Uncle Aaron, seeing the kids safe. His eyes teared up with emotion, and he exclaimed, I'm glad everyone is safe. Seeing everyone happy. The MC thought if I hadn't stopped this tragedy today, then Aegon wouldn't be a hero anymore. Guess being able to see how the past changed is a blessing, too. Then the two of them walked over to him. Aegon said, We'd be in deep trouble without you kids. Thanks. He thought, did Elsie hide herself already? Nearby, Aston's eyes sparkled as she looked at Aaron and said, Are you done getting scolded, Lord Aaron? He flinched and dodged. Get away. Aston wouldn't give up, calling out Lord Aaron. Watching this, Aegon sighed wearily. Did that girl get a head injury or something? She looks so young, too. He just, forced a smile. That's just how she is. Just ignore it. Then he pulled out a book and said, I don't have anything valuable, but will you accept this? Looking at the book, he asked, This is, he explained, my aura manual. It's the same one Aaron learned. Aaron made it his own and gained the ability to shapeshift into a beast at will. He was shocked by this gift. Stammering, Thank you, sir. Opening the book to check, he thought, Is this the original hero's breath? He observed it for a moment, realizing something, then turned and called out, We gotta go, Aston. He pointed at the sky, reminding her, If you have anything to say it fast. The little girl startled and walked up to Aaron, stammering, Lord Aaron, could you please pat my head for encouragement? Aaron was a bit surprised, but seeing her pleading look, he gave in. He stepped forward, patted her head, and encouraged her. I don't know what's going on, but do your best, okay? You'll do fine. Getting a head pat from her idol. She squealed in delight. I'm never washing my hair again. A voice rang out. Turn right at the second star, then go straight toward the light. Turn right at the second star and keep going until dawn. He and Aaron communicated subconsciously. There will be many hardships ahead and people you won't be able to protect. You will despair at the endless challenges, but you will make it because a friend will draw you a sheep. The trajectory of all those lives will guide you. The essential things are invisible to the eye because you are braver than anyone else. But hearing this, Aaron asked, Why do you think I'm brave? I'm just a coward. He cut him off because you saved the world. As soon as he finished, a blinding light erupted between them. Aaron gasped. Me, he smiled. So I'll try my best too to completely destroy Erebus. So my friends don't stop. Turn right at the second star and keep going until dawn. The system sent a notification. Aaron's world. Chapter opening origin has been conquered. Rewards Aaron's breath. Aegon's book. Great dark spirit Elsie. Outside, Berger kept questioning, Haven't you found a way to disable the hero's world yet? The deputy instructor stammered, No, there's no other way. Since it's a hero dungeon, it's completely out of control. Suddenly a voice rings out, Calm down, Berga. Hearing this voice, he turns around, confused. What are professors from Lumen doing here? Elander replies, Since it involves a hero's world. Sharing experience is better, isn't it? Our school had a lot of bad incidents this past semester. And in this incident, one of our students is involved too. This makes Berga startle. What? Then the stone tablet behind them suddenly glows, grabbing his attention. He turns and gasps. The tablet. Elander's eyes narrow slightly. A reaction from the hero's record. That's the sign of a hero's world being cleared. Or the page has closed because the clearer died. A few seconds later, two people, Leo and Acton, are teleported out. Looking at the surroundings, he sighs. We're back. The moment he sees the two of them return, Berga rushes over, hugging his daughter and sobbing, Are you hurt anywhere? She smiles. I'm fine, Father. I successfully cleared Lord Aaron's hero world. He continues anxiously. That doesn't matter. Acton, do you have any idea how worried I was? Ignoring them, Leo puts his hand in his pocket. Suddenly touching something, he startles his eyes opening wide. He looks at the gem in front of him. Inside is an image of Elsie shocking him to his core. Who is this person? Why is she here? Acton points at him and continues. Father, if it weren't for this black rabbit, I couldn't have finished the clear. He steps forward to express his gratitude to the boy. Incredible, I never expected you to clear Lord Aaron's page. Leo explains I didn't do it alone. The man frowns slightly, being humble. Whatever the reason, you and Acton successfully cleared Lord Aaron's world. This is the definitive proof that you deserve to be a student of Azonia Hero Academy. I'm so happy. Professor Yura walks over, interrupting their conversation. Sorry to cut in. She leans in close and whispers to him, You little brat year representative, huh? What the hell are you pulling here? He calmly replies, Who are you? This makes Professor Yura furious, shouting, You degenerate. Do you want to die? Trying to play both sides with Lumen and Azonia? You think a little magic can fool the professors? Papa Berga steps in confused Lumen. What is going on? Elander explains, It seems our student has been rude, though I don't know how he managed to join Azonia's entrance ceremony. Let me introduce him. This is Leo Block, the first-year representative of Lumen, back at Leo's mansion. His mother is sitting and sipping a cup of tea when a maid's voice speaks up. Madame, a guest has arrived. She replies, A guest. Who is it? The maid answers. She says she's a schoolmate of the young master. This puzzles her a bit. Is that so? Well, invite her in first. She thinks to herself, if she didn't mention a family name and just said she's Leo's classmate, it means they're close. And she just came to hang out right. A moment later, a petite figure appears and speaks. Hello, ma'am. I'm Chelsea, a classmate of Leo. Recognizing the girl, she stands up and waves, thinking, it's the girl from the Llewellyn family who teamed up with Leo in the entrance exam. She speaks, Welcome, come sit here. The girl holds out a very cute box of pastries, explaining, This is a meeting gift. Looking at the box, she praises it. Oh my, is this Rodrin Royal Bakery. I haven't had cake from there in a long time. Yes, facing her polite attitude, Chelsea stammers, Actually, just speak comfortably, dear. Hearing that Rena sighs in relief, Then I won't stand on ceremony. While enjoying a piece of cake, she says, But my son has been away for a few days. I hope you didn't wait for nothing. Chelsea replies happily, Oh, it's fine. I plan to stay in Deluxe for this summer break anyway. As they are talking, he walks in from behind asking, Since when did you get here? His sudden appearance startles both his mom and Chelsea. After returning, he went back to his room to change clothes. Outside, Chelsea's voice sounds a bit shy. May I come in? He answers cheerfully, Come in. She slowly steps inside, thinking shyly. So this is Leo's room. How do I say it? It looks incredibly normal. He crosses his arms. What were you expecting? He walks to his bed, sits down, and asks, Do you want to hear about Azonia's entrance ceremony? She replies happily, I do, tell me. He starts the story. During the ceremony, Aaron's hero world was opened. Thinking of this, Chelsea gasps, Great hero Aaron's record was activated. He kept going, explaining how the Azonia candidates got dragged into the mess and totally cleared Aaron's world. He was about to keep talking, but then the image of those two professors popped into his head, so he just cut the story short right there. Hearing the full story, Chelsea giggled. Those Azonia students are actually cracked, huh? Clearing a great hero's world. That's insane. She stood up looking super determined. You better set up some special training for me today, okay? He nodded. Sure thing. Her eyes lit up instantly. Then can I crash here tonight? He let out a tired sigh. Whatever you want. Night fell over the mansion and Chelsea was already fast asleep. But he was still up thinking about everything that went down. Lately I've been getting rewards. That should have been impossible to get from clearing the hero world. But Elsie stepping out of the hero world's past and into reality, that's a whole different ballgame. Is this happening because I'm actually Kai? But first I need to check on Elsie. He activated the mark on his hand. Boom! A massive amount of mana surged out. Elsie's eyes slowly fluttered open. He looked at her and smiled. You awake? She looked around, totally confused. Where am I, and wait, where did your rabbit ears go? I feel so weird, like I can't use my full power. He thought to himself, it really is her. The Elsie I met in Aaron's world has actually entered reality. She's not at full strength, though. She's linked to me, the one she made a contract with to cross over from the distant past to now. I never expected the hero world to hide powers like this. She glanced outside and gasped. Kai. The moon, it's not red anymore, and the night sky has these strange glowing specks. She pointed, confused. What are those? They look like the starlight I've only heard about in stories. He nodded. That's right. Those are stars. He explained, listen, Elsie, it sounds crazy, but you're in the future. This is the world 5,000 years after the era you lived in. She jumped eyes wide. Wait, what? He continued, my name now is Leo Block. But back in the Calamity era 5,000 years ago, I was known as the survivor Hero Kai. I destroyed Erebos and reincarnated into this time. Still a bit stunned, she spoke softly. After seeing all this, I can't help but believe you. So is this a peaceful era now? He replied. Yeah, but it's not totally peaceful. Even though I defeated Erebos, he's not gone for good, and Tartaros is still out there. Understanding him, she nodded. I see. His voice hardened. That's why we have to take them down. Seeing his resolve, she replied, then I'll help you. If this is reality, then my destiny is to fight by your side. Please take care of me, Kai. Ah, no, Leo Block. The scene cuts to the next day. Chelsea gasped. Whoa, so Queen Vestera is actually Miss Rena. Meanwhile, Leo was walking in the garden with Jis. He turned to Leo. Your friend really gets along with your mom, huh? Leo nodded. Yeah, for real. Just then, the butler walked up and bowed. Master guests have arrived. Jis looked curious. Oh, where are they from? The butler replied, I believe they are from Lumen Academy. Jis looked at Leo totally confused. From Lumen. Leo rubbed his neck awkward. Is that today? While Chelsea was chatting away happily, a familiar voice boomed out. Why are you here? Chelsea saw him and jumped. Professor Halen,